Hi. Can you hear us now? So I had everything muted. Let's say all those things
Oh,
again. Welcome to the
so
completely on time Saturday Night InSaNiTy. Hello, everybody.
I watched 23 movies this week.
Wow, you
And the reason I
maniac.
did that is because I have watched 1,979 movies of my 3,424 unique titles, which means I got more than that, just multiples of some titles. 57% of which has been watched. So
Excellent.
that's why I'm being so gung-ho this year.
I
I
need
want to
to,
increase that.
when I get my closer looks and updates up to date and where I want them to be, I'm planning to do something similar and just kind of go like gangbusters with movies. Um, Luke Ryan of Razor Wire Reviews has an ongoing series that he does periodically when he feels so inclined
Yes,
called Conquering My Collection.
that's what inspired me, actually. Razor
Yeah,
Wire,
yeah.
you have inspired me to do this, by the way.
Which is a wonderful title, and all collectors I think can relate. So I want to do something
Here, I'll,
similar, just kind of pick chunks of my collection and watch them and do review
if
videos
anybody
and
wants to
stuff.
look at
So
my entire
yeah.
collection, you can.
Hey,
I'll
thanks
put the
for
link in here.
paying the rent there, JL. The 50,000 chat points. You can stay.
I have a complete
Paid
list
your
on
rent.
Letterboxd, updated with today's pickups. In fact, so I have. It's
Very
literally
nice.
the most updated list is my Letterboxd list.
Excellent. Maybe one day I too will use that site that everybody uses and says I should be using, but not today.
Oh, I Letterboxd.
Yeah,
I
there's
finally convinced my friend Chloe to start.
so much.
Well, I've got these 3 movies
It
now.
would just take so long to enter everything, but
Oh, see, what I did is I didn't bother. So I
yeah.
just entered in what I started watching when I started my Letterboxd, and then
Okay.
whenever I randomly encountered a movie that I'd seen, I'd give it a rating. I didn't
Mm,
go like gung ho,
mm,
like I just eventually I got to the list pretty close to my the
yeah,
number of movies. I just found 2 movies I hadn't seen before. I'd seen before, but I didn't
yeah.
mark. So
Yeah,
I
Michael
watched.
will be like 20 minutes later. Done.
I watched one movie this week, and that was yesterday.
Yay.
And it was just an old childhood favorite that I wanted to revisit because I found the version that I'm pretty sure I watched as a child. I wanted to relive it. It was terrible, barely watchable quality, and I loved every minute
oh,
of it.
I know it's a spoiler, but can you text me
Nostalgia.
type to me the title so I might. I'm curious.
Oh, this was actually you that pointed me towards these. This,
Oh, good. Now I'm definitely curious. I will not spoil. I just want to. I was just curious.
Oh, you will spoil.
Where am I looking at?
Cram.
Okay.
And
Oh yes, actually,
that
you
should
know what?
not be plural. It should be singular.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
only-
I
even though technically
actually,
there's more than one of them in that movie.
but I think I
I'll
actually
be
have
dead
that
by the time you
dubbed in
solve
HD
this.
If you want.
Sorry, what? I couldn't hear you. Stealth was berating me.
I think I have that in. I have a 2 gig rip of that. Do you want that instead?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
I can't
I
wait
found-
to tell you guys about the
good old archive.
childhood favorites of mine that I discovered on
Good.
Amazon Prime right
I was
now.
just going to say it's good old archive.org because this is some stuff that is literally not available anywhere and never
Will
will
never be viewable. The rights
Yeah.
are gone for Titra. Who owns Titra? I think
It's Titra.
someone owns Titra, the company, the dubbing company,
It was Titra and Titan did all those. So this was
and
a,
AIP.
and AIP. Yeah, this was a Titan one. So
Yes.
but
I have a Titra dub.
but it
I'm
was-
sorry. I'm not the Titan dub. Sorry.
there's also a Titra dub.
I may have actually got them mixed up. They might actually be only
Might
one.
be. I think it's just Titan for that one, but Titra did most of them, and then AIP did a bunch of the rest, and then there's the Toho ones that are. It was a Godzilla movie. In case you haven't put the pieces together, we'll talk about
Right.
it
Oh,
later.
really?
But yeah, I've been tracking down some of the old, no longer available English dubs / American bastardization cuts
America.
that
I
were
had
in
the straw
circulation
hat
for a long time.
There's one movie. I don't know what the fuck the straw hats. There's one shot. I guess there's some indigenous people and like played by some people, Japanese actors in like brown face, yellow face. I don't know what kind of and a colored face, right?
Yeah.
And so that every edition, home video edition, since DVD has cut that little snippet out. It's like a little 30-second clip.
I know I think I know the scene you're talking. Is that the beach party?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. Really, I didn't make that connection, but I can see that. I thought they were just dirty.
That's it. That's
No.
the connection.
That's the connection. No, it was a racist depiction.
Wow, I did not realize that.
But
That's
yeah, so I
interesting.
have the straw hat cut, which is basically just
I also
the same cut movie, just
Yeah.
with the random scene inserted in.
this version that I watched also had that scene in it. So
I own the movie like 5 times over. I'm really
Yeah.
not taking any money from anybody at this point.
no.
If they release another edition, I'd probably buy that too.
Yeah, so would I, because it was a huge childhood favorite of mine, and it's also just such a wacky entry in the series. It's
One of the wackiest, in fact.
I love it. I love the wackiness of it. It's so ridiculous.
And so it went
But,
Abra, and then it went Hedora on one other movie, I think, and then Hedora, and like Hedora almost sunk the Frank.
Did it really? Wow. Well, that was getting quite late in the Showa era too. It was 71, so it was only 4,
So they started
4
being a
more
little
years.
edgier with Megalon and Gigan
Yeah.
and Mechagodzilla and Terror Mechagodzilla because
Yeah.
they're trying to bring people back in.
It
you know?
definitely went out with a bang. That's for sure. There was some
Yep.
good shit. Yeah, I think it was Megalon, and then Mechagodzilla, and then Terror of Mechagodzilla. So. I
Well,
don't think
Gigan
that-
comes after.
Oh, no, it's
Megalon.
Gigan
No, Gigan
first.
comes first.
Yeah.
Right, you're right because
Gigan-
Ghidorah starts in it. Right.
Gigan, Megalon, because Gigan comes back
Nerd.
in Megalon, and then the 2 Mechagodzillas. So that's
I am in fact a nerd. Yeah.
That's a nice quartet of action-packed fun fests.
Those are like some of my favorites. Those are the ones I watched. Those were the cheap ones. So they all did poorly in the box office.
Yes.
And even here. And so they were the ones that were like ripped by
yeah.
Theater, shown on every horror host show.
Godzilla
I've got a couple editions with horror hosts too.
Godzilla versus Megalon was on all the frickin' time.
Yep.
And the American version of Godzilla versus Gigan, Godzilla on Monster Island, was on all the
Yes.
time. I used to see those two constantly on Saturday afternoon
Godzilla versus the
TV.
Cosmic Monster, aka Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
Yeah,
That was-
I don't think
that was
I
the other
ever
one.
saw. I don't think I've ever seen that one. The
Oh,
Mechagodzilla
Cosmic Monster?
one.
That's one I had on VHS actually.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
a couple years ago, I found that the original art for the fucking VHS was
Yeah.
sold for private auction. So some motherfucker better not be known to me because I'll find that piece of art. 'Cause I'm gonna get that piece of art. I need that piece of art in my life.
So one I'm trying to find is the old U.S. cut. It's got to be out there somewhere. It was released on VHS so many times apparently, of Terror of Mechagodzilla, because apparently that U.S. cut is horrible and renders the movie borderline incomprehensible. It's edited so much, and I was like, okay, I need to see this.
I don't think I have that one.
I don't think anybody has it, which is weird. It's like how Doctor
Must be a
Who.
rare VHS.
It's
then.
like Doctor Who season 1 was available all over the world. They recovered the entire season except for Marco Polo, which for some reason nobody has. And it's like Terror of Mechagodzilla is the Marco Polo of the Godzilla
Except
franchise.
it's a VHS someone can find probably
It's
a good
like-
copy of the transfer.
well,
They're
that's
probably
the-
all beat up.
That's the weird thing about it, is apparently it was the version that was available on VHS like many, many times over. Like somebody's
interesting.
got to have it out
I had
there.
that one then.
Yeah, it's got to be out
I had
there
a
somewhere.
double pack with Terror and I want to say Megalon because the other side was Megalon and
Okay.
Godzilla on the top of the World Trade Center, which is my favorite poster.
I had a double pack of, it was Godzilla King of the Monsters, the Raymond Burr version, and Godzilla versus Megalon, and it was great.
That's good there too.
Yeah, loved
I gotta be
it.
right back. I gotta
But,
get my-
we like Godzilla here.
Love it.
we like Godzilla.
What you're saying is, it's like Marco Polo, and that Marco Polo is hard to find.
But shouldn't be.
I don't know. Okay.
It should be widely available like the rest of the season.
So what you're saying is, people looking for it might go, Mecca, Mecca, Mecca.
Wow, Stoud. Wow.
So how
Stoud
far did you have to dig for that one?
Dad joke.
Turns it into a dad
Well,
joke. Yeah. Oh boy. So yeah, I watched one movie this week, and And I got one pickup. It was basically an Amazon gift
I also
card.
got one pickup.
Amazon gift card purchase. And
Nice.
As
I
per
think-
usual, I watched
I paid about
no movies this week.
$6 out of pocket. The rest was all gift cards, so it's a good deal.
Well, after all the sales recently, let me
Yeah.
tell you something.
Huh?
All the fucking, like, not all of them, but
Yeah.
a lot of these specialty label Blu-ray and DVD companies started putting these sales out on the same fucking week. Every single fucking one of them. Just every fucking company.
Oh god.
Huge fucking sale, huge fucking sale, huge fucking sale. And I'm like,
Right?
stop bleeding me dry.
It's because they're
But-
hurting. They're
No,
hurting
no.
from the pandemic too. They need
No.
money. They got to generate
Yeah.
sales, so they're gonna.
You're not bleeding you dry. Your generosity is bleeding you dry.
I
Well,
was gonna say,
Stout is yeah.
one nice thing is that I have been able to secure, I actually figured out, a total of 18 titles coming
Holy
to
shit.
you soon,
Holy shit.
Mr. Zaranyzerak.
Oh, to me. Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay. That
You
Oh,
got-
I
you
got
have
like
no-
30 titles.
I was not
I got
expecting 18 titles.
I
Holy
got like
shit.
6 months of sales that he's gone through.
I
Like,
did
Wow.
the math. I spent like $800
Oh
in
my
the past
God,
week
dude.
on
You did.
Blu-rays alone.
Wow.
I had him get me 8 titles left
This
last night.
guy is like just an absolute prince.
Oh my god!
Oh,
He is
yeah.
the benevolent
Not because
god
of that.
of
He's,
SNI.
he's not.
On
He's a
top
prince.
of the
He's not,
three fucking people, Kralat. I mean,
you
come
understand?
on.
He's
Yeah,
not
it wasn't
just
all
a prince,
for me.
not
It
for
was
the
for
money.
a bunch of people.
He's
Yeah,
a
it
prince.
was for
He's
the
just a
whole-
wonderful human being. I
He
mean,
is.
like,
He's Santa Stoud. He's Santa Stoud.
I don't know. He's just my
Stout
favorite.
Claus.
He's my
Ginger
best friend. You know?
Santa.
It's my homie right
Oh,
there.
Bless your heart, Stud. Well, I can't wait to see. I know what a few of them are because you were asking me if I was looking for some specific things, and it's like I might be
Yeah.
adding all of these to the cart.
There's a reason. There's a
But,
reason why I call him my platonic life mate. You know,
Yeah, well, he's just a wonderful human being, and we love
it's because
him,
he's my platonic life
and
mate.
we like having him around. He brings joy wherever he goes.
That's a big
I also got some things that you're definitely not going to be expecting. But
That me and him
Excellent.
talked about, like, what would
Yeah.
Sean like? I was like, oh, he wants this. Trust me.
Okay.
Trust me. I know he fucking wants this thing. He's
Nice.
talked about this fucking title.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right.
Stuff like that, you know. It's always
I'll be-
one or two titles. Like, what do you think Sean would like? This and this sounds like his speed, you know.
This is totally his cup of tea. Yeah.
So remember, some of those I helped pick.
Okay. I wouldn't expect any less because you always
itchy.
always do because you know what you guys know what I like. You
Yeah.
know what I like.
The only titles I didn't get anything for you from were the indicator ones.
Oh,
Because
well,
those
yeah. They're all
are
region
region
B.
B.
Yeah.
Also, there are significantly more expensive per title considering
Yeah.
some of the sales over
Oh
prices.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is the last, by the way. This is the last Warner sale. 444 Warner
Yeah.
sale.
That's
My-
why I was like,
they're
oh,
not gonna do
really?
sales
Get as
anymore,
many as
but they're
possible.
definitely gonna do sales. I think it's gonna
Okay.
be 4 for 50 in the
Oh,
future.
okay. Oh, it's 4. Oh, it's the 4 for 44 thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
gonna go
so-
from price. I think they're still gonna do sales.
Yeah, here in Canada, those Warner titles, I don't know that they specifically have a Canadian distributor, so but we get them here, you know, online, not in stores. But they're typically like about $30 each.
Well, that's
Canadian.
twice the cost of the U.S. release.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I
I'm
know.
gonna say they probably don't have a
Yeah.
deal over there.
Well, and Arrow's like typically like 40 for one of the limited editions.
Those are
or-
27. That's a markup that makes sense. So,
Yeah.
so if you find if you find a $40 arrow, that's about retail.
Yeah. No,
know?
and that's why I buy the occasional Arrow because I mean they're beautiful collector's editions. They're totally worth
Yep.
that. I mean that's an acceptable premium.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I mean, yeah, that's
But
why
then-
when the sales come around, we mean just jump on them so hard because it's like
but then,
they're $15 a title sometimes.
Criterion typically starts at 40, but is usually around 50 here for like just a regular, straight up Criterion release.
Amazon price are about $27. Everywhere else about
Yeah.
30, 35
Yeah.
on average. Everywhere else
Yeah.
starting, and then they go up to 50 also.
But we don't get those half
Or
price
more
sales
for
that you
big
guys
sets.
get, like the Barnes and Noble ones.
Yeah.
We don't get any of those.
You
Did
do
you have the-
sometimes get them through one of your other stores. Actually,
Hold on.
Yeah.
Does Criterion, do they deliver to Canada?
Yes.
Like from
They do
the
not.
Criterion?
Well,
If
they,
so-
they don't, but Barnes and Noble does. Like
No.
I could
Oh,
buy
okay.
stuff through those sales, but after the exchange rate and
Yeah.
import and
And-
shipping,
You're like not saving much
it
at all.
basically ends up being the same price. So I'm like, well, what's the
Yeah.
point then?
Yeah.
And I said the problem is because they're probably most sport titles. 'Cause Criterion
Yeah.
has a U.S. branch and UK branch only, so those are.
Yeah, they have
And the UK titles are much more selective, so
They
they have
have
very
s-
few titles. In the
they
UK.
have some kind of Canadian distribution because I do see them in stores here sometimes, but not a lot of them. And
Well,
it's
I'm sure they have
annoying.
worldwide distribution for a lot of those titles, a
Yeah.
bunch of those titles. But
Yeah.
like, those are the ones you find in stores, and the rest you have to order elsewhere for twice as much because they're imports.
Yeah. Oh, and Discotech is another one. They don't have a Canadian distributor, so I got to pay out
Until
the
Farmworks is having a sale. also.
gotta pay out the ass for Discotech titles. I think they used to have Canadian distribution because I remember seeing a bunch of their titles in stores before, and I bought a bunch in stores before.
It was something.
But-
Their Canadian company was called Eastern something or other. It was the same company.
Eastern
as-
Star, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was their Canadian branch, I think.
Okay, that would explain why I always saw that as the listing and not Discotech.
Yep.
But I can order them from Amazon.com, and also Discotech has their own eBay page that I can order stuff from, which has a lot of stuff that is not currently available through Amazon.
I got
so
Robot Carnival, the
Yeah.
last one with the slipcover.
there's a few I want to get from them, like some of the old giant robot stuff. Like they've got Combatler V now, and Voltus V, which is the first two in the Robot Romance
Like,
trilogy.
I mean,
And they got there's the last couple of Lupin box sets from Series 2. Guy King is one I definitely want to jump on ASAP because I think it's out of print. So I want to get that.
a lot of those are really good. Those old ones.
Oh, the old
Would,
Mazinger
but-
Z, Mazinger Z, and Great Mazinger, which are the first two Mazingers.
Yep.
And
I bet all those ones sell a lot of copies, so they only get
Yeah.
one print rotation.
I just discovered this past week that UFO robot Grendizer, which is one that I used to watch as Grandizer as a part of Force 5 back in the early 80s, is actually the third Mazinger series. I didn't know it was
Oh.
connected to it, but
I didn't know either.
the main character in that, Kenji Koto or something, I forget his name, but he was the pilot of Mazinger Z. And he shows up in the beginning, and it takes place a few years later. He's built his own, like, kind of UFO exploration ship, so, like, using UFO technology. And he ends up becoming the pilot of Grendizer to fight off these aliens that show up. And there's a mention of it in the first episode, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm not the pilot of Mazinger anymore." I'm like, "What? What? Wait, what?" And it showed like some clips of Mazinger Z. And I'm like, "Wait a minute! I had no idea this was connected to Mazinger Z." So yeah, it's in the same universe, features the same character. It's technically the third series, but Mazinger isn't in it. It's a different robot. But yeah, so that was kind of cool. So I'm hoping Discotech picks that one up as well. I've got a really nice fan sub of it. But yeah, Future Robot Daltanius. That's the other one I want. That's the
Oh yeah,
that's the one that was almost Voltron. With
yeah, that's right. That's like
that's the other lion robot one.
The other lion robot.
Yeah, the one that they actually asked for, but they were sent the wrong series. They were sent Go Lion instead because of a communication
Instead
error.
of correcting them, they just went with it.
And they were like,
love
"This actually looks
the other-
better. Let's go with this one
The
instead."
other lion robot, almost like the other white meat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So yeah, so it turned out to be kind of a serendipitous mistake because
Funny fact: they call themselves the other white meat, but pork's actually a red meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's
mean, it looks
slightly
white, it's
healthier
actually
for
not.
Well,
you.
when you cook it,
Well,
yeah, it
depending
turns
on
white,
what
but-
kind of pork, where you're getting the meat from,
Yeah.
it can be healthier for you than
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
beef.
I just- random. No, I mean they call it the other white meat. Technically, it's not.
Yeah. Well, and
Random fact
it's
is
not
brain.
all white either. Like, it well, it kind of has the same kind of coloring as like poultry, where it's
And human flesh.
yeah, where it's like actually human flesh is more like beef apparently.
So I call it long pig actually.
Yeah, but
Humans are long pigs for a reason.
We're long pigs. I'm not surprised.
That's what they're called.
But
Yeah, that's what humans are called. Long pigs.
lots of tasty fat to cook our flesh in.
Yeah. We make good bacon apparently, according to cannibals. So.
Oh, there you go.
Most of us, we just render into a big pile of
Human bacon.
fat and
You're-
oil.
But yeah,
it's
but
funny.
like,
Human fat actually makes the best soap.
but like pork has like the white meat and the dark meat, like depending what you know. Yes, according to Tyler Durden, we make great soap.
Well, I mean, we used to make soap used to naturally form in like rivers from like we kill people upriver and their
Oh, okay.
body deteriorate, and it would be like the process of coming down river.
Yeah.
It became soap, and so that's where they would wash their clothes or whatever else they had.
I'm just picturing this pile of perfectly formed bars of soap at the end of the river.
Like,
It's like, I'll be
someone
down at
dies
the
up
soap
river.
dam. Yeah.
No, think of it like the river of bubble bath.
Yeah.
That's what it's more like.
Yeah,
Not that
All
noticeable,
different
yeah.
colors, you know.
beginning
like,
of
oh,
the
I'll use the pink
river,
one and the
someone
blue one.
dies.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we could just make fat and we're gonna do soap and fat, and that's, yeah, there you go.
That is
There
it.
you go. That's how we know.
The
Someone
magic
gets
of
killed off
nature.
the top of the Mississippi River, and then
Yeah.
as they get to the bottom, there's like 5 bars of ivory soap.
That's
floating
right,
by.
just
It's like,
the magic of nature. Oh boy.
The
Oh, is
disaster
this,
centipede. Ooh.
Oh, I saw that one. Yeah, Major Matoga says Disconnect are also putting out Video Warrior Laserion, which is I've seen a little bit of that one. That's another giant
What?
robot one. And Ninja
That's a cool
Senshi
title.
Tobakage, or Ninja Robots in English. Oh, okay. I haven't seen that one.
Laseron.
Laserion. Yeah.
Laserian.
But- Or
Laserian.
Laserion, yeah.
Ninja Senshi Tobakage. Tobakage.
So-
Okay.
Yeah, I love that they're putting out all this giant robot stuff because that was my jam growing up, and I still just love it. So
They're putting out some like old school stuff. They're doing like
that's why I love this.
what is that show? There's a love anime that's coming out. There, fuck, what was it called? They changed it to like Lady something. The title, Rosa Versailles. Rosa Versailles, which is like had like a rocky release history here in the U.S. was finally getting on a release here in the U.S., but they had to change the name because of rights things.
Oh, there was the big news. They found the original 35mm print of Project A-ko. So we're actually getting like a proper full HD Blu-ray of it.
By the way, they were doing an AI upscale of that. One of the first times they were going to do that for a production release.
Nice.
And it looked really fucking good. They spent a long time working on it.
Yeah.
And they literally just put it aside. I'm like, why can't you just put, I want to see what you did.
Put
it
both
there anyway.
on, yeah, like just or
I
give
was
us some
thinking-
Put it as a
clips
bonus feature.
or some clips, yeah.
yeah,
A sample. Yeah.
this is what it was going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, a sample side by side, you know?
Yeah.
The HD upres and the three.
That'd be
three
actually
help-
that'd be a really good comparison too to like, see
I was saying
how
it would
close
be
it
a,
is
a really good advertising for the AI
for
upscale.
AI upscale.
AI
Yeah.
upscaling. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So like this is an AI upscale versus here's an actual HD 35mm print.
And you can
Wow.
tell the difference, but it's going to look good, I
But it
think.
still look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Major Toga says they were going to use an AI from an AI upscale from a Laserdisc release. Wow,
Correct.
that's probably the Laserdisc that I used to have. I used to have the Laserdisc
Same.
release of that.
Just
Yep,
do
they
it!
were going to do that.
Make
Why are you yelling
your
at
dreams
me?
come true!
We're doing it. This is it. This
Well,
is
I
the
mean,
show. We talk
it's
about
okay.
geeky things.
I was hoping that it would be
Thank you
received
for the
well
bits.
so that we would get more AI upscales, because I
Yeah,
think AI upscales is the future of older
Oh
footage
yeah, anything
stuff.
that doesn't have like high quality source print, even stuff shot on standard def video, you could like actually bump up to high def and like you
It may
know.
not be it's definitely not going to look as good as the 5 ever, but it'll look great.
No, I mean it'll still be a noticeable improvement. And greetings, Princess Strega.
And all
Um,
we just need is
yeah.
an AI upscale that unfucks reboot, but that's okay.
Yeah.
You know what's funny?
I mean, video-wise,
we
it's
say
great.
reboot will never
Audio-wise,
be,
yeah.
will never be okay, but you know, actually, we could make an AI that fixes reboot. Someone could program an AI
Yeah.
that goes through and fixes reboot frame by frame.
I've seen clips,
and then upscale it.
some AI upscales of Reboot and Beast Wars, bumping it up to 4K.
Oh,
And-
Beast Wars looks good.
And I mean, obviously, it's still the the old textures, which aren't as detailed as what you'd see in today's animation. But in terms of like just the crispness and the resolution and the
Right.
all that, it looks fantastic. Like they
Yeah,
look really,
visually,
really
I
good.
never had an issue with the like the mainframe edition or reboot.
Yeah.
Video, like I said, and that was the whole thing. Visually, it's
Yeah.
great for
Yeah.
DVD.
the
It's that audio. Though.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah.
I
yeah,
just
exactly.
can't get
Well,
over it.
They can have AI that unfucks the audio too. On
I still have, and those are the ones I still watch. I have some YTV rips.
Yeah. I've got.
The other thing,
I keep meaning to
that's
do.
the other thing. We can actually get better audio ripped from high quality VHS rips than we can.
That's what I thought. If we can
We can
collect
use it for
together,
purely audio that exists.
I was just gonna say all we need to do is get a collection of all the YTV rips that exist,
What?
and just
No.
flop the audio.
And then, I mean, even that, there's some of the audio is fine, so you like merge the two to make a best. Of both.
That's my audio mixer, Princess Strega.
So, is that a typewriter? No,
It's not a typewriter.
He's not that old.
No.
He's not that old. Ouch.
Yet.
I don't know why I would have a typewriter other than as a background prop. But no, everything on my desk is functional and has a purpose. But
That's what I had that thought. It was a couple weeks ago when I was watching my favorite episode of Reboot, Wizards, Warriors, and a word from our sponsors.
That one's great.
And I was just thinking, I'm watching this YTV rip and I'm listening to the audio. I'm like, minus it being, a little bit muffled from being a recording from the TV.
Yeah.
This is perfectly serviceable if you just flop the audio with these high quality DVDs and these YTV rips, since they were time corrected for the NTSC release.
They were.
Not only that,
it's a good lineup.
With high skill, you can actually take the two and merge them and get the best of both.
Yeah.
Because some
Well,
of
yeah.
those sound better in the new thing.
I have
Juggle it.
my recordings from YTV from back in the day. Hi-fi stereo recordings.
And I
SP
believe
mode.
in that episode is one of the best if you ever have to explain why the audio is bad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That episode has a perfect spot for it, and it's when they fall into the never-ending pit of misery, I think is what it is, and they're hanging on the waterfall.
Oh yeah.
That drone noise of the waterfall,
Mm-hmm.
it has like someone took the sound and just slightly skewed it off a little bit,
Okay.
so it does that whole like that warping sound effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some
don't-
warping sound. Yeah.
That you don't hear
Yeah.
in the YTV
When it's
like
just
TV
normal.
rips.
Yeah.
It's just like almost sounds like TV static.
Like I
And
said,
it-
they could take good things from both, combine them, and make it. You could. If someone took the time and did it, you could make
Yeah.
an amazing Blu-ray reboot.
Yeah, people claim that they hear like ticking noises.
Yes, snapping and popping. It's.
See, I really don't.
Yep.
I
I've
don't
heard
know
it.
if it's
Even just in the handful of clips I've watched, it's really apparent to me, and that's why I never bought the set, because to me it makes it completely unwatchable.
Totally
Yeah,
unwatchable.
see, for me, it's that odd. I don't really hear the. I guess I just don't really hear the ticking.
It's an artifact from doing from adjusting the audio from PAL speed back to NTSC.
I was just
speed.
gonna say it's adding.
So it's what it is it's when they adjust the audio but keep the pitch the same. It's like one of the oldest audio like processing algorithms out there. My version of Cool Edit from 2002 has that feature, and I've never heard it done properly ever. Like they've never managed to refine that algorithm where it always has like snapping and popping and like hiccuping just as it's
You
adjusting
almost have
it.
to go and manually edit each waveform in the
Pretty much.
and make it work
Yeah.
Yeah.
without the popping.
So
And
for
that's
me,
a lot of
it's
work
the
that
audio
no one wants to
warping
do.
is what
Which is
I
why I think
can't.
if I were, I think Shout Factory still has rights. If I were Shout Factory and a fan was like, "Hey, I made this complete season. I married the best video and the best audio together. I
Yeah.
cleaned everything up and it sounds amazing. We want to do an AI upres."
See what?
And it's I would Shout Factory, I'd be like, "Okay, we'll pay you for this. Make
See
this
what
work."
they should have done is
Takes a fan for this.
done an audio adjustment that does not preserve the tempo or pitch. Like it adjusts the timing of the audio in the same way that it adjusts the timing of the video, and that's super easy to match up. I do that all the fucking time in my own videos, and it sounds flawless. It just because I mean in PAL it would be pitched up slightly, so you want it to be pitched down, ever so slightly.
Which would
So-
match with the later seasons because the voices were pitched down, like the last two seasons.
Yeah, like that's the thing.
That was actually an error. They're not supposed to be like that.
Well, they were
It was,
actually. Remember, they were broadcast like that.
Were they? I don't know. I'd have to
It's
check
gonna-
my tapes,
It's
but
gonna take. It'll take a fan restoration for this to happen. It
yeah,
needs someone
because only the
someone's
fans would care enough. Because
Yeah.
fucking
only the fan has enough time to devote
yeah.
to the 4,000 hours of fucking
Well-
audio editing to take the series.
Well, also, I mean, if Reboot the Guardian Code is any indication, Rainmaker Entertainment, that currently owns all the rights to it, sure as hell doesn't give a shit about the original franchise. Fucking
Right.
assholes.
They just made a new one, didn't put it.
I used to be
in
so
it.
hyped for the Guardian Code and like everything Rainmaker was doing,
Yeah.
and now I couldn't give two flying fat fucks about anything that they want to do
Yeah.
or anything in
Sad.
the future, and it's just I wish they would just die off and go away
Yeah, I know. Well, they.
Pretty much it's moving on.
and relinquish the rights and just fuck off.
But it's like the one episode they did, which was supposed to be their little homage to the original series, was such a huge insult to fans. They even got some of the original cast back to voice the characters again, so it was like seemed like, this is wonderful, like what a treat. But they
Really
depicted
insulting people watching it.
yes, they depicted the fans as this fat loser guy in his 40s living in his mom's basement surrounded by Reboot merchandise.
Like,
And the
look,
guy-
some of us are that, but you know what?
Hold
Fuck
on.
you. Doesn't mean I'm living a bad life. You fuck.
Hold on. And the guy who portrayed this character was a writer on the original Reboot. So
Oh God.
it's like it was a double slap in the face. So it's like this is how the current owners of the franchise see the fan base that have kept it alive all these years. And to add insult to injury,
We also did the old writer as geeks.
they
too.
cast one of the old writers as this
Well, I'm saying that
insulting
means
character.
that's what they think of the old writing stat. Everyone who worked on the previous one, they think they're probably geeks
Yeah.
because they're the only ones who care about the fans and them.
Uh,
Just reminds me of that scene
Yeah.
from
It's just such an insult.
just randomly goes into my head because this is the way that I would respond to them in regards to this. This is the way that I would respond to this. I would say from Scrooge, he goes, "I pay your salary, you ass," and that's the way I feel about Rainmaker. Is like,
Yeah.
we pay your salary, you ass. You're
Right.
making fun of us right in our fucking
Yeah.
faces.
Well, I know. It's
We're
like
the ones who give you the money to make this fucking possible. Fuck
That's
you.
the same reason why I stopped watching WWE. That was the same attitude. Of like, you're stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. What the hell is the way they treat the fans?
yeah.
I was like, I don't need to fucking pay you for this abuse.
Mhm.
I'll go
Yeah.
watch something that's better. And I
Yeah.
do. I do exactly that. It was Rainmaker. Oh, I don't need to pay for abuse. I'll go watch something better.
Yeah.
And what's so sad is in the CGI bits where you get to see like Megabyte and Hexadecimal and all them. They got the original voice for Hex,
Yes.
and obviously they can't get Tony J. He's-
No, they got.
Yeah.
Actually, I really like the
But
guy
they-
they got though. He did a
Yeah, I was
great
gonna mention that.
impression. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that's one. That was the point that I was getting to was
Oh,
that.
sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good. Is that the person they got to imitate Megabyte does such a good impression? Like
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen a 5th season of Reboot
Everybody wanted
with
that.
him as Megabyte.
Yeah.
Like it would have melded together.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have been like, yeah, that's not Tony J, but holy crap, that's a really good Tony J impression.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
So
that-
good on you.
That was the thing, and such a shame. I never watched the
Yeah,
last
that
half
was
of
an
that
insult.
series. I watched up until the Mainframe
watch any of
Mayhem
it.
episode, and
That
I
episode.
I
Yeah.
found clips on
One.
YouTube,
yeah,
and that's all I watched.
I'll probably suffer through the last half of it just because. But
And the second season, isn't there coming?
You know how defiant I was on
No,
it. I
it was-
found clips on YouTube, and I used an ad blocker.
yeah, I downloaded it. I didn't watch it on Netflix. I didn't want them getting the views, but it was what was it? They did one 20-episode season and then split it into 2 halves of 10 episodes apiece and called it 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that was
was.
it. But it's not coming
That's
back.
what it
It,
was.
it bombed hard. Everybody hated it.
Yeah, because the only people that would watch it would be Reboot fans, and they shit all over Reboot fans.
Well, that's it exactly. I mean, it's like they were trying to make it like, well, we'll just make it appealing to new audiences, and okay, it is possible to do a reboot, if you will, and not only link it up to the old series, but also
Be
have it
respectful to fans,
accessible
too.
to new series. But the problem was it was a vanity project. The whole thing was a vanity project for the producer, and
Oh yeah,
you don't
gotta
do
love those.
you don't do a fucking reboot as a vanity project. You do something else.
You do a vanity project, which is
Well,
something you had in your head that you've always wanted to do.
Well,
yeah.
Not
I watch
new
vanity
smart-
projects all fucking day. I mean,
Yeah.
that's some of my favorite things.
Some can be good
when they're
when they're
shitting over a fandom.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Because like I'll watch like fucking Death Promise. Some dude went out and wanted to make a goddamn movie. A
Well,
insurance
that's
salesman or whatever it was.
yeah,
They made a
that's
fucking movie. Like that's great.
Yeah.
Go watch your fucking movie.
of course.
But that's I don't know.
But-
He didn't use fucking Charles Bronson movies as a fucking like
I would have been
Yeah.
okay with it if this was
like,
a
it's just-
whole new story,
yeah,
just
not connected
just-
to reboot.
set in the reboot universe.
Yeah.
Like maybe in another system, and they make small references to the web and the net and that kind of stuff, and things
Yeah.
that were in the original show,
Yeah.
but it's literally its own thing.
Oh, yeah.
But trying to shoehorn in recognizable characters, because damn sure that the only people that were going to watch this are original reboot fans, because
So-
like
It's not only is it a vanity project, but it is a vanity project that it can't even be its own thing. It's literally
yeah.
plagiarizing someone else's shit.
Yeah. It I remember they were hyping up the fact that it was the first TV series to use the Unreal Engine. All the animation being done all the CG being done in 4K. The 90s show looks better.
mhm.
There are all these like comparisons. It's like holy shit.
The thing that really struck
just terrible.
everyone was when they did that Mainframe Mayhem episode. They they go back to Mainframe and we meet some of the main characters. But the thing that really struck everybody was how lifeless Mainframe looked in that.
Yep.
Because in the original series, Mainframe is a living, breathing city, like full of binomes and just goofy characters and whatnot. I mean, there's life happening there. It's brightly lit, and there's all this activity happening. In the Mainframe Mayhem episode, they go to Dot's Diner. The streets are dark and empty, and the only characters in there are Dot, Bob, and Enzo, and that's it. I think Frisket's there too, and that's it.
I mean,
It's like they live in Mainframe all alone, apparently.
I watched a few clips on YouTube because I wasn't gonna bother watching the series, but
Yeah.
I was like, and they're talking about it was done in the Unreal Engine, but I've seen like fan projects in the Unreal Engine that looks better. I
I've
think,
seen
what the
video games with the Unreal
I
Engine that
know.
look better, like
fuck, right?
It's almost like they put Dot's Diner in like a seedy part of town.
yeah, I know, right?
Like this is Dot's Diner that you'd go in like
In the red light
dark,
district
dank areas of
Yeah.
the city. And it's like, no,
See
it was
Binome.
like the central hub of the area.
See
That's
Binome prostitutes hanging out on the corner. Hey, baby, 11001001.
Ooh, 2.
Oh, whoa.
Hey,
No, I don't do
baby,
that kinky
kill
stuff.
all
Sorry.
humans.
I don't do. Oh,
So, it reminds me of his The Gem and the Holograms movie. Talk about something else that just shit all over the
That's
fan
totally
base.
outrageous.
Yes.
Totally outrageous.
Well,
if I could throw something at you right now, Stout, I would.
Yeah.
I could.
I'm gonna actually watch Gem and the Holograms with me. It's on streaming that we have. So.
yeah.
Because I want to see it. I mean, I'm
well,
a fan
of course,
of the original show.
I
so-
got it. The morbid curiosity was in the bargain bin with the slipcover because nobody wanted to buy it. And
Right.
I got it really cheap, but I need to watch it again and do a proper video about it at some point. But
Yes. I'm sure people would
but
love
it
that.
was but here was the thing, when they were making it, they made it they wanted the fans involved and having their input and stuff, and created this whole stigma that wow, they're really listening to the fans. And when the first pictures came out of the characters, it's a little bit of a different look, but it looks good, it's pretty cool. And God, so they had the fans, fans of Gem, send in video clips of them talking about why they love the original cartoon. Those clips, and then signing a disclaimer so they could use bits of the clips in the movie. So in the movie, a bunch of those clips appear in a montage at the end of the movie, re-edited to make it seem like all of these fans are talking about the gem from the movie. Not the cartoon, the gem from the movie, and how it's saying how much they love Gem and blah, blah, blah. And it's like...
That is fucked up.
Such a
Well, we're gonna watch it.
And those self-same fans, I guarantee you, were doing vlogs about how much they hated the fucking movie.
Because, I mean, I'll take a movie. I don't care if it's, like, a remake of something. I'll watch it and validate it and see if it's valid
That's
as
the
its
exact
own
same
existence,
reason
right?
why I never
Which is why I've
reviewed for the news.
Yeah.
Which is why I've,
Fucking thing happens.
Yeah.
that's why I've pledged to watch the Avatar, the Last Airbender movie before I watch the series.
Oh my god. What? Why?
I want to see it devoid of any...
Oh, okay. Any preconceived
any lore.
notions.
Just to see if it's a movie.
To see if
I
it
imagine
stands up on its own.
It's an okay movie.
Yeah.
And
If it was,
Yeah.
you know,
if it was anybody else, I'd be like, "Don't do it, or ruin the show for you. You won't even want
It
to
won't
watch
ruin
the
the show
show."
for
Well, I don't know.
But
I don't know,
it's not,
Stoud.
it's you, so I know that's not the case.
yeah, it's
I-
not how that works.
I-
Dude, I already know that's a bad original.
Yeah.
I don't know,
I'm not trying
Stoud.
to see if that's going to be a thing. I'm trying to see if it's a
Jesus
good movie
Christ.
or a fun or watchable movie by itself. Because I hear it's not great, but
3 out of
watchable
10.
if you don't have any
3
time to the show.
Yeah.
I don't know, Stoud, mister. I'm going to watch
3 out of
the...
10. Fair.
Oh my god!
I watched a 3 out of 10 today.
Don't let them say.
Oh
it.
my god, Stoud. Mister, I'm going to watch the Netflix Death Note movie before I watch the anime. Holy shit, it took forever
that
to
was
get that
actually a
joke
good
out.
movie.
No, it
It was
wasn't.
actually a good- That
No,
movie.
it wasn't.
That was like the 2020s version of, well, not 2020, but the 2000s version of Heathers.
I do have
It
to
very
say
much
this.
felt
This is
like
also the
Heathers.
present person who thinks The Net is a good movie. So
Hey, I think
The
the Net is a good movie.
movie.
Oh my god.
You just
I need to see Death Note
inexplicably
still.
think it isn't.
It's
I
cheesy
haven't
as
seen
fuck.
I think
I
after
haven't
those
It's
seen
fine.
Death
It's
Note yet.
obviously
After
very
those
dated.
statements, Dowd, you are legally required to sell all of your Blu-rays.
No,
I
I
like the
refuse.
Net.
Holy
Forfeit
shit.
them to me.
I would watch
I
the
didn't
Net
just get
with
the Net.
Stoud
I
and
got the
enjoy
Net
it as a good
2.0.
movie.
Yeah, you get the double pack of the Net 2.0. Net 2.0 is legitimately not a good movie.
I need that
I
one.
didn't
That
say
was
it
the
was-
reason the
I
net
mean,
was so
I should
relevant.
say legitimately considered not a good movie. I have not seen it in like
Great
20
freeze
years?
frame of Stoud.
That's the well actually freeze.
that is a molecular.
Well, actually, we need a meme of that. Somebody clip that and meme it. Stoud. Yeah. Oh, hold on. There, yeah.
Oh,
And he's
Aw.
gone. Okay. It just froze there.
That's all of us there going.
There's a good 10. That's the thumbnail right there, I think.
Yes.
And that.
Well,
Quick.
actually, yeah.
Hit the marker button quick.
And
Yeah.
the name of the stream this week is well actually.
The Well Actually stream or episode.
Like I haven't seen anything about Death Note. I know the premise. It's
Yeah.
a cool premise. I just
I like the premise,
I'm not
too.
in the series all that much. I had a lot of movies to watch,
Yeah.
so I try to watch mostly
But,
movies. But there are series
I
to watch.
see. I had
we-
watched the
yeah.
movie only after seeing like the first maybe 10 episodes of the show because that's all I was able to catch on Adult Swim at the
Oh,
time.
okay. I think it's
And even then,
yeah.
that movie is fucking awful.
It's Netflix has the original series now, at least here in Canada. So
Nice.
Oh,
It's
cool.
I
definitely
might
worth a watch.
give that a watch, even though I really want to get the Blu-ray, obviously. But it'd be at least nice to be able to watch it. It's one that's been
Yeah.
recommended to me for a long time, and I love horror animes. Some of my favorites are horror. So
I mean, like I love horror. I'm not a big fan of like series just because it's a large investment of even
of
is
time.
not really
Yeah.
I wouldn't really
movies,
classify it
but-
as horror because it's not
But
scary.
I'm gonna watch the movie, and if I like the movie,
Welcome
you're
back.
damn
Stan.
right, I'll watch the series.
It's
Yeah.
more.
See, Eric, son of a bitch. Hold on. I'll be right back again. What I was gonna say though was I will watch through The Last Airbender with you. I will fucking slog through that shit.
Okay.
Good.
But
Because we'll have to watch. You're
yeah.
getting one of my picks.
Yeah.
You
The
will
rules
both
are-
enjoy Peanuts
We
hair.
have rules. You can't argue. We just watch the other person's fucking movie because
Yeah.
I will torture him. He's maybe watched through something. He's maybe sat through something. fucking stinkers. Okay?
Excellent.
He's made me watch some real half-star affairs. Okay, half stars out of 10. I've done the same to him.
I'll always remember how I wanted to movie
I never
gang.
finished that site. I actually know how to review that.
I always
was gonna
remember
say half
how
stars too generous.
I'll always remember how I wanted to movie gangbang man thing, and you refused. So I waited until it was the week you couldn't do the show. So I did movie gangbang for you that week.
Oh,
and
right.
we did man thing, and I just spent the whole intro talking about how much it was your favorite movie ever, and you really regretted how you couldn't join us. And
how about this?
That was great.
I want to bring movie gangbang back, and let's do man thing with you.
We'll do man. We'll actually do man thing. Good and proper.
Man thing. I'll make you watch
That'll be
Yeah.
the return of movie gangbang is man thing.
Man thing.
It'll be like 10 years.
It'll just start off as like, oh, I'm so glad I could be here this time. This is my favorite movie ever.
It's my least favorite movie ever. I've only during the premiere on Sci-Fi Channel way back then.
Long time ago.
So like, and when we were talking about last, I was not the same movie watcher as I am now.
True. Now,
and Justin, after we did all that, after movie gangbang died, I took a break from doing shows.
I'm wondering, like
2014 when we did Project Flick, we watched 365 Netflix films.
Yeah, I'm wondering how it was presented on Sci-Fi, because that is a hard R movie, like in terms of language.
What movie?
Man thing, like in terms of like the gore and the language and stuff.
Well,
like,
I've never seen any gore, so I bet I'll probably like it a lot more.
Oh wow! Like yeah, it's probably like heavily cut down.
I mean, there's some violence, there's some blood and gore on. I remember on Sci-Fi, but it was very minimal.
Yeah,
very quick cut.
No, I mean that's why I've always kind of had a soft spot for that movie. I like the setting, I like the effects in it. There's some great gore scenes. There's a lot of little references to the original creators of the comics. Like one of the characters is named Steve Gerber, and another character is named Mike Plug, and
like Joe Plug and Mark Gerber, and it was enough. No,
they did like the full names, like Mike Plug is like this.
Okay,
this
filmmakers never do that.
Yeah, it's like this investigative reporter living out on the swamp, like looking into industrial pollution and the legend of the man thing and stuff like that. They completely changed the origin. It's very different from the comics, but there are aspects of it.
Dante and Joe Carpenter.
But there's aspects of it that I liked, and I say that as someone who, as you guys know, has a huge affinity for the comics. Really looking forward to Volume 3 coming out a little later this month, actually, finally. Should be great. But, yeah, so anyway.
I have to say, is it a bad thing that I kind of want to upgrade fucking cast just to make those fucking ads go away? And I'm saying this after it broke on me.
That's what
By the way, he's saying this after we talked about moving to Zoom.
Yeah.
So maybe not. Maybe wait until
But those fucking ads are so ridiculous.
Yeah.
30 seconds I gotta wait for those fucking ads.
By the way, I have an ad blocker that I turn on and off, and they don't work on some sites. I don't use my cat.
No, they don't. But
I hate them. I don't use it on Cast. I don't use it on YouTube because I can specify channels. I just want
to be like, fine, take my money. Just stop fucking showing me this.
I want to give money to my friends. I don't want to give money to when I watch like a video that probably did like. Oh, I'm looking at this. This is probably stolen.
Yeah,
they don't deserve money.
Anything from Lad Bible and whatnot.
Yeah. Bleacher Report and Lad Bible were both blocked on my end. So I don't do that.
Yeah, guys, don't ever post things from Lad Bible because they steal everything without credit a lot of the time, and fuck them.
There's no plagiarism laws on the internet. That's why.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Justice.
There probably won't be for a long time.
I know. Because the people who make the laws are old farts who don't know how to use the internet.
Oh, yep. I know.
For some reason.
Everything's iconic. The ones that are enforced don't make any sense, and the ones that nothing else is when it should be. It's just like
exactly.
For some reason, the internet has decided that the United States is going to have fucking ridiculous amounts of control over what is and isn't allowed on the internet. And like, what? The fuck?
Right?
But the internet it's a global village. why does it have to matter so damn much what the fucking United States says?
Yeah.
It should be like a NATO for the web, though. Like it should be every country that gets connected to the internet joins that group. There's no other requirement other than you are now on the global internet, not your own internet. So North Korea, I'm sorry, you don't want to be in the normal Saudi Arabia. You don't want to be in the full internet. You can't come because you're not on the global internet.
Oh.
You're on your own private internet.
So it turns out the version of Godzilla versus the Smog Monster is the same one that you have. I have the 1.5 gig version, yeah.
Was it a Titan dub, not a Tetra dub? Then?
It is Titan and not Tetra.
Oh, let me just rename it then. That's my bad.
That's correct, yeah. That's one thing I'm trying to clear up is which dub is which, because
it's confusing.
It is. Well, especially since it's basically 3 different companies, 2 of which have a similar name.
Yeah, right.
Titan and Tetra.
Well, which the other one? Is that why it's similar?
I don't know. But it tells you right at the beginning, like during the credits, it'll tell you which company did it. So
gotcha.
That's one way to check.
All right, I updated Godzilla vs. Hedorah to Titan.
There you go. But thank you for that anyway, just in case I didn't have it.
No problem. It's high def. It's the high def.
Oh shit!
It's as good as it's ever gonna look. I think. Just unless
it
would be really nice if Red Menace did a reconstruction of that. They do amazing work.
And they're like 13 gigs. I have all of them.
They're huge. I also have all of them. It took all day to render or to download them.
Why I have cloud storage.
Yeah.
I literally download 400 gigs of stuff. Decide what I'm going to upload and upload all the stuff I'm going to upload my little cloud storage and keep doing that. I'm a pack rat when it comes to movies. I have thousands of these that aren't even on disc or VHS.
Yeah.
They're just out there.
So many. We got some news here. We should probably get through the news an hour into the show.
Fine. There's not much.
All right. Well, good. I know. That's why we talked about stuff a lot. Totally on purpose. By design. Trailers this week. This is from our New York news hound, Raptor Rivera. We love you, man. Thanks for all the good work you do. We really appreciate it. So trailers this week. South by Southwest trailer for the documentary Clerk. An intimate dive into Kevin Smith's 25-year career, including his feature films, television, animation, comics, hosting, and philanthropy projects. Very nice. I'd like to check that out. Teaser trailer for the animated feature Master. The film follows Olivia, a young black woman endowed with superpowers, as she leads her family to what she sees as a better life, only to realize that the life she's trying to leave behind is the one she should be fighting for. Executive produced by Peter Ramsey, who was previously one of the co-directors on the Oscar-winning Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Interesting.
Excellent. Official trailer for the 4th and final season of the HBO Max animated series Infinity Train, premiering April 15th. Raptor's recommendation: seek out this series if you enjoy mystery and character studies in your long-form storytelling. Okay.
Infinity Train.
Infinity Train.
You can't die from that much thing.
Official trailer for the HBO original documentary Tina, premiering March 27th. A revealing and intimate look at the life and career of musical icon Tina Turner, charting her improbable rise to early fame, her personal and professional struggles throughout her life, and her resurgence as a global phenomenon in the 1980s. What's love got to do with it?
I don't know. What does?
I don't know. Probably nothing.
What's love but a secondhand emotion?
I know. Teaser trailer for the Prime Video original series Them, premiering April 9th. Nothing to do with giant ants, apparently. A black family moves to an all-white Los Angeles neighborhood where malevolent forces next door and otherworldly threaten to taunt, ravage, and destroy them. Starring Shahadi White Joseph in one of the leading roles. She previously starred as the daughter Zora in Jordan Peele's 2019 film Us.
2 things. I thought you said malevolent horses at first.
No.
Murder horse. Second of all, I want there to be. Do you remember the movie They? Kai Barker produced about the shadow creatures.
No.
There's a bunch of movies about these people who
I do.
And like they have insomnia because they've been targeted by these creatures that live in the shadows. That in real world, like it's like a really cool horror film that didn't do so well. I loved it.
Yeah.
But that would be really cool as a series, actually.
I remember not liking it, but I was like 14 at the time, so...
Oh, I fucking love that movie. It's so good. It's not good, but it's so good.
Cool.
Wait, sorry.
What'd you say about me?
Oh, this one Stoud's going to be all over, I'm sure. Official trailer for the HBO original documentary series Q, Into the Storm, premiering March 21st. The miniseries explores the journey to discover the forces behind QAnon, a movement fueled by conspiracy theories that has grown in scope and political significance.
Oh, Lord.
Don't move, Sean. Don't move. Damn it, you moved. You were the way you're facing it. It almost looks like the wire from your fucking microphone.
You know
Looks like looks like a
Wait, what's
fucking
going on?
pencil stash.
No one can fucking see it
Mustache.
because it's your side camera. That's the problem.
There.
Oh my god.
Yes, hello. I'll get you, Flash Gordon.
Yes, I love how
Alright.
that is the fucking like big thing that's
Yeah.
coming out for my birthday is fucking QAnon.
How appropriate.
Right, wonderful.
Documentary.
Thanks, I hate it.
Teaser trailer for the Netflix original film Oxygen, premiering May 12th. A woman wakes in a cryogenic chamber with no recollection of how she got there and must find a way out before running out of air. Directed by Alexander Aja, whose previous works include the 2006 remake of The Hills Have Eyes, 2013's Horns, and 2019's Crawl.
Pretty sure it's Alexandra Aja.
Aja, okay, well, I never know.
Anyway,
So,
I don't know for sure.
yeah.
Also, they did. I don't know. They did
I
a
think
movie
it's-
called
yeah.
Hot Tension, also known as Switchblade Romance here in the U.S.
Yeah.
Very, very good movie.
Didn't you? I think you just rewatched the remake of The Hills Have Eyes recently, didn't you?
No, we watched Hills Has Eyes 2.
Oh,
part
no,
two,
you watched the original.
Original,
The original.
part two.
That's right. Yeah. Okay.
for the first time, and
Yeah.
oh boy, we have some talking about that.
Have I seen the original part 2?
Doggy flashback,
I
baby.
have not seen the original part 2. I've seen the original on the old horrible Blu-ray, and I saw the remake and the sequel to the remake, which was really good. I enjoyed them.
Blu-ray was the original release of 2 on Blu-ray, which is
Okay.
actually okay.
Okay.
Not great.
Yeah.
No, not really, especially just some
Yeah.
trailers. And
Arrow has
maybe
both
any
of them out. I'd like to get
Anyway.
those.
The Arrow release of The Hills Have Eyes is superior by a long shot.
Oh god, yeah. The
So
original.
number one and 2.
The
Yeah, both of
original
them.
was DNR garbage.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't. You know what it was the DVD master for that double disc DVD set.
Ugh.
That's why DNR is prepared for DVD,
Because
not
prepared for
Blu-ray.
DVD. Yeah, it's the same problem with all the Star Trek masters. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's fucking DVD masters that they just slapped on a Blu-ray and keep
Almost all
repackaging
of
endlessly. Yeah.
Almost all those movies with the Midnight Movie banner, that's what they are. They're DVD masters
Yeah.
on the
Right.
Blu-rays, on the Blu-rays at least.
Great.
Yeah. So sorry.
So this next one, I watched the teaser trailer for this, and I really want to see this. I commented on as such on Twitter, and the director liked my comment. Just quite nice.
Hey.
Official trailer for the sci-fi horror Meander. A woman gets locked in a series of strange tubes full of deadly traps. Now, basically, it's a woman wakes up and finds herself in a claustrophobic maze. She has 8 minutes to move to the next, to find out how to get out of the section she's in and move to the next section of the maze, or she will be killed. So each section has its own kind of death trap. So it's got a bit of a Cube vibe to it.
Okay, I'm here for the Cube exploitation.
Yes.
More of those.
So it's being described as a mix between Cube and Saw, because some of the traps
God.
are incredibly brutal.
All right.
And I
I'm
assume
sold.
we'll see other people trapped in there too who will get just destroyed by things. But it looks like a really good, like, claustrophobic sort of sci-fi torture, time's running out kind of horror. Like, it looks very tense and very intense. So I'm definitely down for that. I highly recommend checking that out. The trailer, if you can see it.
Something similar happened to me recently. Not the director.
You were
you
trapped
were
in a
also-
maze and had to escape
thinking
before
of the
death
same
traps
thing.
went off.
You
Wow.
mentioned.
How did you never
mentioned
tell
that,
us
like,
about this?
You tweeted something to the director of the
Yes.
movie, and the director responded, right?
Yeah, well, he
So
liked
this
the
isn't the
tweet,
director,
yeah.
but Devon Sawa announced that he's involved
Ah.
in the new Chucky movie,
Oh, okay.
or the thing with
The
Don
series,
Mancini,
the series. Yeah,
the series, yeah.
yeah.
And I said I got very excited when I found out you were involved. This is going to be good. And Devon Sawa responded, "You and I both, pal." I was like,
Nice.
Devon Sawa was fucking amazing. by the
Devon
way.
Sawa was a
He's
cool
awesome.
guy. I've been following
Let's
his
go.
Twitter for a while. He was, of course, the star of the original Final Destination, the one that Stoud
Yeah.
likes out of all of them.
And Idle
All my
Hands.
friends
And
stand,
Idle Hands. Idle Hands is such a good
And
movie.
Idle Hands. Okay.
all my lady friends stand him pretty hard. Let me say.
And he just seems like a really cool, kind of down to earth guy, and yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
Yeah.
adorable to
he's a family man now.
Well, very good.
They're like, you're so
Very good.
adorable, but I'm like, I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm just definitely not straight or hetero. Yeah. Anyway.
You are not an arrow. No. Okay.
Chaotic,
Maybe more of a rubber band.
I was gonna say, a boomerang, maybe.
A boomerang. I'm straight as a boomerang. Yeah.
definitely chaotic. Yeah. Yes.
Official trailer for the Netflix original docu-series This Is a Robbery, the world's greatest art heist, premiering April 7th. In 1990, two men dressed as cops con their way into a Boston museum and steal a fortune in art. Take a deep dive into this daring and notorious crime. Yay, more true crime. But it doesn't involve murder. Well, I don't know if I'm interested in that.
Might.
Murder.
That's true. Like that bank heist one sure as hell did. Wow, that was just madness.
I know, right?
So many layers of crazy in that.
So much murder. They kept revealing murders.
There
Like,
was
what?
there was a lot of murder in that, and a lot of
There was
very.
literally they would like the next episode, and then they got murdered. I'm like, what?
There was a lot of murder and a lot of very conveniently timed suspicious deaths.
Yeah, and then there's the dead body in the freezer. That was
Yeah.
great.
Well, the dead body in the freezer. Yeah.
Buddy in a wood chipper.
Crazy. Let's see. Official. Oh, here we are. Speaking of Godzilla, official trailer for the Netflix original anime series Godzilla Singular Point, premiering April 1st. The new footage consisted of a better look at the redesign of Godzilla, as well as more reveals of the kaiju joining the cast. We also got our first look at Jet Jaguar's fighting style. Raptors note, Godzilla vs. Kong on March 31st, Godzilla Singular Point on April 1st. Shut up and take my money.
Singular Point. Okay, as a Godzilla fan, I gotta seriously say, I don't like Jaguar's design.
So it's like a redesign?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Godzilla's big hip, beauty like look, and I like all the other stuff they revealed. But Jet Jaguar is just kind of like I'm gonna watch it because it's still probably good. But
I have such a soft spot for that glorious Ultraman knockoff.
I know, right? In this case, he's more like a mecha robot.
Yeah, he's like a proper robot. He's not a dude, but
I really,
you know,
I don't really.
Not a dude in a suit.
That's kind of
Yeah.
changing the core.
The Kong movie
Yeah.
was good.
but
That might be too pure. That's
Yeah,
fine.
Jaguar.
Not necessarily.
Jaguar, yeah.
I love Jet Jaguar. They removed the two gay dads. I'm like, what the fuck? That kid is like living with two men who definitely aren't just friends and
Now,
definitely
I don't know
adopted him.
I don't know if I've ever seen the original Japanese version of that. I think I've only seen the English dub version. Is that is that an aspect of the story in the original Japanese version? It's just two gay dads.
It's an American version too. 'Cause
Is
the
it?
two guys Jet Jaguar, they live together.
Okay.
They don't have girlfriends.
I probably just didn't pick up on the subtext because I was 9.
So basically, a lot. The other thing is someone thinks that someone other posits that they're queer platonic relationship when they've adopted a child.
Oh, that's a possibility too. Yeah.
I mean, they're both.
Okay.
They just live together. They're in a relationship. They don't necessarily have sex or anything when
Yeah.
they have adopted a child because they live together.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Or is it as my
So, you know,
as my late grandpa would say, they're bachelors.
They're bachelors.
quote unquote.
Uh-huh. I just liked that they seemed like a really happy family. You know,
They
seemed like they had a
definitely
good dynamic
Oh,
going there.
I love them so much, but they're not in this. So it's like
No. Just
that's why I'm kind of a little sad. Like, oh, that's a little bummer.
Jet
I'm
Jaguar on
okay
his own. I watched a little
Jet
bit
Jaguar.
on
People 4 years apart.
also on
Um,
archive.org in terms of rare Godzilla treasures. They have all 13 episodes of Godzilla Island, which was a live action series of shorts.
I just had Zone Fighter, goddammit.
It was oh yeah, that's
Is
the
it
other
like
one. Yeah,
Gilligan's
yeah.
Island, but Godzilla's take on it?
Well, so basically, the idea is that mankind has kind of learned to live more or less in harmony with the monsters, and the monsters help out humanity whenever they can, and they all live on their island. It's essentially like Monster Island, but it's renamed Godzilla Island. And there's like this base of like there's a human commander there who just kind of monitors the world and stuff like that. But they've got all the monsters there. Like they got Godzilla, and they have like the the ones that are champions of humanity. Like if it's like in the first episode, there's a UFO that shows up and starts like destroying everything, and they say, well, should we mobilize the monsters? And it's like, well, these are like aliens who are here to fight humanity, so we should probably use our own forces first. So they launch Mecha Godzilla, Jet Jaguar, and one other one I can't remember. Basically all the big robot ones, and send them, and the UFO just like destroys them immediately. It's just like boom, 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 dead. It's like, huh?
So what you're saying is there's no 3-hour tour.
It's like, I guess we should mobilize the monsters then. But the thing that's funny about it,
I have a link to this. I can't seem to find it.
I'll find it for you. It's on archive.org. I found it just in my
I
travels.
just searched Godzilla Island, and it's just like,
Really? Okay, I'll
Real
find
luck.
it.
Sometimes it can be really obtuse.
Yeah,
I'll find it.
I
search
love
engine number
archive.org,
isn't
but
always
searching on it
perfect.
can be a pain in my ass.
Yeah.
And then, you know what? I don't blame them. Oh, I think I found the English sub one. Yeah. I think I just found it.
It's
Quotes.
it's subtitled. It's subtitled.
13 stories, right?
There's
With-
13 stories. Yeah.
With archive.org, I feel like,
All right, found it.
I can't
Okay,
be
there
too
you go.
mad at them. I would love it if they
But
would make some changes to their search engine, but at the same
Yes.
time, I'm like, I'd rather they spend whatever little money they have on like actually adding more shit.
Yeah.
Because
It's
what
like,
they do is
more
so
server
important.
space.
it's like
Yeah.
search is not bad. It can just be obtuse
Yeah.
and hard to find
But
things.
the interesting thing about it was,
Yeah.
production wise, is it's not guys in rubber suits. The monsters are depicted by action figures.
Oh, I can't wait to
Oh,
It's
so
act-
they're taking
it's-
like the Zoids
Just
approach.
Just
Yes.
somebody with
It's
a
action
huge
figure.
hand holding an action figure
Well,
comes out of
just-
nowhere.
it literally made me think of like a kid playing in a sandbox with the monsters and stuff. But like you see them like properly flying around and stuff, but it's clearly action figures, and I was like, what?
Whoa.
What is this?
Oh my god, that is an action figure. That's amazing.
But it's just strangely mesmerizing. I couldn't take my eyes out. It's like I'm gonna watch.
9:35 minutes.
I'm gonna
so, I mean,
watch all 13 episodes of this. Yeah, the whole series runs like 3.5 hours. It's pretty short. You could like
You're
watch
not
it all in a
watch it,
sitting.
Justin. It's all here.
Yeah, you could watch it all in a sitting.
Oh, I showed you
But
monsters.
yeah, I watched a little bit of the first episode, and it just looked like a hoot. Like it's clearly like meant for little kids.
That
And it's
was,
just like pretty
hoot.
innocent fun, monster bashing fun. But yeah, anyway, Godzilla Island. You can find it on archive.org. It's from the mid '90s.
Here are Godzilla's
Godzilla Island,
Isle.
quote, you'll find it.
Never-
It finds it right away when you do it that way.
Never had an official release over here, so
It probably
We
never
need-
will.
and it probably never will. Yeah.
Fucking Gilligan's Isle like intro for it. That
What
needs
we
to have-
really need is the one that Skinslip mentioned, Zone Fighters, which is basically from what was it from, like the 80s or something, and it has like fucking everybody in it.
It's all
but-
it's a Toho TV show that was to compete with like Ultraman.
Yeah,
And there's a couple episodes. I see like 13 an episode. There's like
Why aren't you
there's like
taking
Yeah.
looks like maybe 10, 12 episodes. Might be
There's-
the whole series. Actually,
there
hold on.
has to be a fan sub of that out somewhere.
Archive.org may have just come through actually.
Okay,
Oh look, is it the whole fucking series? It's the whole fucking series. Thank you, Archive.org.
it's on archive.org. Well, shit. Okay, I'll download that later. Anyway,
I'll send you a link to Cram right now.
Yeah. Yes,
Archive.org
thank you.
is so fucking awesome.
I'm so
If you
glad
guys
we
haven't checked it
had
out,
this
oh my
discussion of
God.
Godzilla things
know.
tonight.
I'm
But-
not
Anybody
gonna
on
go-
this
all these
chat
rare
who has not
treasures.
even looked at
I think there's, like-
archive.org, you need to go check it out.
Yeah. there's a
There's
lot of
so much
rarities there.
awesome
That's
shit
129. There's actually more episodes. Where's the second? Is there a second half?
And yes, you can just download it. You
Yeah.
go there. Oh, do I have to pay anything? No. You just go and
I have
download
a
it.
program
It's like a digital library.
Everything up because I download hundreds of files.
Go.
Okay, so carrying on here.
That's all the- Damn. All right. Thank you.
Official trailer for the religious horror The Unholy, based on the 1983 novel Shrine. A hearing-impaired girl is visited by the Virgin Mary and can suddenly hear, speak, and heal the sick. As people flock to witness her miracles, terrifying events unfold. Are they the work of the Virgin Mary or something much more sinister? Written and directed by Evan Spilotopoulos, who's previously scripted 2014's Hercules, 2017's Charlie's Angels, and the upcoming Snake Eyes solo film. The film is also produced by Sam Raimi and stars Jeffrey Dean Morgan in the leading role. Sold. Fucking sold. And finally, official teaser trailer for the third season of the Netflix original series Jurassic World, Camp Cretaceous, premiering May 21st. Wow. There's 2 seasons of that out now. I haven't seen a single episode of it.
Same here.
I need to see it. It looks good. It's one of the shows I actually want to watch because it looks really good. Like fun. Lighthearted fun.
In movie and TV news, the Safdie brothers, the duo behind the Adam Sandler-led film Uncut Gems, will produce a 2-part documentary for HBO chronicling the life and career of entertainment legend Paul Rubens. The synopsis reads, a kaleidoscopic portrait told in 2 parts. The Rubens documentary traces the life of the imaginative artist behind one of pop culture's most unlikely icons, Pee Wee Herman. Sources say the documentary is expected to focus not only on the Herman years, but also include Rubens' post-Pee Wee decades when he put the bow tie away to focus on acting in projects that included Ben Stiller's Mystery Men, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and Blow opposite Johnny Depp. That was a really good movie, by the way.
He was really good in that one,
Yeah,
too. Yeah.
We can talk about when he went to prison for drinking off in a theater.
It probably will.
We don't need to.
Consider the source here. Consider the fucking directors behind it. The same people who did Uncut Gems. And if I recall correctly, what they did before that movie was also really dark and depressing.
Yeah,
and a fucked up view of humanity. It's like, those people are doing this documentary. I think this is going to be a pretty dark view.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll probably touch on that whole movie theater incident. Filmmaker Matt Wolf, director of the documentary Spaceship Earth, will helm the project, which has no official release date at this time.
Oh, hey, that was a good documentary me and Stab watched.
Yeah.
I remember at the time, a few years after that happened, Death to Smoochie came out.
Oh,
and it really reminded me of all that shit that happened with Paul Rubens, because I'm like, he really got unfairly shit upon.
Yeah, he did. He really did. It was bullshit.
God forbid an adult do an adult thing. Like,
yeah, I know, right?
That's why you go to the adult theater to jerk off in public. Like,
well, exactly. Like, the only reason that happened at all and that any of that malarkey happened is because he was a celebrity. That was it.
Yeah, they wanted to punish someone.
Yeah.
Make an example of him.
Fucking...
That filthy porn.
That filthy, dirty porn.
That you watch too, you stupid bastard.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I accidentally manipulated myself to pornography.
Oops.
Never mind, just go to sleep. Filmmaker Rob Zombie has reportedly been hired by Universal Pictures to direct a new movie based on the classic comedy series The Munsters. The House of a Thousand Corpses director will write and direct the new movie adaptation, with production scheduled to begin in Budapest in early May. Zombie has also called upon some of his frequent collaborators to play main roles in the rumored movie. His real-life wife and consistent lead star Sherry Moon Zombie has reportedly been cast as Lily Munster, the matriarch of the family, while the Lords of Salem and Three from Hell star Jeff Daniel Phillips will play her husband Herman. This is all still rumors at this point, as neither Zombie nor Universal Pictures have given any official word. But here's the thing. But knowing Rob Zombie's absolute love and affection for the Munsters and classic monsters and all that stuff, I think he would. Everybody's like, "Oh God, they're going to be like saying fuck every second word and blah blah blah." I hated the Halloween movies, and because that's the only thing he ever did was the Halloween
I think
movies.
most people be very surprised.
Yeah.
He only did those 2000 and like hardcore horror, but he loves horror.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
It's like, yes, he loves doing those kind of fucked up versions of like horror movies, but that's not the only thing he's capable of doing.
Hey, do you even Dragula? Like, what do you think was the inspiration for one of his all-time big hits?
Right?
The fucking Munsters. So, like, come on. So
he will do justice. If anybody will do justice to
it will be a loving tribute to the Munsters, America's first family of fright, and it'll have some, fun little horror-y bits,
I'm
to
sure
kind of
be a little edgy.
make it a little edgier, but I mean, it's gotta be better than the Munsters today. That's all, It's like,
I love the Munsters. I like them better than the Addams Family.
Oh, shots fired!
Oh boy, I like them both, but for different reasons.
I love them both equally.
The Addams Family is the kooky goth family. The Munsters are the classic monsters, all living together and having funny sitcom adventures. I just love it. So
I was gonna say, I would say the Munsters is the Saturday morning cartoon equivalent of the Addams Family.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's kind of a good way to put it.
Because they had the Addams Family cartoon in Saturday morning cartoon.
I expect Rob Zombie to do like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge type edgy stuff, but nothing like.
Yeah, it's not going to be like a fucking horror movie. It's going to be like
say fuck. Like that.
No, it's going to be tongue in cheek and fun. And
he loves the Munsters.
Oh my God, I'll be right back. What is going on?
He loves the Munsters so much that I highly doubt that he would do anything to tarnish the image of the show.
I know. Him of all people,
he of all people is not going to do anything.
I was like, that's a good choice. He's going to respect the original material.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably. I hope. Knock on wood. Fingers crossed. I'm not too keen on him casting his wife as
I love how a spoon falls and sounds like, oh my God, I have to go see what's going on.
Spoon falls and he goes into old man mode. And he's like, what's going on in there? And it's like,
yeah, it's not gonna be R. It'll probably be PG-13. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Goes into dad mode immediately.
PG-13 means you can bring your kids. They just have to be.
They're all like the spoon falls and Sean goes, what's going on in there? Old man mode.
Shit wants to show a butt. That's all I can do.
To chill a butt? What did I walk in on?
He said it could probably be PG-13.
Oh yeah.
The most you can do is show a butt and say shit. Or say the other way.
You can say fuck once in a PG-13 movie. Maybe twice.
That's the once
upon
a non-running joke and once upon a Deadpool. They're allotted one fuck.
Yeah, I know. It's like we're not gonna waste it here. Yeah, love that.
Best part.
Just keep censoring Fred Savage. Like, okay. We only get one of those.
We only get one of those.
We got to save it for the right moment.
Maybe watch this.
Yeah. Actress and director Elizabeth Banks has set her next directing gig, inspired by an almost unbelievable true story involving cocaine smuggling and a 175-pound bear. Banks has signed on to direct Cocaine Bear, which is described as a character-driven thriller inspired by true events that took place in Kentucky in 1985.
It actually happened, folks.
Yes.
It actually fucking happened.
Hold on.
This became an internet meme a couple years ago.
Yes. Phil Lord and Christopher Miller will act as producers. The duo previously wrote and directed 2014's The Lego Movie, as well as 21 and 22 Jump Street. Very nice.
That'd be hilarious.
There's got to be some references to Grizzly. That's all I got to say.
It has been officially announced that actor Michael B. Jordan will direct the third installment of the Creed series, as well as act as the film's lead, of course. Very cool.
There it is.
Still have to see the first two.
Directing himself.
I have them.
I mean, it has become more prevalent for people to direct
Okay,
themselves.
me, I would like me to do it more this way.
But
So
it's
if I
usually
could do
not
that,
very
that would be
common.
great.
Yeah.
Suddenly, I need to emote better. Okay, back into the scene. Hey, Duncan, thanks, man. Really,
Hello, Duncan, Mr. T.
really appreciate the sub, man. That's awesome.
Oh God.
It's wicked, dude. Really appreciate that. It's, every little bit helps out. So thanks, man. It's awesome.
Totally righteous, dude.
All
Ja.
right, I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Batman: The Court of Owls is apparently coming to DC Animated Universe, says Major Motoko. Very cool. I don't know if that's in here, but we'll find out. In a recent interview, this one was a surprise. Very pleasant surprise. Recent interview, horror icon Bruce Campbell revealed that the long-awaited fourth Evil Dead film, titled Evil Dead Rise, will begin shooting this year. Planning to shoot the next Evil Dead movie in New Zealand later this year, Campbell said. It's set in a modern-day urban setting. It's out of the woods. Campbell will not be reprising his role as Ash Williams in the film, which is said to take place in a high-rise. The new film will feature a female hero and will change things up as the Necronomicon falls into other hands. Interesting.
What? What's he doing? I'm confused.
I don't know. Maybe he'll have a cameo or something. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess.
I don't know. He's done enough. I would love to see more, but it's like, he's done enough.
Let the man rest.
Awesome. If he's given the chance to do more, awesome. But otherwise, yeah, let him do what he wants.
Yeah, fair.
Steven.
Yeah. Oh God, Michael. Sorry.
Steven Spielberg is set to direct an untitled picture at Amblin Partners, a biopic of sorts loosely based on his life growing up in Arizona. Actress Michelle Williams is in negotiation to star in a major role inspired by his mom, but with a separate and original voice. Interesting. Spielberg will now look to cast the remaining roles, which include children at multiple age levels, one of which will play the part inspired by the young Spielberg. Very cool.
Interesting.
That's interesting because he made all those movies about young kids going on adventures.
Which a lot of it was based on his own.
He's become known for that kind of movie.
Yeah.
And now he's making that kind of movie, but about his own life.
About himself. Says, given how personal the story is, this will also mark the first time since 2001's AI, Artificial Intelligence, that Spielberg will partake in screenwriting duties, co-writing the script with Tony Kushner, who has penned several Spielberg movies in the past. The film will start shooting this summer with an expectation that it will be released sometime in 2022.
Well, it makes sense if you think about it. It is his life they're writing about.
Well, yeah. Just make some shit up. Make it sound good.
There's a trend happening. There's a lot of biopics happening.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them. There's a lot of biopics in the last couple of years. It's just been like a thing.
I'm guessing you're downloading Zone Fighters right now because your picture went to shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I left Jay down.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Jay downloader
Wait for it. There we go.
All right.
Okay.
You're back.
Nope.
Wait.
Frozen again.
You froze again. Hold on.
Wait.
I heard the burp.
I heard the burp. Still pixelated mush. Just give it a moment.
There we go. Headbanging.
Just gotta catch up. Flopping the hair around. There we go. Well, we'll see what happens. Oh, there you go. It's slowly crispening up.
Yeah. Okay, so what was I saying? Fuck.
I don't know. Something about leaving things downloading in the background.
No, before that.
Oh.
There's been like a
Frozen in thought.
Biopics. Biopics have been very popular. Very.
Oh yeah.
The Rocket Man and fucking
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Freddie Mercury's one.
Bohemian Rhapsody. Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah. And then there's a bunch more. Like a bunch more in the last couple of years alone. There's been a bunch. So Elton John there's something else. There's someone missing. There's another one. There was Ray. That was a decade ago.
Oh, they just announced a Tina one, right?
There's a Tina one. And there's a couple more that are coming out too. They got announced the last couple of months.
Alexander Hamilton was a big thing. Hamilton.
Yeah, that's
that's
not
not
so much.
the
That was just a
same
Broadway
thing.
play. That's. But I mean, like,
I think the Tina thing is based on a Broadway play about Tina Turner, though.
oh, interesting.
So yeah.
But the God of biopics has just been a thing.
Darth Thorne says there's a David Bowie one in the works.
Yes, David Bowie. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Martin Clue. I just saw the trailer. I think for that one, or maybe it was an announcement for that one. I can't remember which. But yeah, The Dirt. Right. There's a bunch of them, and it's just kind of interesting. It's just a trend. Like there was a trend in of giant meteor movies in the early 2000s. Remember the guy?
I love biographies about giant meteors and knowing their life story in space.
Yeah.
There's like 5 movies that came out in the wake of that. They're all like killer meteor movies. They're like lower budgets.
There was, yeah. I remember was Armageddon and Deep Impact came out, and then there was a bunch
big
of
ones, and then there was a bunch. And there was a bunch. Same thing with Earthquake.
Yeah.
Not Earthquake. It was Volcano and Dante.
Well, a lot of it is it's like the whole thing that the Asylum does. A lot of it is other studios want to cash on what they perceive to be the next big thing, and get some spill off from that.
But this case, it's happening from like large companies, and then now there's lesser companies doing other stars, and then the next you'll see the Asylum doing some like the Michael Madsen story.
Yeah.
Oh god, that'd be interesting, but you know.
Yeah.
Something like that, or Woody Harrelson's story, or something. That because they can afford to pay for like a quote unquote lower star. I don't want.
I'm sure we'll see the Donald Trump story at some fucking point.
Yeah.
Oh,
directed by that guy.
Oliver Stone.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about though. Yeah.
The guy who claims to be really patriotic, but he's just
the guy who was literally in jail.
Yeah, that guy. I can't remember his name. I'm glad I can't remember his name because I don't want to give him any publicity. Anyway, speaking of biopics, oh look, there's another biopic coming out. Actor and filmmaker Kenneth Branagh is on board to direct the untitled Bee Gees biopic movie for Paramount Pictures. Yeah,
that's a nick.
From
Shakespeare to the Bee Gees.
To Bee Gees, yeah. Hey, it's like Shakespeare, just higher pitched.
Weird career trajectory. I don't think anyone could have seen happening.
I love listening to the Bee Gees, really like low pitched.
Staying alive. It's like Barry Gibb singing, or not Barry Gibb. Barry.
Yeah.
That other Barry with the really low voice.
Barry White.
Barry White, thank you. Doing all the soulful love songs and just
go high pitch with him.
Yeah. Do high pitch Barry White.
What's going on? Why is so high pitch? It's like squealing.
Yeah, so anyway, Barry Gibb, who participated in the touching Frank Marshall-directed HBO documentary How Can You Mend a Broken Heart about the Gibb siblings, is very involved in the narrative film and will be executive producer. Branagh's previous directorial works include 1994's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, which is one of my favorite Frankenstein movies, 1996's Hamlet, 2011's Thor, as well as others. I forgot he did Thor.
Let's revisit Thor. Thor's really good. Yeah. I really need to really do need to give Mary Shelley's Frankenstein a revisit.
Yeah,
I've revisited Dracula, but I had not revisited Frankenstein from the same year. So
see, that's another example.
That was another one.
Yeah.
and
two big studios.
Mary Shelley.
But it's a good Frankenstein.
There's a movie called Mary Shelley that came out, and there was what
was that? Mary Riley.
Mary Riley.
Mary Riley came out. Yeah, Mary Shelley came later. That was quite a bit later.
Yeah. Mary Riley was.
It's hard to go wrong with Julia Roberts. She's so good.
It was Julia Roberts and John Malkovich, wasn't it, in that one?
Yeah.
I remember I have it on a Mill Creek.
At that time too, by the way.
I have Mary Riley on a Mill Creek set. It was an interesting take on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Yeah. But it was from like a different character's perspective, sort of seeing the thing. It was
his assistant or whatever.
Yeah, like his
maid
or something. Yeah, I forget. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember really liking it. I thought it was a pretty cool concept film. I like that concept.
What's funny is I actually absolutely was staunch that I thought it was a terrible movie back then when you did that review.
Yeah.
And had since watched the review and decided I should probably revisit it. So now it's out of print and expensive, but that's the way it goes.
Which one?
Mary Riley.
Oh, Mary Riley. Yeah.
You
But,
might still be able to find it on a DVD set, a combo DVD
I
set.
think that's
for
what I
decent price.
have. I'm pretty sure I have like one of their 4-movie
Just
DVDs.
keep your eyes peeled, Stout. You're the one who goes views.
I
Finds
think
all
I
those,
have
yeah.
the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
So if you can wait
know
until we move in, then
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
we
if
can-
I have it on
right.
Blu-ray, but I'd love to have it on
I don't
Blu-ray
know
though.
where it is right now.
But yeah, that's true. We
Um,
can just reappraise it when I move in together.
So via the AT&T Investors presentation, 2 of DC's legendary heroines will finally get the big live-action movie treatment: Batgirl and Zatanna. While a Batgirl film has been in and out of film production for years, it was finally confirmed as a lock, as was a future Zatanna television series. Christina Hodson, the writer on both Bumblebee and Birds of Prey, is currently the writer on the Batgirl script and has been since 2018. Very cool. The CW have found their Powerpuff Girls for the upcoming live-action series. Ah, okay. So, Chloe Bennett will play Blossom, Dove Cameron will play Bubbles, and Yana Perot will play Buttercup, respectively. Marvel
I
fans
don't know.
Marvel fans may well, I'm about to explain who they are. Marvel fans may remember Bennett as she played the character Skye on all 7 seasons of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And
Yes.
that's the only one we have an explanation for. Okay, never mind. Written by Diablo Cody and Heather Renier and directed by Maggie Kiley, based on the original Cartoon Network animated series created by Craig McCracken, the Powerpuff Girls follows Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup, who used to be America's pint-sized superheroes. Now they're disillusioned 20-somethings who resent having lost their childhood to crime fighting. Will they agree? Will they agree to reunite now that the world needs them more than ever? Okay, that could be fun.
This is,
Hey, look,
I'll give it a chance.
Yeah.
I thought this was a really terrible idea when they first announced they were going to do a movie
Yeah.
that wasn't animated. Because I'm like, it's really a very animated thing. But I like this take they're doing.
Yeah.
I like 2 of the actresses.
Yeah,
I don't know who the third person is just because I just don't know everybody.
that's fine.
But I will check it out because the premise, the actresses.
Sounds
okay.
like fun.
All,
Yeah.
all I'm gonna say is, if the movie doesn't start literally with it saying the city of Townsville,
I know. Furia.
Now this
and
is
if
it.
mayor isn't still the mayor, I'm gonna be fine.
Yes. This is interesting. Due to a re-release in a current robust market in China, James Cameron's 2009 film Avatar has reclaimed its top spot from Avengers Endgame as the highest-grossing film of all time.
I just discovered, speaking of that, speaking of China, I discovered 19 kaiju film made in the last 2 years in China.
The fuck?
Yeah, that weird.
How is that
Like,
related?
some of them
How
have.
is that related though?
No, it's because they were released in China.
Because China.
There's a
yeah.
big theatrical boom for blockbusters. So this company did which would be equivalent to our directed-to-TV. So they're a sci-fi movie style type movies, but they've all been released. 19 of them in the last 2 years. I'm trying to find as many as I can to make Stout watch them with me.
Why would you never watch Endgame, Duncan? What are you one of those Marvel haters? Jeez.
Who would hate Marvel?
Bring some joy into your life, for God's sakes.
I'm gonna call you Mater until you see
Say
a Marvel
make
hater.
mine Marvel.
Yeah.
You're never too far behind. You start
Excelsior.
watching them. I'm too far behind. Sure, like there's people who watch them all in one day or one sitting.
Oh.
Just watch them one at a time. You'll catch
You're
up.
up to Iron Man 1, so you're up to the first one.
Right? You're not too far behind. Just take your time.
You don't have to watch all of them at once. Just watch a couple here, a couple there. You'll get caught up eventually.
One a week is what I'm doing with my friend
I
Sarah.
don't think all of them are fucking fantastic.
No, but they're all enjoyable.
There are some that I feel like if I hadn't watched that, I would have been really upset that I hadn't watched it because
I just watched
good.
Dark World. Everyone crapped on it, and it was so much better than I remember.
Right?
Iron Man.
I love Dark World.
Yeah.
I don't know what people's problem is.
I liked it before.
I liked it better than the original.
So did I, and I
love the original.
I still like it better than the original, but
the first one is still one of my favorites.
In particular, I just love all the Loki stuff in that. I think they really did some fun stuff with that character in that.
Loki Thor relationships perfectly. Like, so
Exactly, and that's what the real joy of it was for me, was just all the Loki and Thor brother and deception stuff, and also like Loki in jail was just hilarious to me a lot of the time. Like everybody's busting out of jail, and he's like, "Oh, there's a jailbreak," and then they just kind of blow him off, and he's like, "Oh," just goes back to reading his book.
Up and just goes like this. And then walks away, and he goes, "All right." And he goes back to
reading his book. And it's like, oh.
Which is funny. Then like Thor comes in and reveals that's an illusion. He's actually all broken up and
that's right.
sad
Yeah,
and
yeah.
in the corner.
That's right. Yeah.
One thing that everybody does with these movies, if you haven't watched them, or even if you have, especially if you have actually, is just go back and watch the original Iron Man movies that came out before Avengers and all the movies that came out before Avengers, right? But watch them per character.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, watch Iron Man and Iron Man 2 and then watch Avengers.
Yeah.
So that you can do like a character study and watch how Iron Man evolves throughout the movies and what his story is.
That's an interesting take, yeah.
And then Thor and Thor Dark World.
Well, hold on. And then after Avengers, go straight into Iron Man 3 and see.
Well, yeah, if you're doing Iron Man, absolutely.
And then see like just how much that like.
I'm just saying, like, in terms
just
of doing
traumatized Tony Stark, that whole experience and all the near-death experiences.
I've watched them in character and release.
Watching that movie, like, I just randomly thought about it recently, and I just went and watched like the clips from the Avengers rather than watching the whole thing. But like, just thinking about even at the Avengers point, like what it means that Tony Stark was willing to fucking do what he did.
That's a way to do it.
Where his headspace must have been at that point to be like, what the fuck? Let's go ahead.
Like that's an interesting way
he was
to
self-destructive as fuck, even in Avengers.
Oh yeah. But that's an interesting way to kind of revisit them. I think
it's more of a soldier than Captain America in those movies, in my opinion.
Yeah.
What a soldier looks like,
because he just kind of it's being afraid but carrying on anyway. That's what a soldier does. It's not that a soldier isn't afraid. It's acting in the face of that fear and doing what you have to do anyway. But I was going to say that's an interesting way to revisit it, especially if you're someone that has seen them several times and you're kind of looking for a fresh perspective. But I was also going to say something just occurred to me. Loki is a master of deception, of course, and a master manipulator. What if the broken, disheveled mess of a place was actually the illusion designed to elicit sympathy from Thor?
Oh, you know what's funny is with an interesting take. It's actually not that. That's actually a good point.
Yeah.
It's actually not that.
Want him to trust him.
Sorry, what?
And so he shows him a pitiable version of him.
Yeah, to like elicit sympathy from Thor.
Yeah. No, I don't agree with that statement. That's actually pretty interesting.
Because it's a possibility. I mean, because that's certainly something Loki could do. But yeah. I don't know. We'll never really know. That's something I think is open to interpretation.
They might reveal it at some point. I mean, Loki's not done yet.
I don't think it's an important enough point in the grand scheme of things. Remember that time 10 years ago when I was in jail? I fooled you.
You never know.
Actually, wasn't depressed at all. I was really enjoying that book.
I wasn't depressed at all. I was actually enjoying that book.
Yes. Let's see. In streaming news, the following were released on their respective streaming services this week. Assembled! The Making of WandaVision. The behind-the-scenes look at Marvel's first foray into digital television hit Disney+. And thus, with all of these extras appearing on Disney+, ensures we'll never see them on Blu-ray. Anyway, Cherry, the crime drama directed by the Russo brothers and starring Tom Holland, hit Apple Plus TV. That's actually something I'd really like to see. It's Tom Holland and somebody else notable is in that. Does anybody know?
Nope.
Nobody knows. fuck.
It's Apple TV, so I don't care.
So we're not
It
going
won't
to see
matter.
it. Yeah,
I
know,
want to
but
see it, but like
Can't see it, so
Apple
I
TV.
don't want Apple TV.
yeah. I don't want Peacock. I don't want, and I'm tapped out with.
Peacock is one I might consider it.
I have 3
Yeah.
services. I've got
But
enough.
I was
It's
gonna say,
just-
cock and suck my cock.
a streaming service based around
That's
one
okay.
single old world network television station. Like it's just
Yeah.
And wrestling.
it has no appeal to me, you know? Like I just
There's a whole bunch
want
of people who are just gonna watch for wrestling, and that's about it.
yeah.
You know.
Anyway, that one looks good, Cherry. Let's do the video game news before getting into the memoriams. Got a few memoriams. We'll do the memoriams last
That's
this week.
typically how we do it. Yeah.
And it's probably a better idea.
We'll just end on a very depressing note.
Exactly, and then we'll go straight into pickups. All right, I'll be
Yeah.
just a minute.
Okay. I'm just
Not much
finishing-
video game news this week either, though, right?
No, not a huge amount.
I took an edible at like 2 in the afternoon. I am fucking vibrating right now. I feel
Flying.
I still have gummy worms.
Heck yeah, well, I have gummy worms.
Oh my god.
Amazon Prime has gotten really good lately. Like, I would say Amazon Prime
movies.
lately is what
so many movies.
Netflix used to be, you know? And that's not saying Netflix isn't good now. Netflix is still fucking good. I will always, they're my first love, you know, when it comes to streaming. But Amazon has really become, in terms of all the content they have, all the movies you randomly search to see, is it on here? Yep, it's on there. Like,
Yeah, I
it's just so
customize-
crazy.
So there's a feature in Letterboxd where you can add your favorite streaming services and your favorite online retailers, and they'll tell you if a movie you're looking at on Letterboxd is on the specified streaming service or on disc. And a good chunk of the time it says Amazon Prime. And I go and add the movie to my list and go back to the movie entry. And yeah,
Sorry, I got
thank you, Cheeto. I love this shirt so
brand
much.
just unlocked about Amazon. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, that was.
Wait, what was I saying?
I don't know what were you saying.
I don't know.
Video game news.
I was
You're
smelling
about to
gummy
get
worms.
into it, and then I got off on a fucking tangent.
I'm waiting for Sean to get back before the news
Oh,
starts.
okay. All right.
So
That's fine. But yeah, Amazon Prime, fucking great. And on top of that, Amazon Prime, if you have it and you connect it with Twitch, you can use it to get a free subscription here in Zaranyzerak's channel
Or on my channel.
or on Skinslip's channel
or on mine.
or on Garbage Gamers, Garage Gambers channel.
Garbage camera.
Garbage Gamer, he is on Discord now.
It's
I
Garbage.
changed-
Yeah.
I changed his name and he hasn't bothered to change it back.
I don't even know how.
Oh, you just right click
I
your
know,
name and change nickname.
It's
Super
a free $5 sub that if you don't use, you're just letting Jeff Bezos keep that money. Why would you do that?
Not that I support
Why would you do
supporting
that?
Amazon at all, but I'm just saying, like, I have Amazon Prime,
Yeah.
and so I just find that there's tons of movies on Prime. These on Prime or Netflix.
Don't let
the
Jeff
thing is,
Bezos keep your $5. Don't
Same
do
with
that.
Netflix. So
I will-
Netflix
Jeff
long,
Bezos, I will take your $5 and hate you.
Netflix spent like 15 years building a user base, and then for like 5 of those 15 years, they were literally just handing people money to make movies and TV series and stuff. And now every week there's 3 to 10 things released on Netflix, and that's not going to stop. And the only way to see that stuff is through Netflix because they are the ones who made the content. And that's why you don't find a lot of classics anymore on Netflix. They're still there, but there's a lot of stuff on Netflix. There's so much to watch that you can only see on Netflix. So, and neither of those companies sponsor us because we don't matter to them.
Just like any other large network, you know, they run stuff that isn't theirs or stuff they only have the rights to for so long to build money and a fan base, and then they start running their own content. Cartoon Network did exactly the same thing when they got bought out by Time Warner.
Yeah.
They were owned by Hanna-Barbera, so literally they just dumped everything Hanna-Barbera all over the network, and it was fucking fantastic. But they didn't want to be known as
Same
a
like same-
Cartoon Network / literally just a place for Hanna-Barbera.
Right.
So they
They made their own content for us for a while, and then
So
now they
it's
run
when
their
they-
own content
when the buyout from Time Warner happened, Time Warner was just like, yeah, we don't want to be that. So yeah, complete original content through and through. And for the beginning part of it, it was good. We got some great shows. Then they kind of got lazy.
Well, no, here's what. Not that they got lazy. This is what happened. They were desperate for content, so the artists make the artist decisions for their shows. So the first X amount of seasons, and most of the shows are great. And then they saw, they had their own money. The studio had their own money, so then they can just control whatever they want. They don't want art; they want what they want.
I mean,
so,
for me, it's the same argument that I have with Cartoon Network that I also have with like G4 TV at the time when it died. Was when you start making content that is completely irrelevant to your network, that's when you are slowly dying. And it's just when G4 TV stopped doing video shows about video games, which is literally in the title of the network, it's gonna die. And the same thing with Cartoon Network. When you started making shows that were live action and had nothing to do with cartoons, you're gonna lose a large chunk of your fan base.
Yeah.
Just a given.
You know what's interesting is that they actually tried to bring G4 TV back, like through
They're
Twitch.
trying.
It is trying.
It is.
But what I heard recently is that apparently they've been literally like paying for bots to increase the view counts on that.
That's bullshit. That's not what's happening at all. It's just
I don't know. It could be true, but either way,
one thing I'm going to do is not going to get into the politics of all that shit.
That's all rumor. You can't be spreading that shit.
It is rumor.
Spreading like peanut butter on toast.
You can't be saying that like it's true because you don't know, and I'm pretty sure it's not true.
So, the
G4 thing is not working out for the YouTube channel. Every time they upload something on the YouTube channel, I go, oh wow, this is
YouTube. Ugh.
Yeah,
it's hard to get anything going. Even G4
I'm saying they upload stuff to their YouTube. The G4 channel uploads stuff to their YouTube, which I'm following, and I see some of the content they do for Twitch, and I'm just like, wow, this is the G4 we all wanted, really.
So, anyways. What's on the screen this week, Eric? Please tell me it's more Buttville.
Oh, God.
Buttville. We all miss Buttville.
Good old Buttville.
But I figured actually I would throw up a game that probably most people wouldn't even recognize.
I can tell there's kanji on the screen.
Is that Super Robot Wars?
It is Super Robot Wars, but which one?
Wow.
Oh, Super Robot Wars 4.
No.
Okay.
EX.
3?
Oh.
This is Super Robot Wars EX.
Oh, EX.
Extreme Super Robot Wars.
It is one of the it is one of the mainline releases by Ben Presto, the ones with licensed characters.
Mm-hmm.
I want fan sub version of that.
So there's a Gundam. I know Mazinger showed up a second ago.
Cool. All we can see
actually, I think this is also the one that has
Voltron, right?
It has Voltron, and also it has some of the.
Excuse me.
If I remember correctly, and I think I saw it earlier, there it is. Some of the
Power Rangers. Oh, yeah,
Power Rangers Super Sentai.
Oh, okay. Wow, interesting.
That's like
bots
Japanese
are in it.
Series stuff, yeah.
So I think that was the Ninja Zord.
That was the Megazord, actually.
It's really hard to tell.
That's the Megazord.
Everything's chibi, so it's like really weirdly shaped.
The thing is that they combined more than one series together. So like the white tiger Megazord, that whole guy is a completely different series that he's cut into the show. Anyway, so
because that's not confusing.
Yeah, I know, right?
Anyway, though, so yeah, Super Robot Wars EX for the Super Famicom. That's the platform that I'm on. I'm gonna make sure Sean pays attention this time.
Hello, are you there?
Anyway.
Hi, how's it going?
So the first little bit of news announced this week, a surprising random announcement. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are getting a new retro beat 'em up, Shredder's Revenge.
Okay, I heard about that. Yeah,
it's being made by the devs behind Scott Pilgrim versus the World of the Game.
Nice.
And the Rage game also.
Yeah, yes, and also it's by .mu, so it's from the same people who did that, and also did Streets of Rage 4.
They showed a little bit of the art. It looks really good.
I gotta
get it while you can, because every single time a digital TMNT game has come out in the last 10 fucking years, 10 fucking years. Because of rights issues, it has eventually been taken off of digital stores. So
I mean, it's not wrong.
get it while you can.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
That PS3
I
one,
need to
maybe.
get that Scott Pilgrim game. I forgot that they
That too.
did a re-release of it.
Yeah, that was brought back, thankfully.
Yeah, I need to
but
get that.
TMNT games have never been brought back.
But yeah,
so
this
now
is
I can.
this is a recreation of kind of what I see it of
It
like a
does-
mashup of the arcade versions with much better animation or more animation, not better, more
More better.
more better, maybe bestest, but that's okay.
Wow.
But yeah, it looks fantastic.
Most
It's
bestest
what
is-
the Battletoads game should have fucking been.
Yes. That
You know,
fucking
it
game.
Should have been. It should have been sprite artwork, not not modern HD
1000%.
drawn.
It's same with the fucking Golden Goblins redid. They do that looks
Yeah,
not great.
I'm not even really covering that on the news because it's so bad.
It looks like fucking Flash animation. So
It does. It's just, ugh. And most of the reviews are just like, either it's on one side it's too easy,
Or
and on
don't
the other
play it.
side it's too
Yeah.
brutally difficult.
There's no
For
curve.
new- there's no curve at all.
Yeah.
And it's just
Sorry.
like if
I
you're
didn't,
used
I didn't know you were talking about that. So
no, that's what I'm saying. I can add it
don't
in.
put that art style, for God's sake.
But
So,
yeah, the art style's terrible. It needs to die. Go away.
it works for some things. It doesn't work for adapted.
You know what
16-bit
it works
property.
for? What used to be Flash games like Castle
Or-
Crashers and Alien
you make
Hominid.
it- Or you make if you're making your own game with your own property, that's cool.
Yeah.
But like if you're using
But
it
if
from,
something
like,
has a
16-bit era,
very iconic, already existing art
16-bit
style,
sprites is not a good replacement. With
don't
that.
try to completely change it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just
It's
like,
32-bit sprites, 64-bit.
if anything, try to make it better. Like, try to improve upon it, but don't
Just give it six
completely change it. You
Just
know?
give
Like
it big
DuckTales
sprites, more
Remastered.
detail.
Like, come on.
So
Yeah.
easy. Big sprites, more detail. You
And,
can do it now.
and again, speaking of the Battletoads one, I swear to God, if they do that art style again, and if they do Battletoads like that again, I will find the developer and I will kick them in the nuts. Stop it.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't as bad as what they did to the. What's the fucking. Damn it, I don't remember the fucking name of the franchise. Never mind.
Anyway.
They
Another-
did something fucking terrible to a recent franchise. I just remember that.
There you go. But yeah, it looks fantastic. It's I'm not sure when. I don't know if it's already out or coming out. I didn't look into
Not
that.
a recent retro
Um,
franchise.
But it's coming out here very soon. So look forward to that. I didn't give a date.
I almost said Spaceman Spiff, and then I realized, no, that's
But,
fucking
uh,
Calvin Pops.
Let's see. Oh, the next one. This one kind of came out of nowhere as well. Because this is not a game that I have thought about in such a long time. I was one of those people that fortunate enough that when I was a kid, I played this. I don't know where I played it. I just remember playing it. But it's getting a remaster, and it's Pocky and Rocky reshrined is what it's called.
I've never played that, but I remember seeing
If
that
you-
like on
it is literally it's what we nowadays what we call them, like, I guess, a cute 'em up. I guess is the best way.
Ah.
It's a side-scrolling shooter, but you play as, instead of like a ship or a robot or something mythical or whatever, you're playing as I think it's a girl named Pocky, and her partner, like her raccoon partner Rocky, and they are fighting around in their shrines and all these different areas in Japan, stuff like that. But it's like a bullet hell, and it's you're fighting other little cute monsters and that kind of thing. So I remember playing it as a kid and thinking it was fun. So it's just kind of surprising that we were getting a full. And again, this is another example of they kept the art style. It looks identical to the SNES or the Super Famicom version of Pocky and Rocky. But it's like it's been expanded. It's now in widescreen. There's a lot more detail. The pixel art has a lot more detail to it. Animations are a lot better, but it still looks like an old pixel art game. So, and it's just, yeah, it looks fantastic. I'm quite excited. Quite excited to see a remade version of something that I had a lot of experience with when I was a kid. And as far as I know, it's only digital, so I would guess PlayStation Store, Steam, Switch Online, or Nintendo Online. So yeah, look forward to that. That if you like bullet hells, this is the one to check out, definitely. Faux show.
The originals. The ones from back in the day.
Oh yeah, it's totally an OG. So, but so as of today, which is in between 3/14/2021 and 3/13/2021, because we're doing this at night.
Yes.
Metro 2033 is currently free on Steam.
Well, shit.
So
is that the original or the Redux version?
I believe it's the original.
Okay, I have the Redux version.
So yeah, if you don't own any Metro games, not the Reduxes or anything like that, grab it.
I need to get back to that.
The original still looks fantastic, even if you don't get the Redux.
I need to get
yourself, well, I don't want to play that right now. Well, what if you want to play it in like 3 or 4 years?
Later, yeah.
Just get it for free.
It's free. Get it.
Yeah, just add it to your library.
Yeah, I got to get back to that. I played through a good chunk of Metro 2033 Redux, but I never got around to finishing it. I was really enjoying it though. It's very very good post-apocalyptic story. I have the sequel as well, or at least
I kind of, for me, I'd always kind of put in the mindset like imagine if like above ground the game Stalker is happening. And then underground is Metro, and then the theories kind of just parallel each other, run along. So you have Shadows of Chernobyl and the Call of Pripyat happening upstairs with Stalker. Then downstairs you have Metro 2033, Metro Last Light is happening.
Yes.
So anyway, yeah, Metro 2033 as of 3/14/2021 is free on Steam. So whenever you see this. Next one here, we got a new trailer for the Outriders. It's called the No Turning Back trailer. Mostly it's a cinematic trailer, mostly. But it gave us the release date, April 1st. So it's coming out here next month.
Or is it? That could be a joke.
Mostly, also, what's available, and I have it downloaded and installed already, the demo of Outriders is available for free on Steam. So if you're curious about it, you can. I haven't booted the game up yet. I probably will tomorrow. We'll probably do it live on Twitch. That was
fuck it. We'll do it live.
I kind of promised that in my last stream, but so I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
Oops.
So yeah, mostly I was excited about it and kind of curious because at that time when it was announced, I was heavy into, I think it was the first expansion of Destiny 2, and it very much gave me those vibes of it was a first-person shooter or a shooting game on an alien planet where you had powers like ice and lightning and fire. And stuff like that. And I go, gee, this is very BioShock meets Destiny because there's a lot of weapons and a lot of customizing. It gave off that vibe. So I'm like, yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Like I said, that's why I was initially interested in Anthem, because it was literally a mech robot version of Destiny. And we know how that one turned out.
Huge hit. Everybody plays that.
Huge hit. I mean, hit.
Anthem. It's all I ever hear about.
Yes.
But the problem I feel like they made there, the critical error, was in hyping it up so fucking much. And they used to be the common thing you do in the game industry was to hype up a game over and over again for a fucking year or two or even 3.
Build anticipation.
Be like, this is going to be the big hit new fucking IP.
Yeah.
And several times, the big hit new IP they've been hyping up all this time has failed to impress people. So it's like, I wonder if they're going to change their approach to how they sell things now.
Yeah.
I don't.
Probably not.
But they should. I was
gonna say, yeah, it's a bad practice that's been going on for way, way too long. It's publishers and it's advertisements pretty much hyping up something almost behind the developer's back in a lot of cases. and hyping up things way bigger than they are, and most people not understanding this and going out and attacking the developers for hyping up something and not delivering on the promise.
Cyberpunk.
And it's just like, in a lot of cases, not all cases, but in a lot of cases, the hype and the advertisements had nothing to do with the developers.
Yeah.
The developers were like, we want to sell this game, and the advertisers are like, I got you, bro. And it's just like, and they go out and do their own thing, almost in a lot of cases, completely unaware. You know, developers are completely unaware of what the hell they're doing until they see the ads on TV or something, and then they're like, oh shit. So it's, yeah, that's where my sympathy kind of falls in a lot of cases towards, not all sympathy, towards the developers in a lot of cases when they get shit for, like I said, like for Cyberpunk and all the crap that's happening there.
Yeah.
Most of that, I'm gonna say most of that flat out is not CD Projekt Red's fault. It's the fault of a lot of like people hyping up something that was a lot and making it a lot bigger than it actually was. So, and like I said, and it also has to do with rights holders and shareholders, and you got to make all those people happy, and that's where you muck things up. Shareholders will always muck up a vision.
Yeah.
So it's just ugh.
They're in it for
growth
money.
Basically talking the same thing
They don't
about
understand
movies.
games.
They don't just fuck up the vision.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's just it's sad. It really is.
Investors without a creative bone in their body think they know what's good for.
Yep. That are telling the actual people that are making said thing.
Yeah. What to do.
And how to go about it.
How about you just give us the money and let us worry about everything else? That's how that works. Just trust
it's just
that
like I
know...
wish they could just say, yeah, you give us money, and let us do what we do, so you can make a fuck ton of cash.
Yeah, like trust that we know our jobs, the job for which you have essentially hired us. How about you just trust that we are the experts in this part of the process, and just let us do our
It's kind of sad
jobs.
that creative freedom is almost a dead art form.
Yeah, well, unless you're an indie.
Yeah, that's where indie development comes in.
Yeah, it's like fuck it.
And even then, indie development only lasts so long until it becomes a big corporate thing.
Or if it's a big hit, yeah, exactly.
And that's if it becomes a big hit, and that's up to the developer's decision to continue with that success and make it a large business, or stay small and indie. And
I think the only people who really done a good job is Devolver and
Devolver Digital, yes.
They buy up little studios, but like they do it okay. They don't seem to put their fingers in the pie.
Yeah.
No, because they know what they're doing.
Exactly.
They're Devolver Digital. They
good,
were a game development company in and of themselves as well. They know what they're buying into. They know what they're doing and how to handle it. And it's to give them the creative freedom so you can get these really popular but very bent sometimes things that get released, and in some cases they've had to come out and say that we have no connection or to what is said or what happens in these games that we release. We just release them. So anyway though, Outriders No Turning Back trailer being released April 1st this year.
Yay!
Coming soon, very soon. I'm excited. And last one, I was actually adding this one in because I totally forgot while we were doing the news. And Numbskull Designs, the other company, instead of New Wave Toys that makes 8 1/4 scale arcade machines, just announced, I think it was 2 days ago, that they are working with Taito to recreate a 1/4 scale Bubble Bobble cabinet.
Oh, cool.
So
Bubble
I remember
Bobble.
seeing the trailer, then I hear the original theme, and I'm like, wait. And I look at, it's a 1/4 scale 2-player Bubble Bobble.
Cool.
I like Bobble Bobble.
Because it's like a ball that.
Bubble
I think
Bobble
this
is
is
also
neat.
a 2-player game.
It is.
Oh yeah. But I think this is cool because it seems to be the pattern for a lot of these companies like Numbskull, New Wave Toys, Arcade 1-Up. They were releasing the games that everyone knows. Everyone remembers. Everyone knows the mainline popular titles. I mean, when was the last time you heard someone talk about, man, I really remember playing Bubble Bobble in the arcade? Doesn't really pop up in conversation. Pun definitely intended.
Yeah, I used to play that a lot on something.
See,
I
for
can't
me,
even remember, but
I've never touched Bubble Bobble in the arcade. It was always the NES game.
it was like home versions, yeah.
The NES versions and stuff like that.
lot of
Because
home
Rainbow
versions.
Island, the story of Bubble Bobble 2, was one of my favorite platformers on the NES.
Cool.
So yeah, and it looks really good. Like I say, it's a quarter scale, so it's like
Big. Yeah.
It's a big, tiny big thing.
Big little cabinet.
Because like my Dragon's Lair is a 1/16 scale.
Oh, okay. But that's really
it's
small.
Yeah, it's probably half the size of these numbskull ones.
Yeah.
These things are big. Like they show them holding it, and they're holding it like this.
Yeah.
It's big monstrosities.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah, it looks really neat, and looking forward to that.
Alrighty.
And yeah, that's really all I could
That's it for the gaming news.
dig up.
I have one item to add. Fortnite. Season 5 ends this week on Tuesday. Season 6 drops. The 0 point has become increasingly unstable over the course of the past week or so. There's just energy ribbons all over the frickin' place. So the thinking is that all of the hunters that Agent Jonesy summoned to keep everybody trapped in the loop are going to get sucked back into their own dimensions. We might get sucked along for the ride. Who knows? But it looks like it's going to be a pretty big event to ring in the new season. Epic Games has said that the cinematic that opens the event is their most ambitious cinematic ever. So really looking forward to seeing that. And then the event itself, it's not going to be like other events where it's a specific, you have to be there at a specific time and you may or may not get in. No, it's going to be like how season 1 started for chapter 2, where basically you get the opening cinematic and then it just sucks you straight into the event right away. So it'll just take you straight there, and it's a single player experience that you can see everything happen. And yeah,
I wonder if that's a response from player complaints.
Probably, I'm sure it is. Epic definitely is a company that listens to their user base and takes player feedback pretty seriously. So I'm sure that it was at least partly in response to the past couple of big events people were having trouble getting in. So in this, doing it this way means that everybody can participate. Yeah, they're saying, yes, thanks for reminding me, Speedle. They're saying spend all your gold. I don't know if that's carrying over into the next season for upgrades, but spend all your gold, upgrade. They're actually offering discounts on the usual cost of upgrades, so it'll be cheaper to get your stuff up to purple or gold now than it has ever been for the entire season. So yeah, so that's on Tuesday. No big rush to get in there. Just log in sometime on Tuesday, and you can enjoy the event and ring in the new season. Nobody knows what the new season is going to be exactly. All we know is like a lot of the stuff, like characters obviously that have been brought in for this season will be sucked back into their own dimensions. 0 point's going to do something crazy. How it's going to affect the map, who knows? But I imagine there's going to be some changes.
Are you going to stream that on Tuesday?
I will absolutely be streaming that on Tuesday.
Yes. I will like to reserve a spot.
You will what?
I'd like to reserve a spot after 4 p.m. when my stream is done.
Okay, cool. Well, the event is a single player thing, so you'll probably get sucked.
Oh, but I want to play. But you're going to play.
You get sucked into it too, but yeah, but we'll do some squads after for sure. Yeah, okay. So Skinslip and I will be there to ring in the new season, and we'll play
a few rounds.
We'll play a few
I
rounds.
might
And we'll
also be there.
And Stoudman might be there too.
I'll be at work.
See. And Garbage Gamer won't be there. So we'll have one extra spot for whoever is there.
It'll only be there for a short while, so it'll only be able to play like 1 or 2 rounds.
So we'll play
like an hour and a half.
Yeah, we'll play a few rounds. We'll see.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it sounds like it's going to be quite an epic event. So definitely one to check out. So Should
They
be
are
fun.
real.
So that'll be on Tuesday on my Twitch channel whenever I get up that day. So yeah, it's nice to not have to be up for a specific time because they tend to be early when they do have those scheduled events.
And
But,
you can do editing streams in the evening, so
I
even when
can-
you hit PM,
yeah, I can do whatever. We'll play a little
Split
Fortnite
screen.
and then do some editing or something, maybe some filming. I got a lot of videos I'm working on right now, so yeah. All right, well, let's finish up the news here with the obits. We got a bunch this week. I should mention, just before we get in that, we actually have a birthday this week. Al Jaffe, famous artist for Mad Magazine, turned 100 this week.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Congrats, dude.
And apparently Mad Magazine is doing a big tribute to him as well to
They're
celebrate.
still
So
doing it, but they went out of business. I'm so
that's
confused.
pretty cool. What?
I thought they stopped publishing Mad Magazine like 2 years ago.
No. I think they're still doing something. They might be doing stuff online. I don't know. I haven't really followed it in a while. But... Or they might just be doing like what Life Magazine has been doing for the past few years, do like specials rather than a regular monthly magazine. So
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. So in memoriam, this week we lost Norman J. Warren, English film director with an over 6-decade-long career between 1959 and 2001. Best known for such 1970s horror films as 1976's Satan's Slave, 1977's Prey, and 1978's Terror. Warren is also known for sex comedies such as Outer Touch, also known as Outer Spaced and Spaced Out, from 1979. Along with the films of Pete Walker, Warren's movies are sometimes dubbed New Wave British horror on the basis that they upped the ante in terms of sexual explicitness and gore from that of the Hammer and Amicus productions that dominated the genre in UK cinema up to the early 1970s. Yeah, and Hammer also kind of responded to that movement by upping the explicitness and gore in their movies too during their last few years.
You also did InSaNiTy. That's their
Oh,
big
InSaNiTy. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's
So
what I know.
Prey and all those movies are really great. I also did New Bloody New Year. There's a box set from Indicator called Bloody Terror with those 5 movies in it. Watched all 5 of them, in fact, recently. I very much love the man's work. Went and grabbed the rest of the movies that are available on Blu-ray, put them in my cart to get at some point. But,
Nice.
Prey is so good. It's like these relationship dynamics, but subversively with I don't know how to explain it. It's just really good. It's also got all these strong lesbian undertones. There's just 2 lesbians in the movie. They're the main characters, and there's an alien who comes to visit.
Okay.
There's a monkey wrench into things. It's interesting. Good movie.
Alrighty. We also
all the movies are really interesting. Sorry.
We also lost Cliff Simon, South African athlete and actor with a near 40-year career between 1982 and 2021. Best known for his portrayal of Bale in Stargate SG-1. What started off as a guest role, Bale became a recurring character for 6 seasons and was featured in the 2008 Stargate movie, Stargate Continuum. Very cool. We also lost Lou Ottens, Dutch engineer and inventor, best known as the inventor of the cassette tape, and for his work in helping to develop the compact disc. Ottens was employed by Philips for the entirety of his career. Lou made it to the ripe old age of 94. We also lost Frank Lupo, that's a name I remember from the 80s, television writer and producer with an almost 30-year career between 1978 and 2007, who created or co-created many successful TV series from the 1970s to the 1990s. In collaboration with Stephen J. Cannell, Lupo created such shows as The A-Team, Renegade, Riptide, Wise Guy, and Hunter. He also served as the executive producer for Walker, Texas Ranger during its first full season. I think he was also involved in Werewolf, the TV series Werewolf. I remember seeing that name in the credits. We also lost Mark Wilson, magician and author with a 60-year career between 1955 and 2015, who was widely credited as the first major television magician and in the process establishing the viability of illusion shows as a television format. Mark made it to the ripe old age of 91. We also lost Leon Gast, documentary filmmaker, producer, cinematographer, and editor with a 42-year career between 1972 and 2014. His documentary, When We Were Kings, depicts the iconic heavyweight boxing match, The Rumble in the Jungle, between Muhammad Ali and George Foreman. The film would go on to win the 1996 Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature and the Independent Spirit Award. Gast co-directed the 1977 documentary The Grateful Dead Movie with guitarist Jerry Garcia. The film captured the band's October 1974 five-night performance at the Winterland Ballroom in San Francisco. Gast also co-directed the 1983 film Hell's Angels Forever, which focused on the notorious motorcycle club the Hell's Angels. The Angels are believed to have learned that Gast put material in the documentary which they didn't prefer. To this end, Gast claimed that the Angels tracked him down and beat him. Gast also produced works on B.B. King and Celia Cruz. Leon made it to the ripe old age of 84. Excuse me. Just quick sip of water there. We also lost David Bailey, South African actor known for his performances on stage, television, and film, with a near 6-decade-long career between 1961 and 2020. In the 1960s and 1970s, he worked for both the National Theatre and the Royal Shakespeare Company, where he was an associate artist. On TV, he played Dask in the 1977 Doctor Who serial, The Robots of Death. Yes, that was one of my favorites from Tom Baker's era, and also the first Doctor Who story I ever owned on VHS. I got it as a present from my parents for doing well on a history test. But yeah, he was very good in that. Actually, the whole cast was just a really good story. And also appeared in Blake 7. On film, he played the mute pirate Cotton in the Pirates of the Caribbean series. Bailey was also a professional photographer, specializing in portrait photography. He had a studio in West Kensington, London. David made it to the ripe old age of 83. And there's one more for the obits this week. An individual who did not pass away this week, but I found out about him passing away this week. Not a celebrity, but someone who touched many lives in his 42 years on this earth. He was my best friend when I lived down in Victoria, BC, and we shared many, many laughs and worked on many projects together, none of which came through till fruition, but we had a lot of fun just brainstorming and hanging out and developing things. You all may remember him as Guy 2 from Two Guys on an Effects Box. I learned this week that in January of 2019, at the age of 42, Benjamin Andrew Stewart passed away unexpectedly and relatively suddenly. Some form of cancer. Don't know what it was specifically, but just like to say fuck cancer, because it's taken so many wonderful people from us. But yeah, I'll always remember all the great times we had together. I always, even though we kind of drifted apart over the years, I always fondly remembered our friendship in Victoria. And the last project that he was working on was a designer dessert spoon, which I remember the last time I saw him, we got together for dinner with his then wife, who was someone that I knew. We used to work at a movie theater in Victoria, so I knew both of them there. And so he showed me the designs for this dessert spoon, and what it was a beautiful designer spoon that looked like the spoon part of it looked like two hands together with a heart in the center. And the whole idea was it was meant to be a designer, luxury item that you could give as a gift to somebody that was special to you. It could be a lover, a partner, family member, anything. But the whole idea was something to bring people together. and maybe share a dessert or something. But that really exemplified the kind of person and the kind of spirit that Ben was. I was always quite taken by, just how many people he knew in Victoria. And he was the kind of person who, no matter who you were, no matter what walk of life you came from, he would always listen to you and give you his time happily and selflessly. And while you were talking to him, while you were, having a conversation with him, he would make you feel like you were just the most important person in the world. And he just touched so many lives. Spent all of his life on the island, mostly down in Victoria. And we resonated like instantly. Like as soon as we started like talking, it was just he was a fellow Pisces, and we just clicked. And he was the type of person where, how you see how Cass and my brother and I, can make each other laugh and just come completely unglued. That's what my friendship with Ben was like. We just knew how to make each other laugh and push each other's buttons in the best possible ways, and just shared so many great moments, whether we were developing a project or just, working late one night at the movie theater. He would come over. We'd do movie marathons together. We'd just watch movies, or we'd play video games, work on projects, or just hang out and have fun. And so it really came as a shock. And you guys may have noticed I didn't stream very much this week, and essentially that's because I was just remembering Ben. Thinking about all the good times we had my own sort of personal
mourning
recollection. I was in mourning this week, but it came as such a shock. I mean, he was only 42. It's so young to be taken from this world.
40, like, that's scary.
But the thing is, like, the web page that he had set up for the designer spoon, he got as far as making a prototype, and there's some photos of the prototype on the web page. But the web page that he had put up for it has since been turned into a memorial page. And just looking at some of the comments and some of the things on there, I mean, it's just amazing how many lives he touched in his short time on this earth, and how fondly he will always be remembered. So, Godspeed, Ben. Godspeed. Two Man says, funny Ben moment. I remember I used to have a little Honda, which was the basis of the Blista Compact in GTA Vice City. I picked up Ben and Z one day to go downtown when Vice City was still fairly new. Yeah, that was Ben was the type who he played some games, but he really liked to just be the friend who sat on the couch watching me play, especially stuff like the GTA games. And he watched me play the whole of Vice City. I remember when I got towards the end of the game, we pulled an all-nighter just to get to the end of the story, and he had to go to work the next day, but he stayed and watched because he wanted to see how it ended, and like the story. And he went straight to work, and I went straight to bed after that. So yeah, he says, I picked up Ben and Z one day to go downtown, and Vice City was still fairly new. A few minutes into the drive, Ben suddenly exclaims, "Oh my God, this is the Blista Compact," and he was marveled by it. That's right, yeah. But
I mean, sitting there watching you play, that's literally the whole basis of Twitch.
Pretty much, yeah, it really is. It really is.
That whole culture of watching your friend play a game, like
that's
how we grew up. Most games weren't 2-player.
No.
They had trade-off controls or just watch each other.
You either watch or trade lives or something like that or whatever. But
just depending on the game,
Yeah, he was the friend. You may recall, I sometimes tell the story of how when we worked at the movie theater, we would have these staff parties, and there was this one staff party where I brought my PlayStation 2, and we had a video projector set up in one of the theaters, and Ben and I played SSX 3 up on the big screen. We were the only people there who knew how to play it, because we'd been playing it quite a bit, so we know how to do tricks and stuff and everything. So we let some of the other staff play it for a bit, and then Ben and I were just like, so should we show them how it's done? It's like, yeah. So then we we both picked up the controllers and we're just doing tricks and everything and just all this fancy crazy shit, and everybody's like, "Holy crap!" So we were in good with the ladies that night, because with our mad crazy SSX3 skills, but
SSX3 got me laid.
that's right. Well, no, but at least they were impressed, so that was something. But yeah, that was Ben. Like and we would do our.
You were nerds
staff
together,
stuff.
yeah.
We were nerds together. Yes, absolutely.
That's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely.
Chat, join us all in a fuck
he was,
cancer.
He was also the one who I mentioned how we marathoned all of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies and rewatched them, the ones that had commentaries with the commentaries, over the course of 2 nights.
Jesus Christ.
That was Ben. We watched, I think, the first 3, and then rewatched the first one with the commentary on night 1, and then watched all the others, and then rewatched 7 with the commentary on night 2. So every time one would end, I would just kind of look over to Ben, and he'd look at me, like, just, not even saying anything, just like, should we go to the next movie? And then he'd just like, I'm not a pussy, Sean. Like, okay, on to the next one.
I love that kind of attitude. That's the kind of that's the kind of person I am. Like,
yeah,
it's 3 a.m. Everyone's very tired. Let's bust out the economic board game with lots of rules. Fuck yeah.
Right.
And then before the board game, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I'll fall asleep in turn. Do wake me up when it's my turn. I don't know what's going on.
Wake me up when it's on my turn. And yes, Andrew, it was on the laser. It was the laser discs. Yeah, I had all the laser discs at the time, and that's
nice.
That's what we watched. At the time, only the 1st and 7th had commentaries. I don't know if there's more now. I think that's still the only ones that have commentaries, but
No idea. Might be other people have done commentaries for it though.
yeah, possibly. Yeah, they're just not on the
There's
official
been a lot of re-releases.
releases.
Plus, Screen Factory maybe Boston put in some commentaries, new ones.
Yeah,
I don't know. Oh no, sorry, 13th.
I wish I had kept my Laserdisc of Nightmare 5, because it was the extended cut, the unrated cut.
It's on VHS too, right? 'Cause I think it's on.
It was also on VHS, yeah, but
I think that's the one that I saw on archive.org. Thinking, why is that on here? That's probably why.
It's because they lost the footage for the extended cut, so which is why we've never seen that cut outside of those 2 releases.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's
Well,
to
we can
preserve
upload
them.
that footage now and put it back in the movie. Let's do it.
Yeah, exactly. Find the Laserdisc and get it off there, so we'll have the best master, and then.
They could have those fucking source files for lasers sitting around.
Well, and that's the thing. Do they not have the tape somewhere? Like, they could at least do a release of it of some kind, even if it's standard def.
It was just a bonus feature
Or
or whatever. Yeah.
do an an amalgamated cut. They've done that.
As the one scene.
Yeah, they've done that before. So here's hoping. So
Maybe
yeah,
that's what
so that
Screen
was.
Factory's so long.
So that was a bit of a blow. I mean, it's nothing worse than you kind of lose touch with somebody for a little bit, and then you come back. The reason I found out about it this week is it was his birthday, and I was just like, hey, I haven't heard from Ben in a while, so I was just gonna pop by his Facebook page and wish him a happy birthday, like you do, and I saw the memorial on there from 2 years ago, and I was like, fuck me, like, where have I been? And
Not on Facebook.
yeah,
Been a hellscape.
yeah, I haven't really been on Facebook. It's only actually this past month I've gone back to the Facebook fan page and been doing stuff, because they changed it. They changed how you access it and how you can find content to post to your like fan page. And I actually really like the redesign. It makes it so much easier to find stuff to post on my fan page. So I've been more active on there. And
The website version is so slow.
Well, no, not anymore. That's my point. They redesigned it.
I'm still getting long ass load times when I redesign them.
Well, I'm talking about the fan page site, not the regular site.
I don't know. I'm just talking about in general Facebook.
No, I'm talking about the regular one's basically the same, but they redesigned like the one like when you have pages like for your site or your business or whatever. That got a complete overhaul, and it's actually very fast, very responsive, and I'm enjoying it a lot. It's actually made it enjoyable instead of cumbersome and annoying. So, yeah, so that's good. You're really making me want popcorn. It looks so good. I got.
Look what kind of popcorn I got.
I eat like 2 bags a day.
I got a thing of Orville Redenbacher kernels again, so
I'm having Orville Redenbacher right now too.
It's like I too
love
got
Orville. Love Orville Redenbacher.
Yeah, like,
Fewer
Not
unpopped
sour
kernels.
creamy popcorn.
Pops up lighter and fluffier than other name brands. Yeah.
My
Does it?
popcorn is chewy and in the shape of gummy worms.
Yeah.
Pickups?
Oh yeah, pickups. I have one. What do you guys
I
got?
also have one.
Stout has
I have
one.
5.
I have 5.
5 and 5. Okay, well let's get garbage on here first, just because he's usually the one that has to depart the firsterist.
Firsterist.
There we go. You have the floor,
Do I have it?
but not the walls or ceiling. Those are still mine.
Alrighty.
Now we can see your game a little bigger.
Yes.
Good. And of course, then it's a black screen. There we go. Okay.
Anyway. So yeah, what was that? Hi.
Hi, pickups. Did you get stuff?
Yes, I did. So the first thing I picked up, a random Jackie Chan movie. Jackie Chan
Nice.
Kung Fu Master. It was like $2.
Because
Kung Fu
Jackie
Master.
Chan. That is all the reason.
About
you
worth
know.
$2.
Yeah, it's just for a movie called Jackie Chan Kung Fu Master. There isn't a lot of Jackie Chan in this Jackie
oh,
Chan.
God, really? It's one of those.
You know, and
I hate
he's
that
all over
shit.
the front. He's all over the back.
Uh-huh.
His name's on it and stuff like that.
So they really market that one scene he's in, or
Yeah, probably.
He's in more than one scene, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's not the greatest.
yeah.
He's in 2.
Oh, great.
I was like-
Wonderful.
No,
Milk those two
but
scenes. for
but yeah,
all
I
they're
actually, in all seriousness though, I actually haven't really seen this movie, so
worth. All right.
it'll be my first. But I remember hearing about it and hearing that it's not that good.
Uh-huh.
But-
Definitely a third tier Jackie Chan film.
Yeah,
So
Still
you're
better
like,
than
well-
anything else out in the last 20 years.
Yeah. I mean,
I mean it is.
nothing will
you
ever
kind of-
top the tuxedo.
Oh, God.
Go back in the fiery
Hurt.
water, all right?
Hurts. What's the popular thing? Hurts and Jackie Chan.
Uh-huh.
Anyway,
Like
but
third tier is still better than his Hollywood stuff. to be
Yeah.
put in-
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Third tier is still better than anything Seagal or Van Damme put out in the last 20 years. I mean, he's remained considerably consistent considering how many movies he's in every fucking year.
Considerably
Yeah.
consistent. There's a tongue twister.
Yeah, 'cause
Figure
this
out
is
another
from,
word.
what,
Everyone-
2009? That's when this came out?
2009.
Yeah, 2009. I mean, the seal of quality on this is because it's by Phase 4,
Oh, okay.
and I mean, Phase 4 has done some good movies.
Mhm.
You kind of have to dig to find them, but
Okay.
so yeah, I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing just how bad this is.
Excellent. That in and of
So-
itself can be.
You probably
fun.
enjoy it. It's still a
Yeah.
good movie, just not
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Not classic.
So I'd seen these at Half Price Books. No one was buying them, but I'm like, yeah, okay. I just not too long ago, as in like the last, I would say, year and a half, I had gotten the complete series of Inuyasha on DVD, the big box sets, something like that. And of course, they announced they're doing Blu-ray releases right when I get those.
Yes.
So I got the first
Hey.
2 Blu-rays.
There you
Very
go.
nice.
So there's like a pile of episodes on each one.
Yes, the first volume is the first 27, and then this is up to 27 to 55.
Okay, that's
So I got
a
the
good
first 55. I mean, they're good chunks. It's across
Yeah.
4 discs,
Mm-hmm.
so it's 8 discs already.
Very nice.
Is that
Um,
STMBD?
I
that-
don't think so.
No, it's actually high def.
Oh, that should be yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, also, the spines is one of those. They're really good at this.
That looks nice.
It's
Very nice.
It
Oh,
looks very nice. The design is meant to look like the manga.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if you have it up on a shelf, it looks like you have the manga. When you pull it out, it's actually
okay.
the
Gotcha.
Blu-rays.
That's
So
pretty
they have
neat.
the manga style spine. That's cool.
Yeah, the whole series isn't out yet. I discovered recently on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
They're up to volume 5.
Okay.
On these
You got time to
first
catch up.
two, I
That's
do.
good.
You know,
That's
and I
gonna be a
have
good
them.
chunk. 100 and something.
Found them on
episodes.
Amazon. They're in my cart already at the moment.
Nice.
So, because they're not expensive. Like these, I paid retail for these. They're about $25 a piece.
Oh wow.
Yeah, about 20 bucks
That's
for most of the
So
that's a really good
it's-
price, especially with that
for not only for
number of episodes.
for the number of episodes, for a high def Blu-ray release,
Yeah.
and for an anime.
Yeah. All those things are usually. I mean, remember back in
Yeah.
the day when they were like $50, $60?
I was just gonna say
For a 5-episode tape.
and I can't. I do apologize in advance. I can't remember who sold them to me.
2 episodes per tape.
On Discord. But in the sell buy and trade section,
Oh, okay.
I bought the Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood Blu-ray, the 2-box Blu-ray set, and he sold it to me for $50, and I thank him so much. I'm sorry I can't remember your name right now, but you know who you are, and thank you so much for it, because that set
You know
sells
who you
for,
are.
It's 2 releases, and he sold it to me for $50 total, and each one of those sells for about $60 each.
Wow.
So I got a crazy good deal on it, and I can't thank him enough for that.
Hell yeah.
So yeah.
Speaking
so
of which,
seeing
isn't there
these
like a
are official,
anime sale going
Viz
on?
Media releases.
Yeah, Sentai Works.
Sentai.
Sentai Filmworks and Viz Media. So for those, yeah, so $25 a piece. Same thing on Amazon. They're about $19 to $20 a piece. Definitely going to be upgrading. Next one I picked up. I'm surprised I didn't have this. Actually, it was $4.99, so I'm like, if I have a duplicate of it, I can at least just sell it on eBay.
Yeah.
But I don't, and I kind of wish it was the original release, but it's the Platinum Hits with the modern Xbox logo, and that's Fusion Frenzy for the original Xbox.
Frenzy.
Oh my god, I think I remember that game.
This was one of the old. I don't want to say it's a launch title for the original Xbox,
Party
but it
game
was one of
action.
the early releases for the original Xbox.
Like American Gladiators.
Non-stop party
think-
game action.
I think it is a launch title.
Okay.
Is it
sure.
actually? I can't remember if it is or not.
If it's not launch title, it's very soon after. It's a really early title.
Yeah, very early. Because I remember seeing the advertisements for this. Because it launched around the same time as.
Yes, it was a launch title. Just check
It was. There you go.
Yeah,
A launch title for the original Xbox. But.
It's a popular one though among the Xbox.
Oh, it
fans.
is. It is.
Yeah,
This
it's a
was
good
literally.
game.
If you weren't, if you were not too much of a kid into own a Nintendo system, this was your Mario Party.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
my friend had an Xbox, so I played the fuck out of that.
So this
It
was your
very
Mario
much
Party.
is like Mario Party.
Yeah.
I would say it's more difficult, but
But it
it's
really,
like
okay.
Oh, it is. It's hard, and yeah,
What it really
yeah.
felt to me is it felt like a sci-fi American Gladiator. So it really felt like theme-wise.
yeah.
That's
And as
cool,
as
yeah.
Stout said before we went live, the AI is a cheating whore.
Yeah.
Of course.
This game is notorious for having very obviously cheating AI. And it's like that. So prepare to get your ass kicked a lot if you're playing the single player mode on this.
I just imagine Sean playing it like, what the fuck?
Very much multiplayer. It's fun with multiple people.
You can't defy the laws of physics. No, it's okay. But yeah, still on top of that though, absolutely fantastic, fun as hell game.
Cool.
I remember this was on a demo disc way back in the day, and it was one of the few games on that demo disc that I just played the crap out of. Because it was one of those really good demos where there's no time limit on it, and it was literally just the free play mode, and they gave you like 4 or 5 of the mini games, and then you could just play them like over and over and over and over again as much as you want. So you pretty much had like a mini version of the full game.
It's
And it was
literally
just-
like a mini version of it. Yeah. It's like here's the light version of the game. Enjoy.
Yeah, here's all the options, all the menus, everything was there. You're just locked only to like the 4 or 5 mini games that you had, and you could even play the multiplayer. You could play them with your friends. It had everything
HD
was
upgrade
there.
when?
Say what?
I want an HD upgrade of that game. HD re-release, remaster. I need a remaster of that.
There- I know it's on the Xbox Marketplace for Xbox One, and it does have the HD upscaling.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I
Played
think
on-
it
Oh,
is one of the ones
okay.
that's Upscale.
So you
Or it's
can
up
get this,
rendering, which is better.
up
Yeah.
rendered.
Yeah, like how the
Yeah,
PS4
whatever.
does the
Like
PS2
for example,
Yeah.
for example though, like Xbox has actually been better about that stuff lately. If you play Red Dead Redemption, the original Red Dead Redemption,
games.
on the Xbox One or the new Xbox X, it will literally look better and perform better than on any other console.
Nice.
PS3, PS4 don't
Yeah,
fucking
it's
matter.
been designed to utilize the new hardware.
That's
Yeah.
cool. I'd
So
like to get a proper remaster of that.
It was really good.
Right.
Or just have that up-rendered version available on
Really good.
PS4.
Probably so.
so for this last pickup that I have here, I certainly hope Cass is still in the chat and watching.
Uh-huh.
Cass,
because-
are you there?
Cass!
I know you're gonna enjoy this one.
Yeah.
I saw this
Cat
at
is
Half
nuts.
Price Books. It was like
There it is.
$3, and I'm like, oh my god. First person I thought it was Cass for this, because it is
Mhm.
for PlayStation 2, released powered by Action Replay from the makers of Game Shark, and I think it's Daytel is the company.
Sounds right.
Here is I'll read the full title as it's written. For PlayStation 2, this is not a game. Ultimate codes for use with Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Oh, God.
Look at that cover. Oh my god, it's amazing.
Specifically
Oh, yeah.
for Vice
And
I
City.
love
and
the
this-
fucking
Oh,
the
wow.
star in the corner there.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if Sean can see it.
Mhm.
I have an image link here in Cast,
Mm-hmm.
and it's someone was selling this on eBay, and it's a high quality picture of the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you click on the
Because these drawings, by the way, of what's supposed to be like the little squares
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
on the Vice City, they're not the same thing. These are like weirdly like hand drawn bad clip
Hold
art.
on a second. Let me see if I can find it here. Okay. I'll just
pretty
pull it,
amazing.
I'll just pull it up and we can see. Oh, there we
Yeah.
are.
You can
Oh my
see
God,
the-
you're right.
And it's just like the main
Let's just
like
zoom in
they
a
gave
bit
like
here.
a weird like pedo mustache to the the main character.
ridiculous.
Yeah, that does not look like Tommy Vercetti, and
And it's
They literally just fucking
little
traced over
star
that
in the
shit.
corner, 100% unofficial.
this is like, oh yeah.
And
Oh
it's
my
just,
God.
and from
This
what
is
according to the instructions, the way this works, it works like an action replay, where you pop this disc in first.
They had
and then
two
you
of the
pick
same
pick
girl.
codes.
Just flip.
Yeah, you pick the code, and then it tells you insert the game. And you take the game out, and put the game in, and it
Yeah.
They made
activates. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything looks all warbly. Like,
I love the dude in the bottom
weird.
corner though. He looks so uninterested. Like, I don't fucking care why I'm here.
I
I
just
just
like a guy who's heading to the unemployment office or something. I don't fucking know. He just looks like
I don't know. That's like Tommy. I want to shave that thing. There we go.
Oh god, it looks so bad. And there's clip
oh
art.
my god, it's so
man.
terrible.
Look at those clip art trees. Look at those clip art trees. I mean, come on, clip art
Yeah, those-
fucking trees. They didn't even
Look
try.
at that fucking fake,
Oh,
like
yeah.
the motorcycle in the bottom
It
corner.
looks so unlike.
yeah, that
I
black
couldn't
thing in
tell
the
for a
middle
second that was
is
a
supposed
motorcycle.
to be a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the trees.
it's like oh,
Oh yeah,
now
the
I
motorcycle.
see it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like everything looks kind of warbly and weird looking. Like they couldn't get
Fucking-
clearly defined lines. Like I don't
You know, they
understand.
literally paid on like $20,
Anyway.
and this is what they got.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like this is the best they can do
They
when
asked
they
their
just
intern to do the art.
overlay the image in Microsoft Paint, and this is the best you can do with a
Oh,
mouse.
No, that's
Yeah.
totally Illustrator. That's just Illustrator doing dot 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 around on the same
Yeah.
Oh, that too, yeah.
That's what it is. It's just not.
And it's just like
I go at
But I
a,
love
it. I
at
saw
a
this.
distance. At a distance, you think, oh yeah, that's Vice City, and then but you look a little
Right.
closer, and it's like, wait a minute.
You take 2 seconds. Like this. What?
oh, and also they tried to sort of recreate the blueback PS2 discs.
Okay, yeah,
So they gave us it's like this baby blue
like tint.
backing, yeah, like tint,
Weird.
Oh wow.
and
They
it's
couldn't
not.
get the official tint, so they kind of
Yeah, so they kind of like tried to do it, and it
Is
came
that
up
for
like this.
PC?
That's so
No,
weird.
this is for an actual
Oh,
PlayStation 2.
PlayStation.
You
Oh
put,
my
like I
god,
said,
for PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
it says, and I'll read the instructions real quick. It says first load your Ultimate Codes disc just like you would a normal PS2 game.
Mhm.
Once loaded, a list of codes available, and you can games will be displayed. Use up down the X button to choose the codes you want. You can enable several codes at a time. Once you've made your selection, press Start on your controller. When prompted to insert the game disc, press the eject button on your PlayStation 2 to open the CD tray.
Yeah.
Wow.
Replace the ultimate code with your game.
Yeah.
Press X on the controller to start the game with your enhancements enabled.
And there it
I'll
is.
tell you right
So
now,
it's like an
if I
action
find
replay.
that Well, I'm gonna buy that.
Just
Yeah,
like-
that's what I'm saying. This is
Or Game
it's not-
Shark, yeah.
yeah, because it's by Action Replay.
Oh, it is.
It's a-
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's by Code Junkies or Action Replay. So
Software
it's
Game Shark.
it's
The
an
most janky
official.
thing they've ever
That's what I'm
done.
saying. It's weird to say official because it's not.
It's officially
100%.
unofficial.
It's 100% unofficial.
100% unofficial.
But when it comes
yeah.
to
Now
Action
explain to us
Replay,
why you
Game
bought
Shark,
this stuff.
Code Junkies, and all that kind of stuff, it is a real product from them.
I wouldn't care if that was a real product. If I saw that fucking cover, I'm like, that's art. I need to buy that.
Yeah, I love the story that he told to me when he described this. So,
Mhm.
explain to me why you bought this.
Okay.
Oh,
Explain to
the reason why I bought this is because I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the PS2 games on the shelf, and I see this thing, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. It does
Mhm.
not
Yeah.
look like a PS2 disc.
Yes.
I'm like, okay, someone grabbed a DVD or something and threw it over here. So I saw it, and it's for Grand Theft Auto Vice City
Mhm.
codes. I'm like, oh, is this just like a burnt CD with some like text files with codes on it or something?
Uh-huh.
And so I pull it, and I look at the cover, and out loud in the store, I go,
That's exactly what I would have done. Yep.
it's like,
If I find that, I'm buying that.
in my this is half price book. This is a bookstore.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
very
So
quiet.
you can hear even on a Saturday, you can hear the proverbial fucking pin drop.
Yes.
They go,
Those big
oh, I
egos.
guess I'm buying that one.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. How can you pass that up, right?
Exactly.
Like,
I love
Just
oddities
as a
like
novelty, yeah.
this. Especially like, and then this is, I mean, it's not. They're all over the place. I looked up online. I paid less than what you can pay online for. They go for about $9.
Oh, that's not
It's
bad.
not exactly.
Oh, wow.
It's not
considering
exactly
how
a
old
rare
they
thing
are.
or an
Yeah.
expensively like coveted. No, and it's stupid.
Stupid. Look
I
at
I
it.
just love that
Look at
Grand
it.
Theft Auto is written in like Arial.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I bought it for the stupid.
Just like the game. Yeah.
It's the Grand Theft Auto Vice City is an extremely detailed game that's simply loaded with cool things to do. Ultimate Codes helps you access all areas so you won't miss a thing.
hmm
cool.
What it says.
I don't
Awesome.
want to miss a thing. Sorry.
Amazing.
Take it
Damn.
The
back.
thing is,
Become a Grand Theft Auto master with Ultimate Codes.
the
I
thing
would
is,
buy that.
there is codes that you can just enter in as well. You don't even.
That's
need
what I'm
a-
saying. That's
yeah.
literally what this is doing. Is
Yeah.
literally just pushing buttons for you.
It's just entering the codes in for
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
To be
And then,
fair,
like,
that
probably-
would probably be more convenient and faster than entering the codes.
Oh yeah,
in, but-
yeah. Instead of sitting there booming all the buttons or putting in a certain name or something.
And then,
typing
damn
in a
it,
certain
I
thing.
got one wrong. Fuck, you gotta start over.
Yeah, this is just like, okay, I want this, and this.
check,
Oh,
check,
that
check,
was
check, check,
game.
wasn't
done.
reducing my
Yeah.
thing. That's only the tank. Fuck.
And from what I understand,
Yeah.
once you do it, they're always active. So every time you die and reload, it just reactivates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a software thing.
It
It's supposed to-
changes.
So-
It changes the save game file basically, so it's
Yeah.
always
Yeah.
there. That I remember when we played Vice City, we found like a list of the codes online and entered a bunch of them in, and it basically broke the game. Like we couldn't turn them off. So like I remember one of them was that all citizens were armed and
Oh
aggressive.
God.
So like all of the citizens were like constantly trying to kill
tried
you.
to, like rob an old
Uh,
grandma or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
it was
yeah.
basically we killed like an old granny, and like so over her dead body like this rocket launcher appeared. So it was like this little frail granny with a freaking rocket launcher.
There is a hilarious clip that someone found that in, I think it's for San Andreas, that there's a mission where you have to drive like a box truck and catch one of the dudes that's trying to commit suicide jumping off
Oh,
the
that
building.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, apparently if you activate the code that has all the civilians are hostile,
Yeah.
it kills the truck driver that's supposed to drive the truck. All it does is it cuts to a scene of you standing there, and you turn around, face the camera as your dude just leaps off the building and dies. And it soft locks the game because you can't progress. Every time you reload, it's just turn, jump, turn, jump.
Oh god,
Oh my god.
It's crazy.
Amazing.
that's hilarious.
Oh,
Anyway,
they're so good. But yeah, another future maybe live stream of checking this out and
Oh my
just
God,
seeing the
please.
stupid shit we can get into.
mhm,
Yes,
absolutely.
That, if you connect your YouTube, you can to your Twitch, you can just export all your live
So-
to your YouTube.
So is that it for your
That's what I
pickups?
do. Yeah, that's it.
All right, cool, excellent.
That way you can put them there too. So then since they go disappear on Twitch after a while.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. So,
Oh, okay, I didn't know if you did. All right.
So-
I've
I
have to
turned
pee.
my YouTube
So-
account into a Twitch
I
archive.
coached
Okay.
like 5 people in the last 2 weeks on how to set up their Twitch accounts, so I didn't. And almost
Okay.
nobody knew what the fuck the export thing existed.
So
You can quickly show yours and go pee. Okay.
Exactly
Stoud,
is my
what'd you
plan.
get before your bladder explodes?
the one thing I got was My Girl and My Girl 2.
Oh, there you go.
And I got it mainly because they were originally released MOD for like $20 to $25 each.
Excellent.
This is a Mill Creek release. It was
Excellent.
$9 for both movies.
Called that shit.
Might
So,
grab
like-
that. I just like to say I really like bees. Anyway,
Fuck you.
Hey, bro.
I like bees too, though, actually.
They
I
give
hate-
us honey. Just a
I
random
hate what they
unrelated
did in
comment,
this
you know.
movie. I hate what they did in this movie, but I like it.
I
I'll
wasn't
punch
gonna.
every bee in the motherfucking bee face, all right?
Fuck you, bee.
Bee face.
Fuck you,
But it's
bee.
not the bees' fault that this, it's not their fault. It's not
I
their
know. The fucking mood ring's like $1, dude. Why'd you go back for that shit? Sorry.
Mood ring? What?
I don't-
There's a My Girl mood
Nothing.
ring?
He's going back from mood ring when he encounters the bees, and it's like, it's a fucking mood ring. Go to the.
It's about what the
Another one.
mood ring means to him, okay?
You don't know the difference. You just got different mood rings. It's the same fucking. Anyway, go.
It's in the movie, Sean.
I haven't seen the movie. I just had it spoiled.
Neither
for
have
me.
I, but I'm
So-
guessing it's probably in the
It
movie.
takes
Something
place
to do
in
with
the
the movie,
50s.
yeah.
There are mood rings. There are kids.
So
there
so
are
far,
bees.
I was just gonna say the only thing I know
Yeah.
about this damn movie is that there's mood rings and bees.
Apparently. And Macaulay Culkin.
And Macaulay Culkin.
who does,
That's
who
a
does not
combination
appear in
right
the second movie, sadly. A
No.
lot of people shit on the second movie. I think it's actually quite good.
The second
Okay.
one's actually better than the first one. I will stand by that.
Excellent.
I also like
Wow.
the live action Death Note movie, but that's okay.
It better be tragic and
I'm
sad
sure I do.
Yeah.
and heartwarming all at the same time.
Okay, go to someone else. I gotta pee.
All right, go pee.
Okay.
Skinslip, what'd you get? Other than hi.
She's like, wait,
I
what?
got an assortment of wares.
Oh, an
But
assortment of
unfortunately, I have to
where?
clean this real quick. So
Very
one,
nice.
1 second.
Okay.
Do you have On the Trail Dracula? For anything?
I think I have it on DVD.
It's only available on DVD. On the Trail.
Then I probably do, yes. I think.
Okay.
Is that the one
That's
hosted
one
by Christopher Lee?
Nope, that is not the one with by Christopher Lee. You're thinking of In Search of Dracula.
I always get those two mixed up. I think I have the other one too. I'll have to check. I don't.
Which was
remember.
on Comet the other day, by the way.
Yeah.
So, by the way, this is why I have this Blu-ray from Kino Lover.
I do not have that. I need to get
It
that.
was. Got released, I think, last year, year before, maybe.
Yeah, I remember seeing it
Um,
around.
It's on Blu-ray. But guess what? There's a commentary. Guess what? Kino Lover doesn't fucking skimp on the releases for the most part.
No, they're pretty
A few
good.
of them come out bare bones. For the most part, they get like a commentary.
Yeah, they do stuff.
or a feature or something. They're doing really good.
They usually have
I
really nice
remember-
transfers too.
Yeah, I remember 7 years ago, I was complaining that they're like bare bones and they're charging like $20 a disc.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not fucking okay. And that,
No.
at the time, that's like ridiculous. You
Mhm.
know, no one should do that unless it's like a really rare movie that just has nothing.
Yeah, exactly. But
And then you could get a commentary. You can get some people who are big fans of any movie. Trust me.
yeah,
Anyway, this is I can't wait to see this in high def.
yeah.
In Search of Dracula. I remember seeing this a lot on TV.
I'm sure
Not
I've
related
seen
to
it.
this
I'm sure I've
show.
seen it.
Just so we're clear.
Yeah.
There was an In Search of show which spun off from its own In Search of
Oh
documentary.
yeah, yeah. No, it's not. It's
And
yeah.
it's actually here's a significant note about this. This was based on a book, and that book is the only reason. It was the reason why we draw a connection between Vlad Tepes and Dracula.
Okay.
Before no one had drawn the connection
Correct.
between Dracula. No one had in writing or perhaps in serious tone.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody did prior. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody had prior to the book that this was based on drawn the connection between Vlad Tepes and Dracula as the source for Dracula.
Yeah, there's no like sort of official indication that that was an inspiration for Bram Stoker. It may have been a partial inspiration, but it's not in the original novel in any form.
Documentary talks about that. So
it's interesting. See, that's something I've always found really interesting is seeing where all these things that have been melded into the Dracula legend came from. Like Nosferatu gave sunlight, killing vampires. The Dan Curtis one gave us Dracula searching for his reincarnated lady love, which actually came from Dark Shadows. But but and just all these different things that have kind of woven their way in, and people who haven't read the book think it came from the book, but it didn't come from the book.
Right. This is a very important documentary. That's why I'm so glad we got Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I can't wait to read it. I haven't seen this in good 20 years.
I'll have to get that because I definitely.
It's $12 on right now.
I might have it on DVD, but I know for sure I don't have the Blu-ray. So
the DVD is cropped. This is the first time it's unedited. I can't even show the back of this because there's a naked lady butt.
Yay!
Okay.
I like
so
naked lady butts.
It's not just a documentary. Christopher Lee appears in costume as both Dracula and Vlad Tepes.
Nice.
During intro segments, and there's also the reenactment shot. I think he's in those too, but don't quote me on that. So there's something. There's not just a documentary that you've seen 1,000 times now. This is the original documentary about Vlad and Dracula connection.
Yeah.
So
very cool.
It's important historically.
Yeah. No, I definitely need to get that.
I wanted to talk about this when Justin comes back.
Okay.
So wait.
So go to the next one. I guess.
The next is the newest release in Golden Age Video. The Other Side of the Gary Graver.
Oh, I like that cover.
COVID. It's not COVID. I just smoked too much weed.
I know. I figured. Got to clean your filter again or something, right?
I'm gonna read the back of this because I couldn't do justice. And Justin DeClo, the guy who runs Golden Age Video, did. I also watched one of the movies off of this, and we'll have a discussion about that. I actually have some interesting things to say about that. Okay, so Gary Graver has one of the most fascinating careers in motion picture history. He shot Orson Welles' final feature, The Other Side of the Wind.
Oh,
He worked as Welles' closest creative collaborator on the great director's final projects. He filmed alongside Steven Spielberg and John Cassavetes and Paul Bartel. And most impressive of all, he was a cinematographer on dozens of movies that continue to be treasured as beloved cult classics. But Gary Graver's name is often reduced to a footnote in film history. So in an attempt to shine a light on his accomplishments, Golden Age Video is proud to present a release dedicated to Gary's au revoir. Oh, I didn't say that right. Au revoir, whatever, that French word for meaning an entire body of work. This disc includes Gary Graver's debut, The Embracers, from 1963, presented here in its longest available form ever, which has never been released. His jaw-dropping directorial effort, and When She Was Bad, and a very personal retrospective documentary film that's almost 2 hours in itself, a Gary Graver movie. Now,
I need to get this.
The secret film on here is a movie called Texas Lightning.
Okay.
He shot it as a very serious movie called The Boys, in which it was like a exploitation film, there was like gang rape revenge type film, very serious drama, and the producers didn't want that. They wanted a comedy, so they made him edit comedy scenes in and put silly gag music.
Oh God. Yeah.
And so there's a ton of whiplash in this movie. They're like bullying and there's like this goofy music, so I think you're supposed to laugh because he's just like, well, I don't know what to do here. I think he just didn't know what else to do. I mean, he was told to do one thing with the thing that he didn't have a vision for. So Justin DeClo, Golden Age Video, presents that movie, but with the director's original ending, which I guess is previewed in the movie a Gary Graver film. But I guess he took the footage from that and put it into the original movie. And so you get to see it for the first time in a kind of director's cut. Obviously, all the goofy, weird shit's still there, but the right ending is there at least. I saw it. I wouldn't say I would recommend it. I wouldn't say it's a very good film. I wouldn't say it's a art, and I would say it's kind of reprehensible. The main character just gets bullied the whole time, and then his love interest gets raped. I'm gonna spoil this movie. I'm sorry, I just have to. And then after all that, she doesn't get vengeance. He does, kind of, not really.
Interesting. So
it's a very unpleasant movie with an unhappy ending.
So it's a movie about how life can be really shitty sometimes.
And unfair.
And unfair.
I gave it 3 out of 10 stars.
Wow.
Because it was a compromised vision. I think if this was presented as a serious subject like he wanted to do,
would have been much better.
I bet you the original film was probably stark and bleak, and had something to say, and he had to remove all that.
Fucking bullshit.
But it's a good example of how that thing happens, and then we get to watch the films that weren't compromised. He actually did like 10, 15 movies, I think, of his own. Yeah. And I think he was a cinematographer on E.T. or something like that.
That's definitely one that I want to see. I'm going to have to grab that one from Golden Ninja.
You should.
It's funny because I just saw The Other Side of the Wind for the first time not too long ago.
This is like a pretty companion piece. I need to see that still.
But... Oh, you haven't seen that? Oh, yeah, you definitely need to see that.
It's on my Netflix view.
All right, next. And there's the accompanying documentary that goes with it as well. Watch both of them.
Who directed the movie Dead of Night that you bought?
The what?
That movie Dead of Night. I think you bought it from Indicator. Who directed that one?
I don't remember.
Because I think I have it. It's here, Death Dream. Let me, is this, I don't know if this is, I don't know if it's the same one. It's probably, here's the cover. Does that look familiar?
No. Hold on.
Oh, maybe it's a different Dead of Night.
Might be.
Anyway.
I don't fucking know.
Okay, so it's called Dead of Night originally, but it got released at some point as Death Dream. I like the Death Dream cover a lot better because it's art.
Yeah, that's very nice.
I know nothing about the movie, but it's Bob Clark. He did
Bob Clark. Yeah. Did Porky's.
So it's like I'm interested in seeing it.
And children shouldn't play with dead things.
Yeah, and he did Black Christmas.
And Black Christmas. Yeah. Love
and
Bob,
A Christmas Story.
And he did A Christmas Story, which is that famous horror movie.
I know, the terrifying Christmas Story.
Had a very career, and
yeah, it's great. I love Bob Clark.
His career is so weird because he goes between those two extremes, like
he does
family film and disturbing as fuck horror.
And the
film.
thing is, he does both extremes very well. Like I love Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. I really need to get the Blu-ray of that, actually. I keep forgetting. It's just such a kooky, off-the-wall, like, horror movie. Like, black comedy, almost, horror movie. It's just great. I love it.
Okay, there's more, but I had to double-check something. Okay. No, I think you got the 1945 Dead of Night. I think that's the one.
Oh, maybe, like an old film noir or something.
That does sound like...
Yeah, I think that's one you got.
Yeah.
What a bummer. That'd been really cool. We both got to, you happen to get the movie I already have. Anyway, I knew you know about this, Sean. Voyage into Space, which is the it's the edit of the first 4 and the last 4 episodes, or no, it's the last 2 episodes of
Johnny
first
Sacco.
3 and the last 2 episodes of Johnny Sacco and the Flying Robot, also known as Giant Robo.
Interesting.
Made into a film. It's a bit nonsensical.
I'm sure it is.
It looks beautiful.
I love that slipcover, though. Holy shit, that's beautiful.
Yeah, this is limited.
That's amazing.
The whole package is limited.
Yeah.
On RonanFlix.com's website.
Nice. Very nice.
They don't have a lot of releases, but they have a few.
Yeah.
And I had the DVD release of the TV series, so I thought I would really like to see it high def. And I looked at this disc. I didn't watch the movie. I just flipped through it. Holy shit! Please upgrade that show to Blu-ray. I will buy the hell out of that.
Well, and I heard there was some issues. I heard there was some issues with Shout's presentation of that on the DVD, something to do with the masters they were given.
They were given that poor video quality tape masters, basically.
Yeah, basically. I heard there was some interlacing issues and stuff.
They decided to not put money into it.
Yeah,
so
they never do.
That's all Scream Factory's probably data saying that they probably wouldn't sell a lot of copies.
Yeah, exactly.
That's usually what happens, you know.
Yep.
They got a lot of employees to pay. Sometimes I get it, but like, I want like Discotech or whoever to release a Blu-ray set of the Japanese version.
Mm-hmm.
I know the American dub's probably not going to get released here in the States. We're lucky that Voyage into Space even happened, actually.
Yeah.
Next, I got. Which side can I show? I got the Forgotten Jolly collection. Oops, there.
Boobies! No.
If you notice, I got volume 1 and 2 here.
That is a really nice. I would love to have those.
I haven't seen a single one of them yet, and I also
just
the
too expensive
my
for me.
favorite set that I haven't seen yet. I have 13 Giallo to see now.
Nice.
I'm basically just buying them to watch with Justin because
Perfect.
First, we got Autopsy.
Hmm.
Yes, I know. Yet another movie called Autopsy. 1975.
Need more of those.
Not the default cover. This is a full
Every
cover.
movie should be called Autopsy.
Murder Mansion. This is a Spanish film.
Ooh.
This one is on the on our it's on one of those Mill Creek sets.
Okay.
And Crazy Desires of the Murder I flipped because the other side's a bit risque. And I really like the spine on this one.
Nice.
So there you go. Those are the 3 movies in the set.
Cool.
Yeah.
So each
That's
one is
it. That's
3.
everything I
Very cool.
got. So a few things I keep up with. This is the one thing I bought at the beginning. I bought this at the money that was left over last month.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, yeah, at the end of last month. This I bought this month. This I broke the bank with. I wasn't supposed to buy that. That was more fun money than I was supposed to spend.
Yeah.
$35.
But sometimes, there's those rare gems. You don't want to miss them. FOMO and all that. Well,
If it wasn't the limited edition, I wouldn't care. If it was just the slipcover that was limited, I wouldn't care.
I got one, and I forgot to bring it over. Just give me a sec here.
Because I don't slipcovers are nice, but very few movies have to have their slipcovers.
Uno, singular, pickup.
So I wouldn't. So if it was limited edition without slipcover, I wouldn't whatever. I'll wait for the slipcoverless one. But
yes,
that's the only one I'm impressed. Anyway.
Okay. So this is the only pickup I got this week. This was from last month's Amazon gift card. So I think I paid about $6 out of pocket for this, and the rest was all gift card. Got from Scream Factory, The Town That Dreaded Sundown.
Oh, hell yeah.
There you go. And this
Love
is
that movie. My favorite pro slasher.
This is a 2-disc set, which has the movie on DVD and Blu-ray, and on the DVD we got a second feature, The Evictors. I did not actually know that one was DVD only. I was kind of disappointed to find that out, but
the Evictors is on Blu-ray because it had people wanted it very badly.
Yeah,
and then it did so well. I didn't end up buying it. I haven't bought it, and now it's out of print. But the DVD was double feature because they had a Walmart edition where it was just the 2 on the DVD for like $5.
So anyway. Haven't seen this. Basically grabbed it because I think it's out of print now, so I wanted to get it before it was gone. Kind of had my eye on it for a while, and the fact it was a double feature, get 2 movies for basically the price of one. It's got a good selection of extras on there.
As I was watching that movie, I genuinely had the moment where I was like becoming a detective myself, or trying to become a
He was.
I was just like, wait a minute. The cop just so happens to be there right at that moment.
So,
or wait a minute, are you sure that's the same killer? That doesn't sound like the same.
So,
interesting stuff like that.
Yeah. So, Scream Factory has been doing the occasional once in a blue moon double feature in the old format. There was just another one that they put out recently, but limited editions, very limited to 1,000 copies, which I think is way too low. For especially a big company like Scream Factory. It should be Twilight Time did 3,000 for theirs, and their stuff was way more niche a lot of the time, but they always did 3,000. Yeah. So why the fuck does Shout Factory limit them so severely to the point where basically the only people who get them are scalpers and a few lucky collectors?
And what bothers me is they're doing it with shit they own the catalog for. They fucking bought the goddamn Criterion, the Corman catalog. Sorry, wrong scene.
Yeah.
So for most of them are fucking Corman. Fuck, I keep doing that. Corman titles. So what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, why are you making them limited editions? You asshats.
I don't know. So they did. There was some double feature that came out. It was limited edition. I found out about it, like a month later, I missed the Twitter post, I guess, and went and checked. Oh, surprise, surprise, sold out. And I'm sure if I had found out about it the day after, it would have been sold out. It's like, and guaranteed it's on eBay for $1 bajillion. But it was a couple of movies I'd never heard of. I mean, the only reason I would have bought them is because it was a double feature. And I like the double features because, you know, discover a lot of unknown titles through those. But they've done a couple of those in recent years with the same cover design as the old regular double features they used to do. And one viewer argued with me on YouTube when I did my update on Halloween, where I picked up.
Why do they always have to argue?
Oh, I know, where I picked up a few of the the out of print double features, and I mentioned that Shout Factory doesn't really do these anymore. And he's like, "What are you talking about? They just did one." And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, it was a limited edition, but it was the same design and everything. And I'm like, that's not the same, dude. That's not the same. It's like a once in a blue moon limited edition. I'm talking about, well, you said they never do it anymore, and that's wrong. It's like, all right, listen. What I'm talking about is they don't do it like they used to. Like it used to be they had double features that were not limited editions. They were just part of the regular batch of releases, and they had them frequently. They were widely available and cheap. I usually got them at HMV in the 2 for $20 racks. So they were
about $15 for both of them.
That's why I bought so many of them, was because they were cheap, and I would discover like wonderful new movies through that, and I really enjoyed that. And you know, I usually get the double features for one of the movies, which is one I wanted and recognized, and then it would have a second movie with it that I'd never seen, and I usually discover some hidden gem that I'd never heard of or seen, and I loved it. It was such a wonderful way to expand my, you know, sphere of horror experience. But then they stopped doing them, and they just do like the single releases now, because they can charge more money.
Twitter's finally rolling out a paid version, but it's only to like make limited content, not to actually give us an edit button. So they want us to pay for tweets, but they don't want to.
I think they're probably never going to give us an edit button for the simple fact that it could be taken advantage of.
I guess
for people to.
It's not that hard to put like Facebook, where you have the whole edit log. They can see the original post. You scroll through it, see every edit you make.
Yeah.
There's no thing they can't do that.
I don't know.
Facebook does it. If Facebook does it and you don't, what the hell's wrong with you?
I don't know.
Anyway.
Just proofread your tweets before you hit send, then you won't have to edit them.
Look, there were 3 typos last year, and someone just liked it, and I hate it.
Yeah. And I mean, in my case, if I see, like, oh, there's a typo there, I don't want that to have a typo, I just delete it, and I repost it. And that's that.
I didn't know this was that. I literally just saw the 2 typos.
Oh, it was too
late.
Those
things
you'd already had.
It's a whole set of stuff too.
So you'd already had engagement. So you
and it had a million. It's also got like 5 replies from me. In a thread.
Oh, so
it's like I can't even. I'll break the thread.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
All right.
You have to repost everything.
Yeah.
What a penis in the anus. So, movies this week. As you probably guessed from our conversation earlier, the one I watched this week. Huh?
What title did you get? You said, you got that one. Sorry. Never mind. You got the fucking Town Red Town.
Someone was paying attention.
You're just babbling. Sorry, we got so sidetracked I had already forgotten.
Okay. I got this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm really fucking stoned, and I have poor object permanence.
Here's a good movie. You wanted to see this movie, and it comes with another movie. So I wanted to watch both movies. Because movies.
Movie picture film.
Speaking of movies, as you guys may have guessed from our conversation earlier, the one that I watched this week, because I was, mourning and just busy doing other. I did do a lot of Fortnite highlights this week. It was not an unproductive week, but was Godzilla versus the Smog Monster, the Titan dub, specifically the old version that was done for TV. The reason I wanted to watch it is because I don't know that it was necessarily the first Godzilla movie I ever saw, but it was the earliest one I remember seeing. And specifically, I remember going to see it with my best friend at the time, and there was a local like second run theater that would have that would show Godzilla movies every Saturday, and so his father took us to see some of them, and that was one of the ones I remembered because there's that wonderful scene where Hedra, as they pronounce it in that particular cut,
I forgot about that.
Hedra.
I grew up with that dub, so I
Pretty
forgot.
sure everyone pronounces it Hedora, but anyway, Hedra flies away from the battle with Godzilla. So Godzilla turns around and then proceeds to fly after him. Yes, fly, using his atomic breath as like a jet thruster to hurtle himself through the air after Hedra.
You just watched Godzilla.
I love that gif.
And
like a fly.
yeah,
Yep.
and oh yeah, that's right. And I just remember my friend and I just bursting out laughing at that moment because it was so ridiculous. And it has like this triumphant like hero music playing while he's going and dun 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 dun.
I love
You know?
music. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but so there was that. It was kind of like because I'm pretty sure that was the version, like the cut and the dub that we saw, like we would have seen, because this would have been in the like late 70s, early 80s, so it would have been the one that was around. But I found out just recently that apparently that particular cut was done specifically for American television. So somehow this theater had got a film print of it and showed it, because as far as I'm aware, that's the only English dub that was out at that point in time. So yeah, so
Well, you're in Canada, so you may have gotten it over there distributed.
We're in Canada. Well, that's true. Yeah, because we are in Canada. And wow, Stoud, that's horrifying.
Someone already existed.
So
Instead of making their own dub, and that's why you.
yeah. So anyway, we got to see that, and we went to see a few more. I don't remember specifically which other ones we saw, but that was the one I always remembered. That one always made a big impact on me, and I've revisited it a couple of times in recent years. With the Kraken Blu-ray, where I think I watched the Japanese version with English subtitles, seeing it uncut for the first time ever. And I also remembered the part where Godzilla was knocked into the pit, and then Hedora proceeds to literally shit all over Godzilla.
Great.
So it was like...
It was one of my favorites. I got 4 or 5 vinyl toys of him.
I always liked the monster in that. I always thought it was a good monster.
Hedora and Gigan are my 2 favorite villains.
Very, very heavy-handed, be good to the environment message throughout that entire film.
My favorite part is they put real fucking oil all over that poor fucking dog.
Cat, wasn't it? The cat on the stairs? Yeah.
Cat. They absolutely animal cruelty that poor cat.
Yeah, that poor cat.
Probably okay, but you never know.
And then there was a baby. There was a baby in, like, oil as well, crying.
Oh, yeah.
The poor baby.
Poor
How
baby.
many diseases did that kid get?
Environmentally safe, but not for these.
But not for the movie. We have to use these horrible toxic chemicals to demonstrate why you shouldn't use horrible toxic chemicals. But yeah. So anyway, that was fun. As I was saying earlier, I've been trying to search out some of the old, no longer available English dubs, and Skinslip pointed me to archive.org, where there's a whole bunch of them there. There's some that are actually reconstructed versions using the original dub, but with the higher quality HD masters that have since become available. And some really, really nice work there, and preservation by fans. So I think they have most of the old dubs that are there. I think there's still a few that are unaccounted for, but hopefully we'll see those.
Almost all the Red Menace titles should
point.
still be up there.
Yeah, I got all of those. I used your list that you gave me as a guide and grabbed all of them. Red Menace is a fan group that essentially does reconstructions using the high-def masters, but using the old dubs to kind of preserve those old dubs in the best possible quality. And in some cases, they're reconstructed extended versions that reincorporate the footage that was censored from the old cuts back in the day. So
or
you get
added back in the day sometimes.
You get these interesting hybrid cuts. One that I'm quite interested to check out is they have the original version of Godzilla versus the Thing, which is what Godzilla versus Mothra was called here, but I believe it's an HD reconstructed version. Now, the notable thing about that one is it is the only case I can think of where there was an alternate U.S. cut that actually has more footage than the Japanese version. Specifically, there's a scene where Godzilla attacks the U.S. Navy, which is unique to that cut. It was never in the Japanese cut, or it was removed from the Japanese cut, I guess, for political reasons.
I think it was used in Destroy All Monsters, wasn't it?
I don't remember. It may have been used somewhere else, but
I think it was used somewhere else at some point. But yeah, no, it was removed from that.
but as
movie
far
in
as so it's interesting.
sure.
It's interesting because that means that's the only U.S. cut of a Godzilla film that actually runs a few minutes longer than the original Japanese version. So, kind of cool. And as far as I know, that's the only, and it's another TV cut. And I think that's the only place that footage is available is in the TV cut. Like, it's not in the currently available versions.
Want that released. It's sensitive information. You know.
Yeah.
Now they're sensitive. They cut it out of the movie, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's the export version that they have and their version.
Yeah.
And that's it. No other editions exist in their brains.
So the
that's why we won't see dubs. That's why we won't see Titan dubs or Teacher dubs. Or
so the
anyone else.
So the reconstruction that's on archive.org has that footage in there. So it's pretty cool to have. Definitely a rarity.
Beautiful.
And something we'll never see an official release of. So.
And I love that. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like with Reboot. The only way it's gonna happen is if some fan gets really into it, and that it's handed every fucking episode's audio.
Oh yeah, God. And
then also puts the fucking video through AI render fix or fix the fucking.
Yeah, but let's not get back into that. We had that discussion. It's exhausting.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that's the only way it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Someone.
But yeah. Anyway, it was fun to revisit that in what I'm 99% sure is the same form I would have seen it in when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's very plausible they paid for the cut from people. I mean, to save money.
Yeah. Or it might have been, as you say, it might have just been available in Canada as a film print because, you know, just
very
because.
possible.
So anyway, that was fun. That was the one thing I watched this week. Oh, and I watched a little bit more of The Office because I needed some laughs, so I got back into The Office again. I think I was watching it last week too. So I finished season 5. I'm on to season 6 now, and so enjoying it.
Did Eric watch anything?
Take a wild guess.
No.
No.
There you go.
But I offered it anyways. It goes through, you know.
Oh, I know. Man. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Go to bed.
Well, what did you watch on your own, Stoudman?
I'm gonna quickly go heat up some food because I'm starving and haven't eaten today. I'll be back.
All right. Well, this week I watched.
He woke up and immediately went live.
I had some free time after work on Thursday, so I watched Creep Show.
Love it.
And this is a really fucking fantastic transfer. I don't know why I waited so fucking long to get it. So fucking good. And such great actors in it. I haven't seen this since I was very young.
You didn't buy
Not very young, but you know.
That's why you didn't buy it.
Since I was like a 12 or 13-year-old. So, yeah. I forgot that Stephen King played one of the characters in this. And it's fucking hilarious. And of course, it's like also based partially on. Was it one of the stories is based on his, or is it all of them?
I think they're all based.
Okay. Well, anyway, fucking great shit, and I loved it so much that immediately after watching this, I watched Creep Show 2 on Amazon Prime because it's currently on Amazon Prime for those who don't know. And loved it, especially because Tom Savini plays a small role in the first movie, and he plays a small role in the second movie as well. So seeing Tom Savini twice is awesome. The second Creep Show isn't as good as the first one,
I love the rap,
but there's still some things about it that I really enjoyed.
I love the rap. That's one. But yeah, I agree with that. You know, Arrow put on a really nice edition out of number 2.
And then last night I watched I, Jane Doe, which is a movie that's like a courtroom drama.
Hi, Derek. Love you, buddy.
Oh, yeah, not Eric.
Oh, I'm
Courtroom,
kidding.
courtroom drama, but it's from 1948, and it's a movie that focuses. Whoa, where the hell did Skinslip go?
I'm sure you
Okay.
can juggle out of the block.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
now nobody can see me.
Now you
Thank
are the
you.
block. God damn it.
Well, anyways, I. Like, I'm gonna fix this.
Actually, turn your camera off. No.
Right.
Turn your camera on and off again. You'll be at the bottom now. Come on, change the order.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hey, now you're gone. So I watched I, Jane Doe. It's 1948. It's a courtroom drama. And the interesting thing to me is that it features a female lawyer in this movie in 1948, which at that time was not actually very common. And it was becoming more common, but it wasn't very common at that time. And they didn't treat it like it was a common thing at the time.
Oh.
So, yeah. That's what was pretty impressive to me, because they didn't treat it like it was an uncommon thing at the time. They treated it like it was just everyday, normal life. This woman was a lawyer, and there's no big deal about that. I was like, hey, that's awesome. That's an excellent type of representation to see in a movie this old, you know?
Right?
But
pre-code, right?
The story itself is about, like, there's infidelity going on. The whole story is that the lawyer is the wife of the man who was killed by the woman that she is now being the lawyer for. She's now defending her in court. She's defending the person who killed her husband in court. To be perfectly clear about that, right? The way it ended, I wasn't a huge fan of, because it felt like, well, that there's no way that would hold up in court. But then we discussed it, and I was like, well, wait a minute. That might have been legally how it worked back in 1948, but regardless, like, it's a 7 out of 10. It's a pretty good movie. I wouldn't say it's the best movie ever, but it's good. And then that literally just fall down. It did.
Literally fell down. Literally.
There we go.
God damn it.
Then I watched I Wake Up Screaming, which is a pretty serviceable film noir. I wouldn't say it's the best film noir I've ever seen. There's no way it could be, because Billy Wilder made Sunset Boulevard, and that's all we have to say about that. I Wake Up Screaming, though, was a pretty good movie. It's got everything you would expect from a film noir. It's, well, almost everything that you would expect from a film noir. And because of that, there are many aspects about it that are very good. And, you know, it has you guessing up to the very end, like, okay, but who's the killer? Who's the killer? Who's the killer? And you kind of have a sense, is this the killer? Is that the killer? The full encompassed answer is not necessarily what you'd expect, but it is very good. And, like, I like that it keeps you guessing up until the end there.
It's the way you were
7 out of 10,
describing
though. 7 out of 10, not the best film noir I've ever seen.
The way you were describing that made me think, and you get to be the killer, and you get to be the killer.
Oprah Winfrey of Killing Squad.
Everyone gets to be the killer.
The real surprise of the movies that I watched was I Bury the Living, which is what I got for like $6.78.
I wish I'd gotten that. Damn it.
Scream Factory. It was really fucking good. This is a movie about a guy who is like, his family business that he's involved with is very successful. But as part of the family business, one of the things they own is a funeral, like a not a funeral, but like a cemetery. They own a cemetery.
Okay.
And so everybody in the family has to like take control of the cemetery for a certain amount of time or whatever. And he doesn't want to do it because it's a grisly thing, just dead people everywhere. Doesn't want to think about it, doesn't want to be involved with it. But he relentingly does decide to take part in it, and does take the role of the like owner of the cemetery. But he notices that he makes a mistake one day where he puts two people in their plot as gives them the wrong pin. There's a white pin and a black pin. Black pin means person is in this plot, and white pin means this is being saved for this person.
Okay.
So he ends up putting the black pin accidentally in there, and then those people mysteriously die. This like the day after he put those pins in there.
So there's like some kind of supernatural weirdness going on.
It keeps happening over and over and over again, and his partners and all those family are just like in the business are like, this is nonsense. There's no way that there's anything supernatural going on here. This is ridiculous. Put our pins in there. Well,
no,
I'll let you guess as to what happens next.
Okay,
but the ending is very interesting.
That sounds good. Yeah, sounds kind of Twilight Zone-y.
It is very Twilight Zone-y, and the way that it's shot and everything, there were a lot of shot selections they made that were actually surprisingly good, and I would say a little bit ahead of their time even in some ways. So yes, very good movie, and directed by Albert Band.
That's Charles' dad.
Charles Band's brothers, yeah. So yes, very good movie. Liked it even better than the other ones I watched. 7.5 out of 10 is what I would give it. So yeah, good movie, and those are the ones I watched this week on my own. I also watched several with Skinslip.
All right, well, before that, probably let me eat a piece of candy real quick. I'm also get cotton mouth too.
Okay, I'm gonna eat this salad now.
So, after S and I went off the air, I watched The Blood Drinkers, which is a sequel to. Oh no, sorry, I didn't watch that one. Sorry, I thought it was last week. I watched The Giants from the Unknown, which is a really fun, like 1950s sci-fi film, 1958 specifically, about a resurrected conquistador, 10-foot tall conquistador zombie murdering people. They're just by the numbers like oh, thank you 007. I love this shirt. It's like by the numbers like hold on. Very, very loud. It's distracting me. It's like, so Giant from the Unknown's like a very by the numbers 50s sci-fi movie, and I really enjoyed it. It's super good. Like Film Detective did an amazing job with the restoration on this. Like it looks so good. I don't think I've seen a movie from 1958 that was an independent horror film like look so fucking good. Really impressive.
Just keep holding it up there, Sean.
I'm waiting for a moment so I can just say what I've
Go
got.
ahead.
Garlic bread and leftover steak, mushrooms, and baked potato from yesterday. So there you go.
Fucking piece. All right. Next, I watched Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla with my friends Angie and Chloe.
Hey, more Godzilla.
Yeah, I mean, I love these movies. Of course, I watched. They came out in my teens. I was reading about them in G-Fan magazines. So like years before we'd ever get them on VHS, I was reading full descriptions, beat by beat of the movies that we never get to see. We never get to see this thing. There was no distribution deals before Sony decided to do the movie. So
was this the 90s one?
Yeah. This is before. This is when it was with the previous people before Sony picked it up.
Yeah.
There were 3 rights holders before Sony, starting with I think Canon started working with that.
I remember similarly around the
maybe they didn't.
When Godzilla versus Biollante came out, I saw an article about that in some magazine. I'm like, what? There's they're still doing Godzilla movies? Because the last one I'd seen was Godzilla 1985. And like, what? There's movies that take place after Godzilla 1985? And I thought we'd never get to see them. But yeah, well, I love the Heisei era because it's like one continuous story through all 7 movies. It's great.
Yeah, I warned the girls that this is like one of the more action-packed films, and from here on out, these movies are like just, here's some human plot, action for 45 minutes, here's your credits, good game.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks for coming out.
Good shit, but it's like there's just, you're gonna get fucking numb by the end of the action because there's just so much of it.
I enjoyed the
I love
Heisei
them,
ones,
but it's like there's just a lot of it. So I was like trying to keep them interested because I was talking about like, well, this is the Toho pool, and every time the suit actor falls over, there are people off screen, just off screen, with scuba gear, because guess what? They're in a giant cup. They can't take off.
Yeah.
The minute they go over, they fill up.
Yeah.
So they get them upright, get scuba gear, a breather in there on them, then unzip the fucking suit and let the water out. Like you drown. And so if you see a monster fall over, every second they're in there, that's full of water almost instantly. They're underwater. You're just like, imagine being in a 200-pound foam suit that gets wet. It gets heavier when it gets wet. Yeah. So you're like, you sink like a rock.
You can't move.
Like that's a tomb. Godzilla My Tomb. There's a movie.
Yeah.
There's a short story comic about a suit actor or whatever. Anyway, then I took a long ass nap. And me and Stoud watched Coming to America, the sequel. Coming to America.
I need to see that.
Yeah, man, tell them what you think.
I want to rewatch the first one first.
It was all right.
It
was not. There's no way this sequel was ever going to be as good as the original. No. But they referenced a lot of things from the original. A lot of people in their reviews said it was basically a remake of the original. I wouldn't even say necessarily it was a remake, because there are a lot of things that are very different and very new. But they do definitely bring back a lot of things from the original that fans liked.
Yeah,
a lot of color.
And
of course,
a lot of fan service, and good on them. It was fun to watch.
Well, Eddie Murphy,
I'd say it's like a 7 out of 10. It's not the best movie ever, but it's fun, it's funny, it's enjoyable.
I was just going to say, I was just going to quickly say, Eddie Murphy put out a quick thing, a video, I think on his Instagram or something, on the eve of the release of the movie, and basically just said flat out that it was a labor of love made for the fans of the original.
Yeah.
So it's a movie for the fans.
I gave it a 6 out of 10. I felt that the filmmakers mistook reference for reverence, and I felt like it was a bit too jam-packed with references to the first. And it was technically a retelling of the first movie, but that's not a criticism, because sequels can do two things. They can either do something completely different or be a remake of the first movie.
More of the
with
same,
some new like RoboCop 2 is basically a remake of the first movie with some new shit involved. You're making a new RoboCop. The fucking movie makes fun of the fact that it's a sequel. And but that criticism aside, Coming to America is a really fun movie. I laughed out loud several times. I'm probably being a little too harsh to my 6 out of 10, but it was good. Enjoyed it. Anyway, next we watched The Hills Have Eyes Part 2. With his Wes Craven's second worst film. His first still being Summer of Fear, which was
never saw that one.
Boring. I haven't seen all the movies. I only have 4 more to watch, and I've seen all of them. I have a few.
Tell them what you discovered about this guy right here.
Oh, that's Joe Bob Briggs.
What?
Never fear.
Yeah.
What?
Mario's
Really?
I
here.
realized because there's so much makeup. He's wearing so much fucking fantastic makeup.
Wow.
That you'd never know, but that is, in fact,
So
that's crazy.
the movie has amazing effects. I'm gonna preface that. But the movie's a fucking mess. Everyone has a flashback for some reason, and the dog has a flashback for some reason.
The dog
Even
has
the
a
dog.
flashback.
It's so. And Wes Craven even admits he doesn't care, doesn't like the movie. He just did it for a quick buck, and wish he hadn't made it. So
yeah.
Even he thinks it's a subpar film, and I agree, it's a subpar film. It's not very good.
Sometimes you just got to pay the bills.
Let's see. I gave it a 5 out of 10. It's worth watching for the special effects, though.
Yeah. And the fact that
I
it's
enjoy
Joe Bob
it.
Briggs.
It's like a 60
Oh, Joe Bob Briggs. Yeah, there are things
Yeah.
worth watching. You should watch it because I know people who really love this film.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is definitely one to watch with a group of friends with some beers, maybe a movie gangbang
That'd be
type
cool.
situation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's lots of love, but there's a lot of like, what? Someone needs to yell, "What the fuck are we in? What? Like every now and then, for you to enjoy it fully.
Well, I'm
Doc
glad we
Definitely
get to
has
learn
a
about
lot
the.
of stupid characters that you can be happy died because they were stupid.
I'm
Yeah.
glad we get to learn about the past of the dog. That was,
So
you know,
the
not
dog.
something
No,
we-
spoiler: the dog fucking dies in the first movie. So the dog is
That's
having
the thing.
flashbacks because the dog is apparently now alive again, and now the girl who's survived is also the same girl there, but she's not quite the same person. And now they're all gonna go to the desert again. Oh yeah, the dog's alive again. How the fuck? Because the dog's having flashbacks.
That's the thing. Is like,
To when
how
it
could
got
the dog have
killed,
flashbacks to the moment where like he died in the first? Like what?
That's so confusing. Yeah. So it's a little confusing. It kind of retcons.
bark, and then
Yeah, literally. It literally does the wavy screen stuff, no music. It does the wavy thing. Like, oh,
That's
Jesus.
hilarious.
This fucking movie. It's not bad. It's enjoyable regardless of these things. But
Yeah.
like,
Mhm.
you know.
I won't be upgrading to the Arrow release, and I probably won't be watching it again. I might watch it one more time for a movie game.
Like that's going on the outgoing.
That's
file.
literally what I said. That goes in the outgoing pile. One day when we all move, I'm like, here,
I will
Stout, this is
get
my
both of them.
outgoing pile stuff, and he's gonna look whatever on eBay and whatever it gets. I don't care. Just don't want it on my site anymore.
I need to get the Arrow releases of both of those.
I would, you know what? If the Arrow release comes out and there's a sale, when the Arrows it goes on sale and when the sales and it's like $6, $8, I might pick it up. It's worth that because it's got special features. I want to see this release has almost nothing, so that's where I would literally just be paying $10 or $12 US for fucking special features, which I'm fine with.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would reappraise it with a commentary or whatever, right?
Yeah.
All right. Next, we watched Stoud's favorite movie, North, from 1994, starring a very young Elijah.
Favorite is a strong word to use.
Elijah Wood, right? That's
Yes, Elijah Wood.
Okay.
Yes. Early
Who
Elijah
else was in
Wood
it that
is
shocked
a
us?
Kid. There's a lot of people in the Dan
Was it-
Aykroyd's in that movie.
Oh wow.
Reba McEntire
Wasn't the
is in that
girl-
movie.
Wasn't the girl, what's her face, Black Widow? Fuck.
Yes,
Scarlett
yes, she
Johansson?
was.
Scarlett
Scarlett
Johansson.
Johansson as a young girl in the last family that he goes to,
Yeah.
which is like a
Right.
fucking Leave It to Beaver-esque family.
She's like 9, I think, during the, like, it's wild. I was like, holy shit.
I didn't even recognize her, but
Oh, wow.
Skinslip recognized her.
I did a double take when I saw her. I was like,
And
this is
then
like-
she looked her up, and it was Scarlett Johansson in that movie.
Well,
yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
I think the earliest thing I've seen her in was Ghost World. Where she
That's
was
a
like,
great fucking movie.
oh,
I
it's a
love that movie.
wonderful movie.
One of my
I,
favorites.
I've been wanting to get the Criterion for ages, but I just keep
So-
putting it off.
What we determined was that this movie, for me at least, was like the reason that I enjoy it is because mostly of nostalgia
And dad jokes.
and dad jokes. Absolutely,
It's
there
a
are
movie-
so
the
many
whole movie
fucking
is dad
dad jokes. There's
Yeah.
so many terrible fucking puns in this movie, and I
Yeah,
love all of
Bieber
them.
hated it.
I love all of
Of
them.
course.
They put a big old fucking smile on my face.
Bieber, Bieber eviscerated this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
He
I
called it
lo-
having no redeeming value, which I did not agree
Nobody
with.
fucking likes this movie, but for some
I didn't
reason,
hate it, but I didn't like it. I was a 4 out of 10.
if
but-
you had watched it when you were a kid like I did, you might enjoy it a little bit more. But like,
Yeah, I think, in fact, I even
Yeah.
said it had, so I was this kid, this probably be a 6 out of 10.
I wanted her to watch it specifically because I thought maybe it fit into that, like, what was that genre? The
Weird
weird
punk.
punk. Yeah.
One
Weird
word,
punk.
Yeah.
I thought
Okay.
maybe it fit into weird punk, but
But it's all
she determined
fantasy,
it's
really.
not really. Yeah.
But while watching it, I did find out that Robin Williams' toys from '94.
Bruce Willis is in it.
That
too,
would be
yeah.
weird punk
Like,
toys.
That's weird punk because everything's
Yeah.
normal except for him and his weird toys.
Mm-hmm.
That's totally weird punk. That's what I'm talking about. And the whole world's normal except this one guy who lives in this weird little bubble, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like his own special world. That's weird punk, and there's a whole bunch of them like that.
How about Willy
Okay.
Wonka? Would Willy Wonka be weird punk? because everything's normal outside
You know
of
what?
that
That's,
factory.
that's you know what? That's
Mm-hmm. I'm just
Makes-
thinking, like,
makes her
because I
think.
mean, that's definitely his own little world in the factory, but outside, it's just a normal.
yeah.
world.
That might be
Yeah.
not Mertens.
No,
whole
I'm
weird
talking the
fancy-
Gene Wilder one.
You know what is weird, Punk though? Big Fish.
Yeah,
walked out of the real
I
world
love
in a
that movie.
Weird Punk situation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a good movie.
I love
think
that-
it's getting a 4K.
I love that with Big
Surprising.
Fish, you're not quite sure. You're never quite sure how much is true and how much is just elaborate
I love it.
fabrication from the
I don't
telling
know.
of the
Is
story.
that fantasy though?
Mm,
All right.
Yeah, maybe. It could be. Could be.
Since we had watched two not great movies in a row. They're not bad. They're not great movies. Not movies I did not enjoy much in a row.
Mm-hmm.
We then closed the night off with the last drive-in edition of The Changeling from 1980, the classic ghost story movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, it's such a great movie. 9 out of 10. This actually went up from an 8 out of 10 to a 9 out of 10 for me.
Wow. Revisiting
So,
Yeah. Every time I watch it, I love it more. It's so good.
it. I need to watch
it's
it
just
again
so well
since
paced
getting
and
the
so
Blu-ray.
well set up.
Yeah.
It's the perfect slow burn
Mm-hmm.
because it's a slow burn, but it's just slow enough to keep you hooked.
That's good.
You know?
That's how a slow burn should be.
Yeah, because it should be
And it
just
almost has a bit of
Take your time. Just
bit
don't
of a
get boring.
feeling of a new Hollywood movie,
a
almost.
little bit.
Because
Yeah.
it came slightly after that era, but
Yeah.
it's like it definitely has that feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Canadian film, so it's more new Hollywood than anything else at the time, probably. 'Cause it's more they give him more freedom up there.
Mm.
You know, it's just because it's usually it's like you go to the Canadian film board, they're like, yeah, just put like Canadians in charge and like hire mostly Canadians, and you got it, probably, and then they give you money. I'm like, all right,
My Bloody Valentine and Cube. I rest my case.
hey, you know.
Both wonderful films.
Next, I watched Thor: Dark World with my friend Sarah, and I fucking loved this even more the second time. And now that you mention it, yes, I do think the Shattered Sword actually was the actual.
It literally just occurred to me as we were talking about it earlier. I was like,
Like that's the actual illusion. I think you're right.
Yeah, he just wants to get sympathy from Thor. Get him
I
on
don't
his
think
side.
you're right. I don't think Loki would ever actually let himself look that disheveled.
I don't like even as a thing like to.
Like I think he would try to take the best care of this. He's like a very prideful person.
Oh yeah,
His
yeah,
appearance is important to him.
true.
He's the god of tricksters, so
But
when he chooses forms, they're very specifically chosen. It's very beautiful, usually.
well, that's the
Mothers.
thing. That's what I'm saying. Like he would have very specifically chosen that, knowing that it would have
Yeah.
given him sympathy from Thor. You know.
Yes, because Thor is very easily manipulated with the heartstrings.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, this went up from a 7 to an 8. I enjoyed this more than the second viewing. I had not seen this since the theater.
I always
Very
liked,
much.
I
very
always
much.
liked Dark
I do
World.
not know why this one's hated.
I never
Yeah, no.
understood why it was so reviled. Like, I just don't get it.
Makes no
People
sense.
didn't
And
like
as
that movie?
Christopher Eccleston as the
Yes,
big
I-
bad in that.
Well,
I can
for a long
understand people
time.
not liking the
Yeah.
Iron Man 2 and Iron Man 3. I can understand that. Like,
Man, I don't
it
get
takes
that
a
either.
specific kind of viewer to really appreciate that kind of movie.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, Thor 2, the second Thor movie was always, to me, way better than the first one, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I like all of it. I mean, like,
I like all of them too, but I liked I remember at the time, especially when I first saw them, I liked the second one more.
next, I watched Curse of the Vampires, which is the sequel to The Blood Drinkers, which is I've now completed the Hemisphere box set.
Is it really the sequel? I had no idea any of those were connected at all.
It's the semi sequel. It's
Ah.
it's
So
a
watch
sequel,
Blood-
but it's like
So watch Blood Drinkers first, then Curse of the Vampire. Got it.
yeah, they're 3 years apart from each other. I have to say, Blood Drinkers was better,
Okay.
but
I haven't watched those yet.
Curse of the Vampires has a bigger budget.
Mm.
So it's kind of like
So it looks a
because
little better.
Curse Drinkers is all in color, and they did Blood Drinkers. They had to do the night scenes in black and white, and they decided to tint it red for the vampires, blue for the people,
Interesting.
green for victims. I think, or no, maybe it's blue for victims, green for the heroes. I can't remember which.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was actually kind of interesting. I really like the vampire in Blood Drinkers. He's this bald, like,
Mhm.
very commanding presence type person.
Nice. I'll have to check those out.
But yeah, I think Curse of the Vampires is a better made movie, and even though I enjoyed Blood Drinkers more, I think watching them, I'm gonna watch them back to back with Stoudman. We'll probably do an episode on it because
That's
I
a good
think
idea.
you will
Yeah.
really dig these fucking movies. and I know he doesn't own them, so that's something to look forward to. Yes,
Well-
that's right. We'll be sometimes recording multiple episodes in a day because it's really simple to just hit the record and then watch a movie and just babble.
True. Yeah.
So, and then edit episode out of that
Well,
later.
I've always enjoyed the two Hemisphere films that I've seen many times, namely Torture Chamber, Dr. Sadism, and Brain of Blood.
I've seen all of it now, and I'm
yeah.
gonna probably revisit all of it with Stoudman. We'll probably go from one
Really
end
fun,
to the other.
fun little studio. They didn't do very
He
many.
really liked the
They
Black Cat.
They didn't do very many movies, but they were fun.
Yeah, they did a few more after that. Next, I watched Willow with my friend Chloe. 1988 Willow.
I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, this is one of her favorite movies. This is the day before her birthday because normally we'd watch movies on Wednesdays, but that was her actual birthday, so we watched it the day before. She can hang out with a girlfriend.
Very nice.
Yeah, I fucking love 9 out of 10. Fucking love this movie so much. Me and Chloe are like heavy weed smokers, so we just like get really baked and sit there and just giggle and watch these movies together. It's so much fun. I love Chloe. She's wonderful. We watched like 3 or 4 movies because she had the week off because she took the whole week off for her birthday. So next I watched The Living Dead at Manchester Morgue, also known as Let Sleeping Corpses Lie. This is often considered one of the best zombie movies at the time, until maybe recently. I don't know. For a long time, it's considered up there with like. I don't think it's that good.
Yeah,
I think it's good. The effects are really great. The movie's not bad. It's like 6.5 or 7 out of 10. It's like totally worth watching. If I had known, if I wasn't so like stringent, I wasn't so staunch about buying all the Snap Steel books, and I had seen this movie before, I probably would have skipped this one. But I can't miss a Steel book, so.
Are you going to bed, sweetie?
No.
Oh.
Next, I watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original, with my friend Netsie, who had never seen it.
Oh wow.
And they are
Great movie.
they had seen like maybe, I don't know, like less than 100 movies. They were very sheltered, so, and they only recently got out from that shelter, so they've been we've been watching some really interesting stuff, and they're like, I've never seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Well, that's what we're gonna watch.
Nice.
And then next, I watched Killer Crocodile and Killer Crocodile 2. Holy fuck, these are so much fun. Not only were they so much fun, these were such Jaws ripoffs. The theme music that played in it was fucking Jaws inspired. Some of the scenes were like Jaws inspired. The fucking animatronic alligator and crocodile in this is really fucking cool.
Hey, animatronics for the win.
1990, they made these back-to-back. These are worth tracking down. I think only the first movie is available on Blu-ray. The second was on a double feature with the first one as a limited edition.
Oh, okay.
I don't think the second one's been released separately. Let's see here. Next, I watched The Phantom, 1996, with my friend Megan. This is my first revisit since the 90s.
Billy Zane, which I still have not seen, funny enough.
Oh my god, this movie is such a joy.
I need to
You're
grab
gonna
the
love
Blu-ray.
this fucking movie when you watch it.
I'm sure.
It is such a good time. Anyone who craps on this, just I don't understand. I don't get that. It's just like one of those movies where just how, why, what?
It's like,
I think
learn
it's
to
gonna come
have
out from
joy in your
Shadow.
life, people. Come on.
Like it's such a pure pulpy fun movie. Like
As it should be.
And I know I have some nostalgia glasses, so my nostalgia rating is 8 out of 10. But it's an easy 7 out of 10 film. It's easily 7 out of 10 action film. Just so much fun. There's lesbian sky pirates. I mean, like, you can't go wrong. Treat Williams is the villain, and he chews the fucking scenery up. Oh my god, he's so good as the villain in this. Oh, fuck. I watched this with my friend Megan. We both hadn't watched it in a long ass time, and we had so much fun watching this. It's so good. I'm really high right now, sorry. Next, I had a little time, so I watched this movie, slasher film from 1990 called Snow Kill with my friend Chloe. This was some escape convicts from, I think, the insane asylum or prison. It's not quite clear, as in it's too dark to see the scene.
Oh, I see.
So they run.
The
First thing is to kill this daughter and this mom, and then they run off and they're like running through the snow. And then the husband comes home, finds his daughter. He goes off after them, and then the psycho crazy people like capture some random hikers, and then there's random hikers in multicolored outfits. There's the bad guys in black outfits and the good guys in a white outfit. And I was like, holy crap, it's a snow western, but it's a slasher film because he's like killing. It's a slasher film where like there's a group of killers. It's interesting. There's a lot of weirdnesses. I give it a 6 out of 10. It's actually kind of enjoyable in a weird way. Very 1990. It felt very 1990.
Okay.
Next, I watched Vice Academy from my Vinegar Syndrome release of
I've heard
Vice
of that
Academy.
one.
Yeah, there's a whole 6 movies in that franchise. I think you would have seen it, heard of it.
Oh, okay, definitely then. Yeah, I haven't seen.
There's a VSA release, Vinegar Syndrome Archive limited edition release of the first 3 movies. I'm hoping they'll put the other 3 movies in another set. I'll buy that.
There you go.
This was 6 out of 10. It's okay. I mean, it's just kind of like a parody of it's a sexy parody of Police Academy, essentially.
Okay.
They're vice cops instead of regular cops, and they're going through the academy.
I figured.
The Vice Cop Academy. It's silly fun. It's a good time waster. I think if I were stoned and watching this with somebody who's also stoned, and we would probably have a good time with this. When I can get Stoudman stoned, maybe we'll cover the film. Next, I watched The Little Shop of Horrors from this Roger Corman, The Little Shop from Golden Video.
Oh yeah.
And I watched a very good commentary from the boys from Golden Inch Video.
Yeah.
They did a constant commentary for it. It was very good.
I remember that one was such a mainstay of like public domain VHS releases.
Yeah, I still have 3 more movies to watch at that.
Yeah.
I'd leave it here because I still have to watch three other 3. Let's see, where did I give that? I gave that 7 out of 10. There's actually a scene. There's a scene where like the dentist guy is, I can't remember their names. I'm sorry. He's pulling a tooth, and he gets too vigorous in it and pulls out, and like you see him bump the equipment, and he bumps the equipment they rented from an actual dentist place, so it was real expensive.
Oh
equipment.
no.
And it starts to fall, and and just the scene ends. And just as the scene ends, apparently Roger Corman went and grabbed it, and he caught it as it was falling.
Wow.
So if you were to see the unedited footage, you would see him like it stop falling and go back.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's a fun little story to talk about. Next, I watched a movie called Soldier Boys: The Suicide Squad from '85. A bunch of prisoners are getting a chance to freedom for doing this crazy mission to rescue some people. I can't remember where they were captured, why they captured, but they were captured. No, I think they're POWs they're rescuing from Vietnam.
So you have turned to mush again. Do you have something running?
Nope.
Okay, then I don't.
Nothing's going on.
All right, never mind. I don't know.
Brandon Mush, sorry.
All right.
Can you hear me clearly?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. You're cutting in and out a little bit.
So Soldier Boys stars Michael Dudikoff as the guy who basically runs the Suicide Squad. It's a fun movie, actually. Really fucking enjoyed that. That was a good late night view. It was 7 out of 10 for that bad boy. Then I watched Massacre at Central High. Have you gentlemen seen Heathers, the movie Heathers?
Oh god, so many times. I love Heathers. Yeah.
Heathers owes every single ounce of its existence to Massacre at Central High.
Okay.
It's a black comedy slasher film.
Well, shit, I need to see that.
This is like the popular kid. This is Heathers. I was watching this and I was just taken aback. And like I'm like, oh, how's no one written about this? I googled it. Lots of people have written about it. I just didn't know. But Heathers knows everything in Massacre Central High. There's no way the people who made Heathers didn't see fucking Massacre Central High. There's no way they didn't. They had to have. It's just too on the nose, obviously, like a remake, but not.
Fun double bill there, maybe.
Yes, it's from 1976. It's technically a proto-slasher, I guess.
Proto-slasher, yeah.
Yes. All right, next. I watched Ponyo for the first time. I forgot the right foot. That was my friend Erica. Shit. Let me write that down real quick. Erica. They and I have been watching the Ghibli films. I could have only seen prior. I'd only seen like 30% of My Neighbor Totoro, maybe half of Porco Rosso, and then I had seen all of Princess Mononoke and Spirited Away, which I both own. So we've been going through them. So we watched Kiki's Delivery Service, which I thought was really beautiful. 7 out of 10, beautiful. 8 out of 10 movie, I think. And Ponyo is basically retelling the classic tale of Little Mermaid, but very different.
Yeah.
And the backgrounds, oh my god, lushly beautiful. They all look like fucking like colored pencil drawings. It's oh my god, the art style is so beautiful in this. The animation's so beautiful. There's a tidal wave. There's a whole tidal wave sequence, which is totally kind of referencing to the whole tidal wave they've had in the past, right? They kind of got away with this. I think this is before the one they had. Right, that was in 2012, I think, right? The big tidal wave that they recently had. Anyway, this is before that, but like the water's made of like these koi fish, and the way it was flowing, it's just it must have taken so long to animate. Oh my god, you have to see this. It's beautiful. Oh my god, this movie's so beautiful. I gave this a fucking 9 out of 10. This is I'm gonna buy this one. This one's going to my collection. This one's good. Good,
nice.
Gushing about it.
I think I have that one. I think Stout sent it to us.
Yeah, you should watch that.
Haven't watched it
good
yet.
stuff.
Yeah.
Am I still mush?
No,
on
you're
stream?
looking good now. Looking good. Back to crisp and...
We're on the home stretch. American Ninja from 1995, starring Michael Dudikoff. This is basically the original G.I. Joe movie. I still stand by the series. The first 4 films, the 5th one's not related technically. It's just in name only. The first 4 films feel like literally Snake Eyes and Gung Ho adventures. It's so good. They're so much fun. I'm rewatching them all, so
I'll have to check those out. I've actually had them on my radar for a while.
Fuck is it? Where is it? It's right here. I thought. Oh, here it is. I got this set from the UK, Region B, of course.
This is the first 4.
With the first 4, which are the best ones, and I haven't seen the 5th one in a really long time. I'll probably revisit that eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Next, I talked about Texas Lightning earlier, how it's a repulsive film that was taken away from Gary Graver, or not taken, threatened to take away unless he added comedy into it. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend watching it unless you're going to be a hardcore Gary Graver fan, like apparently I am now.
I think I probably will be as well. I definitely plan to pick up that set.
Yeah, that's one you definitely should pick up. It's totally down your alley. Yeah. If something happens, I will make sure you get to see the movies at least. Okay. Because, like I said, this Texas Lightning was the director's cut, kind of, not really.
Yeah.
But the new director's ending, and even the ending, I just felt like it was, I don't know. Next, last, I watched with Chloe again, another movie. Watched Empire of the Ants from 1977. I haven't watched this since. This was a great movie, man. This one, I want a fancy lush Blu-ray.
I wanted to get the Blu-ray. That was another one of the killer insects ones. I remembered with as a kid.
$112. $112.
Yeah, it went out.
I looked it up watching it.
It went out of print around the same time I was kind of revisiting some of those killer bugs movies, and sadly missed out on it. So, but I mean that. I guess that means the rights are up for grabs again, so hopefully somebody will put out a nice
release
of it. Yeah, so we'll see. Just hoping.
Honestly, it's Burt I. Gordon. I think I wouldn't be shocked if there's a Burt I. Gordon box set, since there's all these directors getting box sets. Andy Milligan, Al Adamson, Burt I. Gordon's right up there. He's got all those movies, and most of them are from MGM, so they can easily be licensed. I think
as long as
Amazing Fossil Man has rights issues. It's the only one.
Really?
Yeah, that's why it's only been on VHS.
I think we have the second one.
Yes, War of the Colossal Beast has gotten
the Colossal Beast. That's what it is.
I need to get the Blu-ray.
That's the one I see stills from all the time, where he's got like half his face.
Yeah, because he has
skull.
Spoiler: in the first movie, he falls off a dam.
Yeah.
He's back, obviously, in the next movie. Big spoiler.
But he's got, like, battle damage.
He's gone insane from the serum that caused him to go get big or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So
that's the whole thing. So he's, like, gone insane. He's just a truly just a monster at that point.
Ideally, we want to see a
I've seen both movies a lot. You can tell I really enjoy those movies.
Yeah. No, that's good stuff. It's essentially like an American kaiju movie.
It is.
Yeah.
You wonder why I like it so much, right?
Yeah, exactly. Wow, that was a lot of movies. That's a lot of movies.
25 movies.
Crazy. And I watched one. It wasn't even anything I have on... Well, I have versions of it on disc, but not that specific one. Yep. That's how it goes sometimes. Anyway. Also, when I'm busy making videos and stuff like that, I just don't have as much movie watching time. So that's how it goes.
Look, it's not a dick measuring contest.
I know. I wasn't measuring my dick. I am happy
Stop
with its
mine.
length and girth. Anyway, on that note,
Thanks.
yeah, have yourselves a wonderful week, everybody. Don't forget, Fortnite Season 6 drops on Tuesday. I will be streaming that day. I stream most every day, except sometimes I take a day off, but most of the time I stream. Anyway, have yourselves a wonderful day or night, everybody. Thanks for coming out, and we will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara.
Strafe.
See you later.
Penis.
Penis. Penis.